Welcome back. Ignore the fact that I forgot to film the intro before I recorded season 7, so just ignore anything else that's going on the wall right now. We're back, season 7 through 12. Some fun stuff happens, and this is probably like the end of what could be considered like really good Grey's Anatomy. Like 1 through 6, that's good television. You can't deny it. The rest of this, they have their moments. There are parts where when you're watching this for the first time, you're like, well, I have to get to the end of season 8 because this thing happens. And then I might as well get to season 10 because then this happens. And then I might as well watch till the end of season 11 because this important thing happens. And then you're like halfway through and you're like, might as well finish it. So we're getting to the last of the good stuff. After 7 through 12, the quality really starts to go down. Let's go. Bailey and Tuck are flying back to Seattle after visiting her family for a month. We get a flashback to Bailey getting into the taxi and Warren being like, I'm sorry I didn't answer my phone, I was out golfing. This is why you don't golf. Lame-ass sport. And she doesn't answer when he asks when she's going to be back. Meanwhile, Meredith is talking to like a therapist, investigator person about how she feels post-shooting, and she says she feels fine. And then she gets interrupted because she has to bail Derek out of jail for speeding, so that's our first black star of the video, people, for Derek. Don't speed. Weber asks Bailey if she's been cleared for surgery yet. Meredith has not been cleared yet, and she calls April a bitch for being cleared. Not very nice. She has to go meet with a counselor to get cleared. Derek gives a speech to the whole hospital and he thanks Weber for being interim chief while he was recovering and that he's glad to be back. And then he says, actually, never mind. Weber is the chief. I don't want to do this anymore. And he quits and then he goes off to do some scans. Probably for the best. I mean, he was okay. But like Weber, that's my chief right there. Derek wants to do a surgery on a teenager that would involve him, like, slicing the kid's whole face open, and it would be a very long and painful recovery. So Meredith tries to give the family a better understanding of how painful it will be, so that's a gold star for Meredith. Alex's bullet is reaching the surface of his skin and is ready to be removed, but he wants to keep it as his war wound. He has a meeting with the counselor, Andrew, where he recalls that Lexi had a breakdown and he didn't do anything to help her, so let's put Andrew on the wall. Alex also says that he and Lexi are now broken up, and Lexi tells Alex to get over himself. He's not a badass for surviving, and the only reason that he survived was because of her, and while he was dying, all he could do was cry out to the wife that left him. That's cold, Lexi, that's cold. Weber is having a nice dance it out moment in his office now that he's chief again, and Meredith asks if he can clear her over the counselor, and he says no. Christina and Owen are going to get married, and Owen asks Derek to be his best man. We get a flashback of the first group meeting with Andrew, and Lexi reveals that the patient that Owen and Teddy were operating on, who also had gotten shot while he was driving, was also shot by Gary Clark. Just as I suspected. It's not like I've seen this show before. All the residents are chilling in the intern tunnels. April comes in and says that a nurse just saw her and thought she was Reed and said, I thought you died. And Lexi is back to brown hair because she was blonde for a bit. Meredith walks in to have a meeting with Andrew, but he sees him making out with Teddy. Let's connect them. Meredith wants to know why he's been clearing everyone except for her, and he wants to know why she's not being honest. We get a flashback of Meredith telling Christina that Derek can't know that she was pregnant, and she gets her miscarriage aborted, and Christina hasn't been cleared for surgery either. Bailey, when she comes back, breaks up with Warren. No, my perfect straight couple. Derek gets pulled over on the way to Christina and Owen's wedding, so Meredith stops by the jail just to pick up the ring, and then she leaves him in the jail cell. Makes me happy. Callie asks Arizona to move in with her, and she says yes. And at the end of the episode, Christina and Owen get married. Boo. Boo. Episode 2, Meredith tries telling Andrew what he wants to hear so that she can get cleared, but it doesn't work. Bailey finds out that Alex still has the bullet in his chest, and if he doesn't take it out, then she won't let him operate, so he gives in and lets her take out the bullet. Let's give Bailey a gold star for that. Teddy and Owen ask Weber to approve Christina for surgery because the only way she can get back to normal is by operating. Boo. Black stars for both of them. The patient finds out that Christina is getting married, and they ask if she got married to Burke. And then during the surgery, Jackson knocks over a tray and it makes a loud noise which triggers Christina and she can't get up off the floor. Meredith runs in and gets on the floor with her and calms her down. Gold star for Meredith. Sandra Oh, Emmy for this scene. Come on. The big trauma this episode is that a flag football team gets brought in because they all got struck by lightning by touching each other. And it's a team of all dudes and one girl. So obviously all the dudes are in love with the girl and they try confessing her love. And she's like, oh my god, can we just play flag football, please? Mark asks Callie how long to wait before you propose to someone after they got out of the nut house. Teddy talks to Arizona and she realizes that she doesn't really know anything about Andrew. Derek tells Weber that he should come speeding with him sometime. Black star. Meredith tells Derek that she left him in the jail cell so that she could have one night without wondering whether he was dead or not. And then she also tells him about the miscarriage. And then at the end of the episode, Meredith gets cleared for surgery. Episode 3, Christina shows up in the middle of the night at Meredith's house and she gets into bed and sleeps in their bed together. If they were brave enough, they would have made Christina and Meredith gay for each other. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm fucking saying. Most of the residents have all been cleared for surgery except for Christina still, so Derek tells them to put Christina on his service. Alright, everyone, a moment of silence for the greatest Shepherd sibling, one of my favorite characters introduced in this episode, motherfucking Amelia Shepherd. Let's put her on the wall, baby. She's Derek's youngest sister, and she brought Derek a gift. A brain tumor. Derek calls her Amy, but he says he's the only one who's allowed to call her that. Derek tells Christina to get a workup on the patient and sends Meredith away, so Meredith goes and talks to April, who mentions that Christina was in the house this morning. Does April live with them? When did this happen? Derek is very snippy with Amelia, but he tells Meredith it's because the Amelia used to be an addict, but he still lets her operate with him because she's also a neurosurgeon. Let's go. Christina freezes during the surgery, so Amelia calls her a dud, and then Derek kicks Amelia out of the OR, saying that Christina saved his life. Derek gives a pep talk to Christina, and he has her operate on corpses to simulate the operation that she did on him. Let's give Derek a gold star for that. Teddy is sad because Andrew is leaving, and she says, I'm not G.I. Jane, I'm Attachment Barbie. Ahead of her time, really. Bailey, Lexi, and Jackson have a patient who has, trees for hands. They're like crazy warts, and when they're cutting the warts off, a spider crawls out. What the hell? Meredith and April have a patient who has a condom in her lung, and she's a virgin. And April is very defensive about this 27-year-old patient being a virgin. So they all talk about their virginity and their first time. And then Christina and Alex make fun of April for still being a virgin. Black stars for the two of you. April denies this and Meredith defends her, but eventually she relents and says that she is a virgin. But she bashes all the other residents for their stupid fears as well. And this makes Meredith like her more. Alex has been avoiding using the elevator since the shooting and taking the stairs, which makes him all smelly and sweaty, so Weber has him take the elevator with him until he's not scared of it anymore. Gold star for Weber. Lexi goes to talk to Mark, but he sees him kissing Amelia. It is getting so treacherous connecting anyone to Mark. Do you see that? That's scary. Episode 4, Jackson also lives in their house together. I guess they all moved in after the shooting to be closer, which is nice. And Meredith also mentions the two of them being lonely because their other friends died. Christina and Owen are house hunting, and they find an old rundown firehouse and buy that as their house. It's kind of cute, actually. Meredith meets with an OB, and she tells her that she has a hostile uterus. Weber tells Bailey that they need a new bariatric clinic, but they don't have the space, and he mentions that where the Denny Duquette Memorial Clinic is, it would be the perfect amount of space. And Bailey says if he removes the clinic, he will come home and find Bailey and every nurse chained to his door. Arizona tells Teddy that she needs to get back with Mark because he keeps bothering the two of them. Celebrity alert, Frances O'Connor is in this episode. She says Balenciaga in American Horror Story. In Grey's Anatomy, she ran her husband over in a laundromat. Bailey and Christina have a patient who ate worms to cure asthma. Okay. Jackson tries putting the moves on Teddy to get into surgery, and she tells him that she could get him fired for that, so let's give him a black star. Lexi is jealous of Meredith's friendship with April. A patient dances for Alex, Callie, and Arizona to show that they can't cut off his leg. Meredith has Christina take her blood so it can get tested for the Alzheimer's gene. And Alex tells Arizona that she has nice boobs and that men don't discriminate when it comes to jugs. What a great way to end the episode. Episode 5, Weber gives all the residents, and by all the residents, I mean, like, everyone except for Lexi, the dark blue navy scrubs because they're 5th-year residents. Lexi is still a 4th year, I think. They get to be in charge of some cases, but Christina is still not quite herself. Teddy warns Christina that if she's not back to normal soon, she could get kicked out of the program. April tries to support her too, but it doesn't really work, and Owen is the only one who can really help her out. Boo. Boo. Some of the doctors form a panel to discuss whether a patient qualifies for a lung transplant, and Christina bursts into the meeting and fights for the patient. Gold star. Jackson and Meredith are with Derek today, and he has a complicated surgery, so he has them do a skills test, which Jackson excels in. Lexi calls for a consult, so he sends Meredith to her. Is he the only neuro attending? What's going on? So they wheel him up to the OR, and Derek can't come because he's in his surgery with Jackson, so Meredith gets her own solo surgery with Lexi, and they kill it with the patient, but Derek gets real mad that they operated without asking him. Weber has $1 million to give to one of the departments for research. Who's it gonna go to? Arizona is convinced it'll go to her because nobody says no to tiny humans. Owen gives a really good pitch about disaster training based on the shooting, and he says that if all the doctors in the hospital had it, then Percy and the others wouldn't have died, so let's give him a gold star for that. Everyone else's pitches kind of involve personal issues. Derek pitches a clinical trial to cure Alzheimer's, and he makes it personal too by saying he wants to cure it in case Meredith gets it. Bailey has a very humble request to get new night nurses and fix equipment, and Weber is mad that her proposal isn't more grandiose. Bailey says that they both know that Weber doesn't have $1 million to give out, but Weber says things might be changing soon. Owen wins the competition, I guess. Episode 6 is a fake documentary episode. It's called Seattle Medical Road to Recovery. Derek and Mark are working on a patient who needs an arm transplant, and the transplant is successful. Weber installed a new security system that has scanners that Lexi keeps having trouble going through. The system is also pretty faulty and keeps going off for no reason. Meredith and Christina say that they're 4th-year residents, but I swear to God they say they were 5th-year residents last episode, so I have no idea what's going on. Alex has a patient who's really obsessed with Demi Lovato and listens to Demi Lovato music, which means that the patient that Alex treated last season, who was played by Demi Lovato, is just a Demi Lovato doppelganger. Alex also sings camp rock songs to the girl while she's getting an MRI to make her feel better. Driving me insane. So that's a gold star. Manny Moore comes back to get the surgery that she was going to get from Bailey on the day of this shooting, and the surgery is successful, but she doesn't wake up for some reason, so she dies. Arizona wins a Carter Madison grant that she applied for 2 years ago, which would allow her to go to Africa to help children in need. Callie is mad that she's leaving, but eventually she decides to go with her. Lexi decides to just run through security when her ID won't work, which causes all the doors to lock, and it traps Jackson in between 2 doors with a coding patient, but luckily the patient survives, and the system gets taken down like a week later. Episode 7, Arizona is downsizing for the move, but Callie wants her to stop giving their stuff away to Mark. Weber tries to convince Callie to stay by saying he has big stuff for her. At the airport, Arizona tells Callie that she's ruining Africa for her. Callie says she's really trying, but Arizona says she doesn't want to go to Africa with her and walks away, and they break up. That's crazy. She already got through TSA. He made her wait in TSA just to break up with her. Teddy puts Christina in charge of their transplant patient while she goes to get some lungs. The patient's daughter comes in, and celeb alert, it's Amber Benson from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the love of my life. I gasped out loud when she showed up. The patient's heart starts to fail while Teddy is gone, and Christina goes to get another cardio attending, but they say that she knows what she's doing. Christina also yells at Meredith about operating to a gun with her head, and the whole rest of the shooting. All of the residents are doing Owen's trauma certification. He rushes them outside and says that there's a mass casualty event, but when they go outside, it's just a bunch of dolls. They have limited supplies, but if they can get their patients on the helicopter, which is just the ambulance, then they get certified. Owen certifies Meredith so that she can help Christina with her patient, but she doesn't want any help. It starts raining during the certification. Jackson leaves after being out there for a while. April and Alex are the only 2 standing. Eventually it's just April and Alex left, and they have some fun, like, sibling banter.
Give me that bat! You crazy?
Here you go, little guy. No hypothermia for you.
April puts her 2 surviving patients in the ambulance and drives them to the ER, and Owen tells them that they win so that she'll stop. Let's give April a star for that because that's fun. Derek shows Bailey all of the work he's done for his Alzheimer's grant proposal. It's just a blank document that says Alzheimer's is bad and we should cure it. This is 8 hours of work for him. And at the end of the episode, Christina quits. Episode 8, Teddy is giving a presentation about her lung transplant, but everyone just asks about why Christina quit. Mark calls Callie, which snaps her out of her depression, and she heads to Christina's place to dance it out. Christina cuts Callie's hair, but it looks really bad, so Callie decides to throw a housewarming party, and they head to the mall so that they can fix Callie's hair. She looks so good after the second haircut. I'll put a picture. There's a new peds attending. His name is Dr. Stark. He doesn't hook up with anyone, so here's what he looks like. Alex immediately doesn't like him because he doesn't prioritize the parents' concerns. And Alex also has a Grey's revelation involving a ping pong ball, so let's give him a gold star. However, Stark doesn't know the magic of Grey's revelation, so he doesn't take him seriously, and April stands up for Alex. Later in an on-call room, April goes to tell Alex how genius his idea was, and he kisses her. And then he yells at her when she doesn't want to do anything more than just kissing. Black star, but let's connect them. Weber has to mail in a letter saying that Christina withdrew from the program, but Owen and Teddy make him wait a little longer. Weber also brings a secret patient for the 2 of them, VIP. It's an Arabic diplomat who's not even supposed to be in the country. Everyone else thinks that the secret patient is Bono for some reason. Jackson performs his first solo surgery, but the patient doesn't make it, and it freaks him out. Callie asks Mark if she can move in with him, and he says yes. April shows up to the housewarming party, and she's very upset, so Jackson comforts her, and then when Alex shows up, Jackson beats him up. I wish I could give him a gold star for that, but I can't, because you can't beat up other doctors, so that's a black star for Jackson. Alex tells Meredith that his brother Aaron, who was here last season, got diagnosed with schizophrenia, and he had to go to Iowa to commit him, and his brother also tried to kill his younger sister. That's really rough. Doesn't give you the excuse to be mean to April, though. People start to realize that at the housewarming party, Christina's not even there, and it's because Derek showed up early to take her away so that people wouldn't ask her questions about work, and they chat on the roof about floors. Episode 9, Lexi wakes Jackson up from a nightmare about the shooting, and Owen tells Jackson that he needs to see a therapist. I thought they did all see a therapist. Derek gets the grant for his Alzheimer's research. All of the residents are working the night shift, so they go to Joe's, and they see Christina behind the counter working. She looks really good, and she serves a drink called the Early Onset Alzheimer's because you won't remember anything after you drink it. It's pretty good. Teddy, meanwhile, is having a rough time with online dates, and Derek keeps an eye on Christina to make sure she doesn't make any bad decisions while drunk on the job. Gold star for Derek. Eventually, he calls Owen to pick her up, and she starts giving some rando a lap dance. April has 2 patients who glued themselves together. Meredith is working with Dr. Stark today, and she also doesn't like him. He doesn't take any of her concerns seriously, so Alex helps her out, gold star. They try to call Bailey, but she is very drunk, and April gives her an IV so she can be less drunk. Alex and Meredith discuss how they are the last 2 standing of their intern class. Very sad. At the end of the episode, Callie and Mark hook up again. God. Episode 10, Derek and Christina go fishing, and Christina catches a 28-pound fish. Pretty good. Bailey gives all the residents a competition to figure out why post-op fistulas happen, and the winner gets to pull a gallbladder out of a mouth. Okay. Lexi wants her patient to keep their drain in, but Nurse Eli disagrees. I think I have a picture of Nurse Eli. Where is he? This is Nurse Eli. We'll put him on the wall later. Lexi asks Mark for help, but he says he'll only help if Lexi gets a drink with him. Lexi gets Bailey to argue with Eli, but he just flirts with her. Ooh. She realizes, however, if they remove the drain on day 3 instead of day 5, then it lowers the chance of fistulas by a decent amount, and Eli asks Bailey out, so now we'll put him on the wall. A patient named Henry Burton is in the elevator with Teddy and chats her up, and they have a little flirty vibe. He tells Teddy that he doesn't have insurance and he can't keep paying for procedures. Teddy wants to give him a pro bono surgery, but Weber says no at first, but then he says he'll talk to the board, and the board doesn't help at all. So Teddy tells him that she has great insurance and that she'll marry him. This is insurance fraud. Very noble, but insurance fraud, so that's a black star, and let's put Henry and connect them. Callie and Alex have some fun scenes with a patient, and Callie offers to mentor Alex in ortho instead of peds, but at the end of the episode, he goes back to Stark. Meredith and Owen are fighting about Christina, and Owen tells Meredith that she's fearless in a bad way. Arizona shows up at Callie's door and says that she missed her too much and came back for her, and Callie closes the door in her face. Episode 11, Mark and Lexi are in bed together. Callie tells Arizona to go back to Africa, and Weber tells her that she doesn't have a job here anymore. There's a school shooting, and everyone's getting PTSD. Christina follows an ambulance to the school and does an emergency thoracotomy in the ambulance, and she heads into the OR. April and Weber work on a cop that shot the shooter, and the chief of police wants the officer to be woken up to identify him. During the surgery, Weber comes in and tells them that they're going to operate on the shooter. Jackson doesn't want to operate on the shooter, but Teddy tells them they took an oath. Jackson walks out, and so does a scrub nurse. Black Star, your oath! But Christina stays, Gold Star. Alex calls Arizona down for help when Stark wants to cut off a 15-year-old shooting victim's leg. She makes Alex body block Stark to get away from the leg. Gold Star for Alex. Weber gives Arizona privileges and she has Callie come with her. Callie agrees with Alex that they can save the leg, and then Arizona comes in and kicks Stark out of surgery. He is baffled and he tries to complain to Weber, but he's not having it. April is running the ER like a champ. Gold Star. There's so many traumas that they have to operate in hallways. Meredith brings all the family members of the shooting victims out to the sky bridge so they can look outside and see people singing for them and holding signs. Celebrity alert, one of the family members is Paula Newsome. She's in, like, a bunch of things. You'll recognize her when I put the picture up. Arizona apologizes to Callie for hurting her so much, but Callie still won't go back to her. Weber hires Arizona back, but she has to work under Stark, and Christina and Meredith get a drink. Episode 12, Meredith and Derek are still struggling to get pregnant. Arizona moves back in with Callie by being a subletter, and Callie says she doesn't want to see her. She's sure that if she comes back into her life, she's going to hurt her again. Arizona is undeterred. She keeps pushing, and Callie tells her that she is pregnant with Mark's baby. Christina's back! Woo! There's a bunch of med students in today shadowing each of our residents, and Weber says that he'll be choosing chief resident soon, so this will be a good way to see who he should choose. Alex flirts with his, and they all learn at the end of the day that the students put in evaluations of each of their residents, and that Christina's called hers heartless. They all got negative reviews except for Alex. Shocking. He slept with his student, so let's put her on the wall. This is her. Her name's Laurel. We never see her again. She's a little squished in there, and she's sharing a pin with Hank, who we never see again, so I think it's fair, because we're never gonna see these people again. Eli is very public at work with Bailey, which she doesn't like. Episode 13, Derek's Alzheimer's trial is starting. Half of the patients get the treatment, and half of them get a placebo. Meredith is mad because Derek picked Alex to be on his trial instead of her, and Alex tells Derek that he doesn't want to be on the trial anymore. It's too depressing to reassure people when they get the placebo, so he tells Derek to put Meredith on it instead. Callie tells Mark about the baby, and he is thrilled until he realizes that he has to tell Lexi about it. Arizona is mad that Callie slept with someone else, but Callie wants her to be in her life with the baby. Arizona says she's in, she just needs a minute to process, and the trio goes to see a gynecologist, Dr. Lucy Fields. Callie has some bleeding, but Lucy assures her that she's fine. She wants a lot of tests done to be sure that she's fine, and she's worried about messing the baby up. Lucy does a lot of different tests so they can hear the heartbeat, and Mark tells Lexi, and Lexi walks out. Everyone is texting in the OR, at least that's what Weber thinks, but actually they're all just checking Twitter because Bailey has been live tweeting all of her procedures. I think that breaks HIPAA, so Black Star. Weber tells her to stop live tweeting because it could be a legal issue. That's what I'm thinking. She keeps tweeting, and then when an operation goes wrong, a bunch of hospitals start tweeting her back with solutions to the problem, and Weber gets into tweeting too when one of his former residents starts saying hi. So it's kind of cute, I guess. Christina has good bedside manner with a scared patient. Gold Star. Jackson is jealous that Christina might get a patient over him, and he brings up that she hasn't been getting a lot of hours lately in the OR. Why don't you mind your own business, Black Star? Episode 14, Meredith is on Derek's trial now, and Weber wants to do his own trial based on Ellis's research on islet cell transplantation. It could cure diabetes, that's pretty good. He wants Meredith on it, but she's already on Derek's trial, and after thinking on it, she decides to stay with Derek. Thatcher is back in the hospital. Lexi is trying to find him when his girlfriend comes in. She's the same age as Lexi. He's got a kidney stone, but let's put Danielle on the wall. Alex meets Lucy, and she does not like him, and she threatens to ban him from the NICU, and he calls a dead baby a turnip. Black star for Alex. Episode 15, I wrote down that this is a good episode. Meredith is running the pit, and Christina tells Meredith that Callie has asked her to be the baby's godmother. Meredith says she has to say no because she's going to be her baby's godmother, and so many people would have to die for Christina to actually be able to do godmother stuff with Callie. Meredith mentions that only the two of them have to die, and they could even just go out in one car accident and have them both die. Wouldn't that be crazy? One of the patients in the ER is a guy with a knife in his head. He and his friends are all drunk, and they keep trying to drink, which stresses Lexi out. And then when everyone leaves the room, they pull the knife out, and the guy is fine. Adele comes in with a broken wrist after she took a fall. She tells Meredith not to tell Weber, but he finds out anyways and gets mad that Meredith didn't tell him. Alex shows up on one of his nights off because he has to fill out a bunch of charts or else he'll be suspended, and he forges a bunch of signatures to get his charts through. Black star. Lucy sees him doing this and helps so that she can go to a basketball game with him, and she asks if he's going to ask her to go with him, and he says he was going to take Jackson, but she can come instead. She said that she's on call, actually just wanted to see if he would ask her out. Alex gives up his seats to operate on a kid with a broken leg, gold star, and Jackson asks Lexi to go to the game with him. Bailey gets freaky with Eli in an on-call room. Oh, what's that? Where is it? Hypocrisy in its truest form. Derek and Meredith walk in on them to get freaky, but they're actually not getting freaky. They're just doing a shot in Meredith for baby stuff. I don't know. Henry gives advice for Teddy for her online dates. Episode 16, Meredith is pretty indifferent to Derek's dream house plans of building their dream house. Meredith tells Alex that her baby-making medicine is making her eyes really dry, so he says to talk to the hot OB Lucy. Later she has Alex test her eyes for an eye exam, and she can't even see anything. That's a black star, you're working.
DCPI.
You're blind.
Shut up!
Can you even see me?
Yeah, and you look like a real moron.
He goes to ask Lucy about it, and she just flirts with him, but when he goes to ask her out, she says no. Meredith finally goes to see Lucy when she can't see during surgery, and she's not allowed into the OR again until she's cleared. Lucy asks Callie if she's gonna have an amnio. I don't know what that is, but Mark says she doesn't want her to get one, and after thinking on it, Callie agrees with Arizona to get it, and Mark is fine with it because at least she thought about it. Adele is back in the ER with another fall, and Bailey has concerns of dementia just like Meredith did last episode. She tells Weber that Derek should take a look at Adele. Should I put Lucy on the wall? I mean, she's like talking to people and she does get with someone. I'll put her on the wall, why not? No connections yet. But there she is. Stark wants Meredith to call CPS on a family because their son has a tumor that hasn't been taken care of yet because the mom has Alzheimer's. April and Arizona try to reason with him to not, but he doesn't budge. He is so lucky that he's just a minor character because I would be giving him black stars left and right. April finally changes his mind by asking him again, and then Stark asks her out, and she says yes, but I don't think she realizes it's a date. But ew. Christina tells Owen that she's happy they'll never have to deal with kids, and he just goes, yeah. And he thinks that she'll change her mind in a couple years. Black star, listen to her. She says she will not. Jackson and Lexi have been having flirty vibes, and later when April comes home to talk to Lexi about Stark, she sees the two of them in the shower together. Let's connect them. Episode 17 starts with a needle drop by Rumor Has It by Adele. Off to a great start. Alex has been living in a trailer in the parking lot so that he can have a better chance of being chief resident. Lucy says that she's not into him, but Meredith tells her all of his trauma and shit, and she starts to think differently about him, and later she joins him at his trailer and they kiss, so now we can connect them. Derek tells Adele that the tests they've run on her are consistent with early onset Alzheimer's, and Weber wants her into the trial, but they don't even know if she properly fits the criteria, and the trial's waiting list is full. Later, a patient drops out, leaving a spot open, so they test her, and she scores 1 point below the criteria to qualify. Derek wants to let her in anyways, but Meredith says it could ruin the trial for everyone else, and they can't bend the rules. Do you want to say that again in a couple episodes, Meredith? Arizona is throwing a baby shower, and Mark is super into it, and Arizona isn't as much. Alex finds out about April and Stark and accuses her of screwing her way to the top, and she says it's not like that, they're just friends. And when he invites her to go over to watch a movie, she says yes at first, but when everyone convinces her not to, she changes her mind. Henry gets brought into the hospital after he collapsed while running, and while high on painkillers, he asks Teddy out. Weber hears Teddy calling their marriage a business arrangement. Bailey tries to get her patient onto Weber's diabetes trial, but it's not been FDA approved yet, so she tries to get an emergency waiver. Eli tries to convince the patient that they don't want the trial, and Weber performs the surgery without FDA approval. Black Star. Bailey tells Weber that he needs to have someone else choose the chief resident if he's not gonna do it, but not her though. So he has Owen do it, and Christina is sad because that means she can't be chief resident. Another needle drop by Adele. Someone like you, they love Adele. Oh my god. Arizona and Callie are driving to a B&B to get a little vacay. Callie takes her seatbelt off to grab her phone from the back seat, which Arizona threw back there earlier because she was texting Mark. And Callie says, whatever will make you happy, I'll do it. And Arizona says, marry me. And she's looking away from the road. She's looking at Callie and she says, marry me. And then they crash the car. Episode 18. It's the musical episode, everyone. Everyone, get up. I want to see a standing ovation for this incredible piece of television. Arizona sees that Callie has gone through the windshield from them crashing into the tow truck, and Callie has an out-of-body experience and sees herself on the hood, and then she starts singing the Grey's Anatomy theme song. It's so good already, it's so good. Meredith tells Mark about the accident, and all of the doctors are waiting for the ambulance to come in, and when they arrive, Callie tells Bailey that Calliope means music, and then her out-of-body body starts singing Chasing Cars.
Do it all, everything.
Owen starts to sing too. Oh my god, I'm gonna give him a Black Star. I hated him singing. Bailey sings while holding Callie's hand. Lucy gets the fetal heartbeat and Callie starts crashing, and they shock her twice and she comes back. They bring Callie to the OR and Owen has everyone center themselves before they start operating, and Lexi sings Breathe after telling Callie to breathe. Pretty incredible. They keep her all set for now. Weber asks Lucy what she's gonna do if Callie needs to deliver the baby, and she says she thinks she'll be out of her depth, and Lexi goes and sits with Mark. Weber flies in a different fetal doctor. Everyone? It's Addison Montgomery, baby. Everyone is arguing about what to do, and Owen starts singing a song I don't recognize, and it's very scary.
Straight.
Meredith and Christina notice that Alex has a hickey. Ooh. Alex says it's not going to be serious because they both work at Ciel, Grace, Mercy, Death, so something is bound to go wrong. Arizona and Mark argue about what to do, and Bailey and Lexi sing another song that I don't recognize. In an interesting turn, Arizona is fighting for the baby, and Mark is fighting for Callie. Derek tells Meredith he doesn't know if Callie will be okay cognitively after the head trauma from the crash. Callie has a dream sequence song in the car if they didn't crash, and it's real horny. Eli sings to Bailey. Owen sings to Christina. Everyone's getting freaky. Henry sings to Teddy. Alex sings to Lucy. It's something. Derek wakes Callie up to do a neuro check, but she doesn't respond. Christina comes up with the way that Burke used to save Callie's heart and the baby, but Teddy says no because it's too risky. Callie and Arizona sing a song to each other at their bedside, and Callie lifts a finger. I think this is when they sing the story she ate. I'll give her a gold star for the story. She starts to crash, and she sings another song while getting wheeled into the OR, and when she starts crashing, Owen says they should do Christina's idea, gold star for Owen. They start singing how to save a life. Addison has to take the baby out. Mark and Arizona rush to the OR, and Arizona helps save the baby, and the baby has a heartbeat, and Callie's recovering too. Let's give a gold star for Addison, because she hasn't gotten any in a while. Callie hasn't woken up after surgery, and Mark apologizes to Arizona for what he said when they fought, and he says this is their kid together, and Meredith has a good acting moment as well. Teddy tells Christina that she can't teach her anymore if she won't listen, and Arizona talks to Callie at her bedside. Okay, this is when Callie sings the story. My bad. She's still getting a gold star from earlier, but she eats it up. And at the end of the song, Callie wakes up and she tells Arizona she's gonna marry her. So that was the musical episode. I do think that if you don't watch all of Grey's Anatomy, or if you only watch the first 6 seasons, you should still watch the musical episode because it's stupid. Episode 19, Callie is still recovering, and she's going a little stir-crazy because she wants to see her baby. Christina comes up with a plan, and everyone brings Callie to her bed in the NICU. Gold star Christina. Jackson has to distract Bailey while they wheel Callie past. Meredith is talking to Richard when he accidentally drops a sticky note that says, "This is Richard. Richard is your husband," which makes her reconsider Adele for the trial, and she talks to Derek about it. Arizona tells Alex about how she wishes she could bring some of the children she was treating in Africa to Seattle to help them, and when Owen asks Alex for his plans as chief resident, he says he would bring a bunch of African kids over with Arizona. Meredith sees the head of the trial, like Medicines, input the password to the door for the results for whether or not they're going to get the placebo or the treatment. You know, just something to know, I guess. 5 weeks later, Callie is walking but still recovering, and she can't hold her baby yet. Stark lets Arizona be in the OR while they operate on the baby, and her name is Sophia. Callie overworks herself and tears her stitches, and at 12 weeks, Callie can hold Sophia, and Bailey just charges her. Alex has some patients lined up to come in from Africa, and he's not very organized, though. He's got a lot of attendings who said they'd operate pro bono. Stark is not interested in the proposal. Alex has a mean rich patient and thinks he can use her for funding his proposal. He shows her pictures of the kid, but she's not interested. Super weird. He gets $100,000 from her by saying he won't enter her room unless he pays. What the hell? That's a black star. He tells Meredith that this is what happens when you break the rules, and then his patient dies. Adele has decreased enough to get into the trial. I guess they're not worried about there not being spots anymore. And Meredith wants to just say fuck it and give her the drugs, but Derek says that could jeopardize the whole trial. Adele talks to Meredith but thinks she's Ellis, and she begs her to give Richard back. Teddy is still going on unsuccessful dates and bringing her leftovers to eat with Henry. Alex's African kid thing gets approved, and he brings a bunch of kids over and assigns them to different attendings. Arizona is very excited. Alex tells Lexi that he's in big trouble because he doesn't have enough money to pay for it. Lexi tells him that it's fraud, black star, but then his mean rich patient who died, sent him a check for $200,000 so he can pay for it. $200,000 seems like really cheap to bring a bunch of kids over from Africa, but I don't know anything. Meredith breaks into the pharmacy where the results for the trial patients are kept, and she takes out Adele's and sees that she's just getting the placebo, so she switched it with someone else who will be getting the drug, and Alex catches her. Black star, Meredith. That's really bad. Stark approves Sophia to go home if she can pass one final test, which she passes. So the family's all going home. Episode 20, Alex is introducing all of his African kids to everyone. All the attendings are very impressed. Derek's kid is a little baby named Zola. I'll put a picture. She has spina bifida. Derek introduces her to Meredith, and he wants them to adopt her. Oh. Meredith and Derek get officially married so that they can. Stark is still being a dick to April after she turned him down. April is making African food for her patients and she isn't eating. Gold star. And Stark tells Owen that she would be a great chief resident because she really cares about her patients. Christina wants back on Teddy's service and she tries to apologize, but it's insincere. Callie's mom is avoiding holding Sophia. She is not approving of her and Arizona and the baby being born out of wedlock, and she leaves 2 days before the wedding, saying that Callie isn't going to heaven. Alex asks Meredith if Derek knows about her messing with the trial, and she says she doesn't know what he's talking about, and he says it's illegal to mess with a blind trial like that, and Meredith says it doesn't matter if she changed anything, and Alex says when the FDA finds out, it'll discredit the hospital as a research institution. Let's give Alex a gold star. Teddy is back with Andrew. Remember that guy? I didn't until they said his name. Jackson is working with Weber on his diabetes trial, and he is killing it, so let's give him a gold star. The minister marrying Callie in Arizona can't cancels last minute when his wife gets into a car crash. Bailey comforts Callie, and she ends up being the pastor. That's nice. Arizona and Callie both look very beautiful. Mark gives Callie away when she sends her dad away to go be with her mom. And at the wedding, Christina tells Teddy that she's sorry her surgery saved Callie and hers didn't. And Teddy's date, Andrew, has accepted a job in Germany, but said he would only accept if Teddy goes with him. Callie's dad shows up to dance with her for the father-daughter dance. It's cute. Episode 21, Christina tells Owen they can't have sex so he can still choose her for chief resident. Alex has been avoiding Meredith. She asks if he'll say anything to Owen during his chief resident interview, and he says, I thought you were gonna say good luck or something. Lexi tells Jackson to mention how instrumental he's been to Weber's trial, but he brushes her off. April shows Owen her ER protocol she wants to instill. It's very organized. Lucy tells Alex that she got a job in Texas, and she seems hesitant to leave, but Alex tells her to go for it. Alex has been very good with the African kids, and he's worried about what will happen when they go back, and Arizona tells him to just go with them because her job position never got filled. When he tells Lucy there would be nothing keeping him in Seattle if he didn't get chief resident, she gets mad at him, and when Alex takes a while to think about the Africa job, Lucy tells him that she took the job. Henry asks Weber if he can get in on his diabetes trial, and after Weber finds out that Teddy is still seeing Andrew, he lets Henry in. Jackson tells Weber he wants out of the trial to focus on surgery, and Owen realizes that he dropped out because if he was on the trial, Weber wouldn't be able to win a Harper Avery for it. Christina has a patient with a tree growing in his lung. She falsified his checklists to treat him, which makes April mad. Black Star Christina. She gets mad when she won't tell Teddy about the surgery, and Christina tells her she doesn't want to tell Teddy because that she'll put in a good word for her with Owen. Christina tells April that she knows why she's so productive because she hasn't had sex in 3 days, and that April must have virgin superpowers. April tells Teddy about the tree lung case. The patient wants Christina on the surgery though. Weber lets Christina operate, but he's going to tell Owen about her breaking protocol. Christina tells April that she's not going to be chief resident, and Owen tells Christina that she won't be chief resident. Teddy tells Henry that she's going to go to Germany with Andrew, and he asks for a divorce. At Joe's, Christina tells Alex that Meredith is probably going to be chief resident because everyone trusts her, and Owen comes in, and Alex tells him that Meredith messed with the trial. Gold star for telling him. Episode 22, Owen tells Derek about Meredith messing with the trial. He asks Meredith what she did, and she says she can't tell him. Weber kicks her off of the study. Meredith kicks Alex out of herself. Christina is pissed at Alex. Alex tells Owen that he lied, but Owen doesn't believe him. Meredith doesn't want to tell Derek because then the trial won't be blind anymore. And Weber finds out it was Adele based on what Alex saw. And Derek tells Weber he has to fire Meredith, but Weber just suspends her. So let's give... I put a black star in my notes, but I don't remember who I was going to... Let's give Weber a black star for not firing her, because that is, bad. Meredith tells Derek that she's sorry that she messed up the trial, but she would do it again. And Derek tells Meredith that he doesn't know if he can raise a child with someone who doesn't know the difference between right and wrong, and he calls her a bad mother. Black star. I hate him so much. Their social worker gives Meredith and Derek temporary custody of Zola. Yay! Meredith tries calling Derek, but he doesn't answer, and she goes home to find no one there, and Alex has moved out. There's a big trauma this episode. It's a plane crash. Imagine ending the season with a plane crash. That's crazy. Owen makes everyone get ready for lots of traumas, but no one comes in, and they start telling family members that everyone died. Hours later, though, they find one survivor. Christina is pregnant again, and Owen is very happy, but she is not. He gets kind of pro-life on her, and it makes her super upset, rightly. Christina says children should have parents who want them, and she doesn't want one. She makes an appointment to get an abortion, and he kicks her out. Black star, Owen. Jesus Christ. April got chief resident. Yay, gold star. No one congratulates her, though. Congratulations, April. I love you so much. Owen tells Alex that it was gonna be him, but that no one will trust him after he ratted on Meredith. And then Jackson congratulates April. Henry tells Teddy that he loves her, and they kiss. So now they're, connected for realsies. Lucy asks Alex to ask her not to go to Africa, and he tells her to go to hell. And that's the end of season 7. You know, some classic Meredith just breaking rules. Some classic Owen being terrible. We took down one thing. Do you think we can remove Owen as professional? I think I'll keep it up for now. My favorite episode of the season was episode 11, Disarm, and my favorite characters We're Alex, Arizona, and Cali. Here's what the wall looks like at the end of the season. Here's the good noodle board. Let's move on to season 8. Alright, we're on season 8 now. Season 8, great season. Really good season. At least the ending is really good. I don't remember a lot about season 8 besides the ending, so let's see if my notes will help me decide if this is actually a good season or if the end is just like makes everything better. Alright, episode 1. Meredith and Christina are basically co-parenting Zola at this point because Derek won't come home because he's being a little bitch baby. Owen is helping Derek build the dream house. I guess he's still building the dream house even though he's mad at Meredith. Whatever, I hate that man. Alex has been sleeping at the hospital because everyone hates him, and Christina hasn't gotten her abortion yet. I don't remember. It's been like a couple days since I filmed season 7, and I already forgot about what happened. Unmemorable season. Sorry, season 7. Lexi is showing around a batch of new interns. I don't think any of them are important in any way, but next season, though. Spoilers. Do you ever stop and think about how we were one season away from getting Lexi and Joe on the same season? Can you imagine? They had to separate the two of them because Lexi and Joe together would have been unstoppable. Teddy tells Christina that she's done with all of their drama and she's fine teaching her again, and she tries to get Christina to be better at teaching, but Christina's not very receptive to it. Arizona begs Alex to get his PEDS fellowship application ready. I'm gonna move my camera over a little bit so that I'm not like over here when I'm talking about Bailey. Hang on. Okay. Weber meets with Meredith to be like, hey queen, you're not actually suspended. The board fired you actually. I mean, as they should, she tampered with a blind trial. After, like, in season 7, she was literally talking to, I think, Derek about how they shouldn't tamper with blind trials. Everyone is pretty pissed off at Alex, and Meredith tells Derek that she got fired. And Derek says, what did you think was gonna happen? I mean, that's what I was just saying. However, I'm not married to her, so I feel like you should give her a little bit of grace because that is your wife and now the mother of your child. So I will be giving him a black star. Not all black stars are created equal. You know, sometimes you get one for cutting an LVAD wire, and sometimes you get one for being mean to your wife. You know, if you don't like how I give out the stars, what are you gonna do? Make your own 4.5 hour long video. But thank you, I like everyone who comments. So Meredith is like fired at this point and she's just like hanging around, moping around the hospital because she doesn't know what to do. And she tries to help an intern in the ER because he doesn't know what he's doing, and Bailey stops her, as she should. Weber asks Bailey to write a recommendation letter for Meredith so she can get into another program, but Bailey does not want to do that. This is a great opener accident. Love the opener accidents. This is a good one. Owen and Callie get called to this massive sinkhole in the middle of the road. A woman is stuck at the bottom with her leg like pinned under her car, and they think that they're gonna go down there and amputate her leg, but actually they're there to guide the woman's husband into amputating her leg, but he can't do it because he's just like a normal dude and you want him to cut off his wife's leg, so Owen has to go down there and cut the leg off. Let's give Owen a gold star for going down into a sinkhole. He needs him where he can take him. Alex is also at the scene of the sinkhole and he digs a child out of a bunch of rubble and saves his life. Gold star, very reminiscent of everyone's favorite Alex ex, Rebecca. April's running the pit, but she's like really disorganized and she gets the information wrong, so the wrong patient almost gets operated on by Bailey. So let's give April a black star. I hate to do it, queen. I love you so much. They could never make me hate April. Meredith tells Owen that he has to forgive Christina for not wanting kids because Meredith was raised by a Christina and it just made her childhood suck and she doesn't want that for Christina's potential future children. That's such a good point. Maybe think things through. Bailey tells Callie and Weber that the residents need a Gunther. More on that in a bit. Zola's social worker starts to notice that something is up with Meredith and Derek, like they're not together. And Meredith is like, is this gonna affect the possibility of us getting Zola? And she's like, I don't know, we'll need to talk to you about it with Derek. And she's like, okay, cool, I'll go get him. And then she goes to the daycare and takes Zola. That's a black star, that's kidnapping, because that's not your child. I know I said that it was. I forgot what point in the season we were. That's still a black star for Derek from earlier. I'm not taking that back. Episode 2, Weber approves of them needing a Gunther. All the residents are going to save the woman from the sinkhole without an attending's help. It's a team-building exercise. It's called a Gunther after a doctor named Gunther, and whoever the Gunther is the doctor who rises up as the leader of the team. Everyone bets on who the Gunther will be, specifically Mark in Arizona. All the residents argue about the surgery before it even starts, and then the patient begins to crash. Christina opens up the patient's chest, and then she winds back to stab the patient with epi, and then accidentally stabs Alex instead. That's a black star, Christina. And then Alex's heart stops, and they have to shock him back to life. Jackson takes over the surgery, and the patient lives, so he is the Gunther. I feel like I've been giving Jackson a lot of black stars recently, so I'll give him a gold star for being the Gunther. Christina gets paged to where Meredith has been hiding in the hospital basement, and she says she'll figure out how to explain why Meredith has been AWOL for 4 hours, and they get Alex to check Zola out to cover for Meredith kidnapping Zola. Henry is getting his trial surgery today, and Weber gets Bailey in on his mice testing and gets her to operate on some mice to practice for the surgery. I don't know how much that translates, but I trust him. Weber asks Bailey to put the device into Henry, and she questions why he's not doing it, and asks if he's drinking again, and he says he wishes it were that simple. Derek gets called into a meeting with the board and Weber, and they tell him that Weber has admitted to tampering with the trial, not Meredith. You may think I'll give him a black star for this, but that's a gold star, because that's so not brave. I'll put whatever word I'm actually thinking of. Weber tells Derek to stop punishing Meredith for trying to save him and Adele. Bailey meets with Weber and is pissed that he took the fall, and he gives his diabetes trial to Bailey, so that's why he was, getting her to do stuff with the mice. Derek tells Meredith she has to let Weber take the fall so that they can keep Zola, and the social worker tells them that they need to reevaluate the placement, so they have to say bye to Zola for now. Bye, Zola, for now. At the end of the episode, Owen goes with Christina to get her abortion. Episode 3, I guess Weber has stepped down from being chief, but he's still an attending, so they let him keep his job for tampering. Or, not his job, they let him keep working at the hospital even though he tampered in a trial, so he's not the chief anymore. The new chief is Owen. Okay. Starting today, all the 5th years, so that's everyone except for Lexi, are going to start rotating into surgeries now, and they also have to teach skills labs. Since April is chief resident, she gets her own little office, which all the other residents come to and make themselves comfortable in, which annoys her, but it's cute. Meredith asks Derek if he wants to stay together if they don't get Zola back, and he doesn't answer. Meredith asks Derek to just say what he wants to say so they can work together, and he says he can't trust her. Meredith says she'll stop doing neuro if he can't trust her. You're gonna give up your specialty because of a man? Oh, I hate this man so much. Christina has a great scene where she quizzes the interns on how to do an open appendectomy.
Unacceptable. God, you should know this.
Cross-clamp the appendix at the base.
Yeah, you already did that. Okay, hurry up. He's dying now.
Tie off or ligate.
You're losing it.
Beep. Beep. Wait, hang on. Beep. Wait. Beep. Wait. Beep.
Call the morgue moron. He's dead.
During the surgery with Teddy, they both don't remember how to do one, and they have to get the scrub nurse to help them, and they both agree to never mention it again, so let's give them both black stars for being hypocrites, but it is funny. Episode 4, we have a Warren sighting. He's on a surgery with Derek and Alex. Alex is late to the surgery, so Weber tells him to tell Derek that the reason why he was late was because he had an appointment with Mayfield in 22, and that Derek wouldn't mind him being late because of that. Mayfield in 22 means an erectile dysfunction appointment, and this is after, all the dudes who don't know what that means have been saying it all day, and all the women are like, oh, okay. Warren and Eli fight over a patient, and Warren gets upset when he finds out that Bailey is with Eli. Drama. There's a bunch of trampled Comic-Con attendees in the ER today, and Weber really just wants to get in on a surgery now that he's an attending, and he dances with Alex in the OR when he finally gets in on one. Weber and Jackson operate on grapes. That's right, the prophecy has been foretold. They operated on a grape. Owen punches a patient who was beating up another patient. Gold star for saving one patient, but then he dares the patient to sue him. So let's take that right back. Black star. Warren, Owen, and Jackson all head over to Derek's to work on his deck at his dream house, and Jackson brings Alex too. Mark shows up to yell at Derek for trying to steal Jackson. It's a pretty funny scene.
Avery, go get in the car. What?
Episode 5, Derek is losing hope that they're going to get Zola back because it's been a few weeks and they haven't heard anything. Jackson has arranged for Lexi to visit her sister Molly. Remember Molly? Conveniently while his mom Catherine is in town. The other residents are very excited to meet her because she's a very famous urologist. Jackson is shocked to find out that April is Facebook friends with her. Let's get Catherine out here. Where is she? Where's Catherine? His mom is Catherine Fox, and she has a patient for everyone. She makes the patient disrobe and everyone gasps. She invites anyone who's interested to watch the country's first penis transplant. Let's put Catherine on the wall. Jackson really does not want to do a penis surgery with his mom, but Mark tells him that he should do it because it'll look really good for his boards to become an attending. That's also something that's happening this season. Catherine invites everyone to do a microsurgery skills lab, and Alex drops out to help a patient, which leaves Meredith and Jackson as the victors. Christina calls nepotism, but Catherine says nepotism is for the weak. And Jackson says, that's what my birthday cards always said. Meanwhile, Alex runs out with Arizona because Zola is in the hospital. The social workers tell them that they can't tell Meredith or Derek, but after they talk with Christina and Zola seizes again, they decide to tell Meredith. April is on penis retrieval surgery with Catherine, and Catherine asks her why she hasn't had sex yet, and she was like, who told you that? And she was like, no one, I could just tell. I'm gonna give her a black star for that. I feel like I should have made Catherine's picture bigger. Maybe in between seasons she'll have a bigger picture. Look forward to that. Catherine and Weber talk after the surgery and she asks him out, but he says no because he's married. Watch this space for something. And Catherine successfully gives him a new penis. So let's give her a gold star. Christina interrupts the penis surgery and makes eye contact with Meredith, and Meredith steps out of the surgery and Catherine replaces her with April. April accidentally suctions out a vein when Jackson, Mark, and Catherine start fighting. Black star. Arizona and Owen tell Meredith and Derek they can't see Zola. Alex tells Derek where she is, and Meredith tells him that they can't. Arizona promises that she can fix it, and Alex and Arizona fix Zola and save her, and Christina says she'll stay with Zola at the hospital. That's so nice. They're all so nice. Warren tells Bailey that he's going to be in her OR today. Originally, he was trying to avoid her, but not anymore, and he flirts with her a little bit too, which Teddy notices. Bailey tells Warren that what she and Eli are doing is not what she and Warren were doing. Henry invites Bailey and Eli to he and Teddy's dinner party, and it is real awkward. Bailey tells Teddy that she needs to break up with Eli, and she breaks up with Eli, and he takes it really well. She tells Warren that it has nothing to do with him, but he doesn't really believe her. Weber tells Bailey that she should get Meredith in on the diabetes mice trial, but Bailey's like, why would I let her near another trial after what just happened? Arizona wants to legally become Sophia's mother, and Callie agrees, so now she is legally her mother. This will be important later, but I'm not going to put it on the wall. Episode 6, Bailey changes the locks to the mouse lab so that Weber can't come in. April is working on the mice with Bailey, and the mice are having some trouble. April has Meredith work on one in secret, but Weber finds out and tells Meredith what to do to make the mice better. Bailey finds out that Meredith has been working on the trial and kicks... Ow. Just hit my elbow. Bailey finds out that Meredith has been working on the trial and kicks April off, but Meredith makes her read her research before they do anything else. Meredith is in OB today as their rotation, and she has to wear pink scrubs, and Christina says that that's embarrassing. Owen tells all of the fifth-year residents how important it is that all their surgeries are done well this year. Every result is counted, and he'll be getting emails if anyone receives more than 10 bad outcomes. Alex already has 5, and April has 2. Meredith and Derek are starting to make up, with Derek finally being nicer to her. Meredith gives Lexi a brain tumor patient to get good with Derek. She would do it herself, but she says the only thing keeping their marriage together is not talking about neuro. And after forcibly showing him the case, Derek thinks he can remove it, and he does. Christina is working with Callie for 3 days on a case to rebuild a guy's neck, and she drops out of the case because she's worried about getting a bad outcome. Black star. The outcome was good. Weber catches Owen and Christina about to have sex in a conference room, so that's a black star for both of them. Keep it in your damn pants. Alex is really mean to April and calls her annoying, black star, and she uses this to finally learn how to be more assertive, and everyone starts listening to her. Episode 7, the surgeons are having a baseball game. Oh my god. I love the surgeon baseball games. It's so good. It's Seattle Grace versus Seattle Prez. Mark is kissing a doctor. from Seattle Presbyterian. Her name is Dr. Julia Canner. Let's put her on the wall and connect her to Mark. That was so scary putting her on the wall. I thought every string that was in front of her was going to fall apart. Owen hires Henry for one day so that he can be in the baseball game because he used to play baseball in college. Or no, he used to be a pro baseball player. Whoa. Henry rearranges the batting order and field setup too. During the game, Meredith and Christina just drink from a flask. Great scene.
Your mom would have been proud.
Teddy begs Henry to put her as pitcher, but she kind of sucks, and then Lexi throws a baseball at Julia's boobs. Black star.
Better than that!
The social workers want to move Zola's care to Seattle Pres, which Alex doesn't want. He goes to social services and he tells a worker that he'll check out a mole for the worker for free if she tells him what's going on with Zola. He goes to see the judge, who tells him that it's a federal charge to try and influence him. However, Meredith and Derek hear from the social worker and they're getting a court date. So we'll give Alex a gold star for really fighting for Zola for the two of them. Bailey finds out that the diabetic device for the trial has been acting up, so they have to keep a very close eye monitoring Henry, and Meredith finds out what's wrong with the device, so let's give her a gold star. Also in gold star territory, Callie comes up with a way to save a guy's fingers. Gold star for her. Derek and Lexi are working on a very difficult brain tumor case, and he thinks that he can operate if he goes in from the top of the head, but he doesn't know what angle he should do, and while practicing baseball swings with Lexi, she tells him to readjust his body and drop his shoulders and turn his head, and Derek has a Grey's Anatomy epiphany and realizes that the patient's head is at the wrong angle, not Derek's hands. In case you were wondering what I meant by a Grey's Anatomy realization, that's like the kind of thing where they're just like eating soup, and April will be like, Meredith, you might need to blow on the soup because it'll be too hot, and she'll be like, the soup is too hot. Oh my god, the kidney! Teddy tells Christina to make a list of every surgery that she's ever dreamed of, because she's learned everything that Teddy can teach her, and she taught April how to do a heart surgery, so this is her reward. This is such a good Teddy moment, like, great. Gold stars for Teddy. Oh my god, love her in this era. Episode 8, Arizona is scouting a possible PEDS fellow and takes cases away from Alex for the fellow. Alex is jealous, but he hears that the PEDS fellow complaining on the phone about how today was a bust because Arizona wouldn't stop talking about how great Alex was. Bailey is working on a VIP patient with Meredith. It's George's mom! Meredith reminisces on when Alex gave George syphilis and when George did the heart surgery in the elevator. Christina says she should put heart surgery in an elevator on her list for Teddy. Christina listens to the heart beating and has a revelation. I guess I forgot in my notes that Teddy and Christina had a heart transplant earlier, but the donee died, so now they just have a beating heart in a box. And yes, this episode is called Heart-Shaped Box. So George's mom wants Meredith to do the surgery with this heart in a box, but Bailey doesn't think she's ready. She gives in though, and Bailey tells Meredith that George was her favorite. Weber calls Jackson a fool for not operating with Mark. Christina consults the heart in the box for what surgeries she should want from Teddy. She tries to show the magic of the heart to Jackson. From the power of the heart, he realizes that if he wants to be in plastic, he has to break up with Lexi because there's still something going on with her and Mark. I guess that makes sense. I don't know. She asks if he's picking Mark over her, and he says, yeah, can you tell me why I shouldn't? And she doesn't respond. Weber admires Christina's lists and tells her he made one of his own too, and they have a nice little moment. Henry tells Teddy that he wants to go to medical school, and Teddy's not super into it because she doesn't want to spend 10 years with a med student. Lexi has a patient who is an author, and Lexi says about the author, it's amazing, she has this great story with these amazing characters, and she just blows it. You think that's like a self-fulfilling prophecy for the show, or? Episode ends with Teddy coming home to find Henry coughing up blood. Ooh, that's bad. Episode 9, Meredith gets a call from the social worker, and she tells her that the court date for Zola has been canceled and that they should move on because they're not going to get Zola. Arizona sends Alex to another hospital to pick up a sick baby. She wants to send Meredith with him, but she's waiting to talk to Derek. They talk while she walks out with Alex into the transport ambulance. Meredith is really blaming herself. She says Zola was their baby. If she's gone, she doesn't want another baby. Derek blames himself for pushing Meredith to want kids in the first place, and Christina tells them both not to give up. The hospital they go to is not equipped for the sick baby that they're getting at all. Teddy gets paged away while Henry is in CT. Weber is being really nice to her with Henry, and when Weber can't do the technique that Teddy wants to be done with Henry, she asks Christina to do it. Owen, Bailey, and Weber don't agree, and Teddy tells them to cover Henry's face so that she won't know it's him. Black Star? Jesus Christ, Teddy. Weber says he'll join in if something goes wrong, and Owen tells Lexi about it, and to make sure that she doesn't tell Christina that she's operating on Henry. In the surgery that Teddy got paged away to, she pulls a loose screw out of a woman's heart, and the screw was from a surgery that Callie just performed. Callie blames Jackson for the screw since he placed it. I'm gonna give a black star to Callie though because she's the attending. Alex and Meredith are riding back in the ambulance with the baby in the rain. Alex tells Meredith he can't be responsible for them not having kids. She says it's her fault for messing with the trial in the first place. The ambulance pulls over because the engine went out. The driver says he's going to get help, but they have to get out of the ambulance. It's full of oxygen, and if someone hit them, it would explode. Meredith and Alex say they can't get out because the baby will die. Christina's surgery on Henry is going well for a while, and then some clots start to fill the field. Weber and Lexi open Henry up and they find out that the tumor is in his pulmonary artery. Weber tries to save him, which Christina questions because there's not much left to do. He's down for 20 minutes and Christina calls it, Henry is dead. Let's put an X over him. Christina tells Weber that to make sure to put in the post-op notes that the procedure was Teddy's ideas and not hers so she won't get a bad outcome on her boards. Owen tells her that it was Henry, and Christina freaks out. Meredith and Alex call Arizona to give her an update about the ambulance being pulled over, and they argue about who should get out of the ambulance when a car hits them. Owen tells Teddy that they finished Henry's surgery, but he doesn't tell her that Henry is dead because she's still operating. I guess this is during a surgery. Arizona, Mark, and Derek just listen to the dial tone from the call from Meredith and Alex, and Jackson takes over for Derek in the surgery. Meredith and Alex get up. Meredith is holding the baby, and Alex starts disconnecting the baby from the stuff, and they get out of the ambulance. When they get out, they see the passengers from the car strewn all over the ground from the car that hit them. Episode 10, Alex and Meredith get out to check on the passengers on the ground. Meredith gives the baby to the teenage daughter of the crash because she seems fine while they go to check on the rest of the family. Meredith finds another kid stuck under the car, and another ambulance comes by. Arizona benches Alex to get checked out, but he can't sit still and he wants to get back on the case. Meredith and Bailey's patient has malignant hypothermia. She goes to warn the other doctors because it's genetic. What? Malignant hypothermia? I don't know what that is. Warren was the one who made the catch. The eldest daughter of the family has so far watched her mom and her grandma die from the crash, and she tells Meredith to take her dad off of life support. That's rough. I'm gonna give Meredith and Alex gold stars for helping out with the crash, though. Owen tells April that Henry died when she comes down to help with the ER. Teddy's still having trouble with her patient and asks for Christina to join her. Christina says she can't do that if Teddy doesn't know, but Owen begs her. Black star. When she goes in, Teddy thanks her for saving Henry, and Christina does a very mean but accurate impression of April to distract her from talking about Henry. Teddy is really enjoying operating Christina, which makes it real hard for Christina. After the surgery, she tells Teddy about the complications and that Henry died. I'll give her a gold star for having to do that. Christina is really mad at Owen for making her lie to Teddy for hours during surgery, and Teddy goes and looks at Henry's chart and to look at his body. Mark calls his girlfriend in to help one of the patients. I think she's like an eye surgeon. I don't remember what they're called. She's really nervous, but Lexi says that she did a great job. In sappy news, Warren holds Bailey's hand. Ooh. At the end of the episode, Meredith and Derek are home when the doorbell rings. It's the social worker, and she has Zola. Zola's their baby now. Yippee! Episode 11, Meredith tells Derek that if Zola takes her first steps during daycare, she'll kill herself. So real queen. All the residents and attendings are practicing an intense conjoined twin surgery. Arizona is very intense about it. Alex has a saying to remember how to flip the babies with Arizona. Yours over mine, the baby's fine. Mine over yours, the baby's in the morgue. None of the practices fully succeed, but they have to do the surgery. Weber psychs Alex out on doing the flip so that he can take his place doing it. Weber apologizes for taking his moment, but only does it so that he can do the transplant that Alex suggested. Forgot how much of a shark that Weber is. Warren asks Bailey to move in with him. Bailey tells Meredith about it, but leads with, "The fact that I know things about your personal life is one of the great tragedies of my life." Meredith is annoyed that Bailey pulled her off the twin surgery just so that Warren wouldn't be able to ask her about their relationship. Teddy pulls Christina off the twin surgery so that she can recount Henry's surgery to her. She makes her recount it multiple times. Black Star. This has been going on for 2 weeks. April yells at Teddy for making Christina do this over and over again, but later Teddy tells Christina to not blame herself, and she did everything that Teddy would have done. Episode 12, Julia is in the I love you stage with Mark, but he's not saying it back. Callie and Arizona roleplay with him so that he can say it back to her. Today, Weber is doing his 10,000th surgery. That's crazy. During the surgery, a neighbor brings Adele into the hospital. Apparently, she tried to walk to the hospital from 7 miles away. She wanders away and April finds her in the empty chief's office. She cries to April about Weber leaving her for Ellis, and she brings her down to the operating gallery. She sees Meredith operating with Weber and thinks it's Ellis. To get her to calm down, Weber sings My Funny Valentine, iconic scene alert. It was a song that they did their first dance to at their wedding, and later they have it combined Zola's birthday and Weber's surgery party. Owen talks with Meredith because she hasn't declared a specialty yet, and he suggests general, which Bailey agrees and says that it makes sense for her. Christina suggests trauma, and Mare says, I've had enough trauma for one lifetime. At the end of the day, Meredith does pick General as her specialty after she gets a rousing pep talk from Bailey. Teddy and Christina have been awake for 2 days straight operating, and they want to continue, but Owen tells them that they can't. Let's give them black stars for that. The two of them steal a surgery from Alex without telling Owen, and when he finds out, they make fun of him. Owen tells Christina that he's taking her off Teddy's surgery permanently, and Christina says he can't do that. Teddy gets whatever she wants from her because Owen made her kill her husband. They have a very loud fight at the party, and Owen tells Christina that she killed their baby. Jesus fucking Christ. Black Star, man. Oh my god. April, Jackson, and Alex decide to move out of Meredith's house. Episode 13 is the what if episode. What if Ellis didn't have Alzheimer's? So in this scenario, Ellis is married to Weber. They all still work at Seattle Grace together. Derek and Addison are still together and she's pregnant. Bailey still looks like she did in her intern episode. Callie is married and with kids to Owen. Callie is also chief of cardio. And Ellis is the chief of surgery, and she prioritizes innovation over anything else. In the resident land, April and Meredith are besties. Percy is also here. Meredith is telling April that Percy likes her. Meredith is engaged. But to who? She says that April is her person and that's why she told her first. In walks Christina with some bangs. This is definitely still like motorcycle rider Christina era. She is super cold and everyone makes fun of her for it, but she doesn't care. Alex looks like such a nerd, and the residents discuss which attending they're with for today. April is with Good Shepherd and Percy is with Bad Shepherd. After everyone leaves, Meredith and Alex kiss. That's so scary. Ew. A patient is brought in after ODing. It's Lexi. She has dreads. Okay. She's covered in tattoos. I'm into the tattoos, not so much the dreads part. She tells Jackson that she has a half-sister that works at the hospital, but she doesn't want to meet her. Jackson tells her that she could turn her life around and go to med school. Lexi steals some drugs and runs off. Meredith brings her in off the street, and Meredith and Christina crack her chest open and bring her to life. Everyone in the hospital talks about the Shepherds being a good surgical team, but behind the scenes, they are not doing that well at all. Ellis tells Derek that she isn't afraid to fire him because she would choose Addison over him any day. Girl, me too. Everyone should choose Addison over Derek. The residents all talk about how crazy it was that Christina slept with Burke, and how they heard that he had to flee the country. Alex mentions that he never goes for crazy chicks. They'll go full Izzy on him. Jackson asks who Izzy is, and Meredith says she was a resident who slept with a patient and stole a heart for him. But Meredith turned her into Ellis and she got fired. They also mention George, who failed his intern exam and never came back. Callie is admiring Arizona when she mentions that she wishes he went into ortho. Meredith gets in on Christina's solo surgery. Christina goes to find out why she is, and when she catches April and Alex getting freaky, Christina goes to Owen to get Meredith off, and he punches a hole through the window. Christina says she thought this was getting better, or is he gonna hit another intern? What is going on in this hospital? Christina tells Meredith about April and Alex, and Percy says, oh, just shoot me now. Alice is not sympathetic at all, and she tells Weber to fire Bailey for humiliating her during a surgery. Derek tells Addison that he wants to make it work, and he wants their baby together, and Addison tells him that it's not his baby, and then Mark comes out of the bathroom shirtless. Is that all he knows how to do with her? After saving Lexi, Meredith and Christina go to Joe's and get shots. They get into their normal banter, and Christina leaves, and Derek talks to Meredith. He asks what the resident nickname for him is, and she says McDreary. She says, So how about tonight you're not McDrury and you're just a guy in a bar and they drink together? You know, even if Alice was still alive, these two idiots would still find each other and Callie would still be lusting over Arizona, as we all should be. Episode 13, we're back to normal. We're not watching that weird What If episode anymore. Lexi is the only one still living in the house with Meredith and Derek. Warren and Bailey are going on a date tonight, so I guess they're officially back together. It's Valentine's Day. Warren teases her and says she'll be late because of surgery. She is late and gets very defensive when he says that he just knows her well enough to know that this would happen. And he books her a fancy dinner at the hospital for the two of them. Let's give him a gold star for that. Christina tells Meredith that she thinks that Owen is going to leave her. She says she doesn't care and she isn't going to beg, and after 2 weeks, Owen puts Christina back on Teddy's service. Right after this happens, a truck crashes into the ER. Fun stuff. Mark and Arizona have a best 2 out of 3 rock, paper, scissors game to decide who's going to watch Sophia tonight. Mark and Jackson huddle in the middle of it, and Mark still loses.
Rock, hold on. Time out.
Time out. I'm sorry, time out.
Jackson, team huddle.
Oh my gosh. Are you guys kidding me? I mean, some of us.
Jackson and Mark have a bro Valentine's Day. I love the two of them. They're great. Owen tells Christina that he's moving out. Owen asks Teddy if they can be friends again, and Teddy says that she hates him. She wishes he died instead of Henry. It will not pass. She hates him. She doesn't want him to speak to her again unless it's work-related. Christina begs Owen not to hate Teddy back. Great speech from Teddy. I mean, that's how I feel about Owen. Bailey and Meredith work really well together on a case, and they have a really good dynamic. I'm gonna give them both gold stars. Alex has good bedside manner and reads a love letter from one 10-year-old patient to another, so I'll give him a gold star. And at the end of the episode, Lexi goes over to Mark's to confess her love for her, but she gives up when she sees Jackson is also there. Episode 15, Christina and Owen are in couples therapy, thank God. He's very blamey of Christina getting an abortion. Owen does not believe that someone wouldn't want kids. Jesus Christ. He's convinced that she's gonna change her mind, and he gets mad about Meredith being her person, and she's like, then be my person. What are you doing to be my person? Meredith's my person, obviously. What are you doing? Amelia is back! Let's go! She wants Derek to operate on a tumor, and she looks so young in this. She's such a baby. Amelia, I love you. They could never make me hate you. I know people hate Amelia. Get out of my life. If you don't like Amelia, stop watching this video. Actually keep watching it. But just know, we have beef if you don't like Amelia. If you don't like Amelia, if you don't like April, get out of my life. Lexi and Amelia have a classic Grey's Anatomy realization when they're watching Meredith operate on a finger. The residents are all starting to stress about having to take their boards. Alex is using an intern as a study lackey and she passes out during the procedure because she's so tired. Black star. She is having a heart attack and she's pregnant. Oh my god. Callie and Meredith have a patient whose arm got caught in a meat grinder. That's cool. Episode 16. The residents are still stressed about their boards coming up. Meredith is feeling confident because she's been studying with Callie, and as we all know, Callie has really good flashcards. Jackson is so stressed that he's yelling at patients. Black star. Mark asks if he's getting any, and that would help. Jackson doesn't answer that, and Mark tries to set up April with Jackson. Leave them alone. She tells him that it's sexual harassment, and he says it's sexual encouragement. I'm gonna give him Black star for that comment. Bailey clocks Derek for not knowing how to do Zola's hair, and Derek is noticing that people are looking at him and Zola weirdly, and he thinks it's because they're being racist, but really it's because her hair looks really bad. And Mark tells him not to worry, and that he's also learning Spanish for Sophia. That's so sweet. Hey, remember that? Hey, do you remember this? Do you remember this? It's not true. Let's take it off the wall. Teddy pitches a study to the board, and she doesn't think it goes that well, but I guess it did go well because the board approves it and gives her a grant. Christina is obsessing over this nurse that hangs out with Owen. She touches his arm, and it like triple zooms in on Christina. It's really funny. Christina tries to hack into April's account to find out the nurse's schedule. April realizes and is like, you could have just asked me for my login, I would have checked. Christina finds out that she was working with Owen last night. Christina tells Meredith that she thinks that Owen is cheating on her. She also thinks that she's crazy. Later that night, she searches through her clothes to find evidence of cheating, and she looks at one of his shirts for a while, but Owen comes home before she can fully investigate. Adele accidentally sets the kitchen on fire, but Weber puts it out. Meredith debrides to Byrne and tells him that she could pull some strings to get Adele in the same place Alice was at. They check it out, but Weber thinks he can handle it himself. The next day, he comes comes home to find Adele throwing vases at a nurse, and she doesn't recognize him. Later that night, Adele tells Weber that she should live in the Alzheimer's place where Ellis was. Episode 17, Catherine is here to work with Weber and Bailey on a bladder surgery. Catherine has a fellow with her. Her name is Dr. Mara Keaton. Bailey notices Catherine and Weber flirting. Ooh. Catherine has tasked Mara with finding out stuff about Jackson's personal life, and she and Jackson bond over how controlling Catherine is. They abandon the gala that Catherine is going to hang out with each other, and they hook up. Let's put her on the wall. Derek is trying to get Meredith back into neuro. He has to leave during a surgery with Meredith and Lexi, and while he's gone, they remove the tumor without Derek's permission or oversight, which makes him really mad, and when the patient wakes up, she can't talk. So let's give black stars to Meredith and Lexi for that. Alex is getting very close to the mother of a sick baby. Callie thinks this is weird, but Arizona disagrees. Meredith and Christina agree with him, and that the mom is going to end up just like Rebecca. After everyone tells him that she's in love with him, he finally starts to see it for himself. Christina tries to catch Owen cheating, but just sees him sleeping at the hospital, and after spending a long day with the nurses, she thinks that he's seeing. She accuses her of screwing Owen. Black star. She says that she flirts with him for fun, but she would never do that. Christina tells Owen that she's accused a nurse of being his mistress. He says it hurts to love her. He says that he didn't cheat on her with that nurse, but that he did cheat on her. Imagine cheating on Christina Yang. Oh my god. Episode 18, Meredith and Derek are driving to work when a lion crosses the street in front of them. They tell this to people, but everyone's so involved in their own problems that no one really reacts to it. Celebrity alert, Danny Strong is here. He was in Buffy the Vampire Slayer and he got mauled by the lion. Christina has been avoiding Owen and refusing to speak to him. Owen confides in Meredith and tells him to tell Christina that it didn't mean anything and that it was just sex. Meredith did not know that Owen cheated on Christina and tells him to stop talking. Later, Meredith tells Derek that if he ever cheats on her, she will kill him. At home, Christina throws a bowl of cereal in Owen's face. Deserved. Alex gets off the case to avoid the mother of the baby that's into him. Arizona tells him to put up boundaries, but does tell him that if he wants off her service, he has to mean it. He says he means it. The baby starts to deteriorate, and Arizona talks to the patient about allowing a natural death. Callie gets jealous when a nurse is leaving that Arizona hooked up with. Callie asks her how many people she's hooked up with at the hospital, and she's like, 1 or 2. Weber lets it slip that the number is a lot more than that. Callie and Arizona talks and she reveals like 7 more people that she slept with at the hospital. Are all the nurses at this hospital gay? And what is the address of this hospital? Lexi tries to confide in Derek about Mark, but he's not very receptive to it. During surgery, he tells Lexi that the only way Mark won't move in with Julia is if he thinks that he still has a chance with Lexi. Weber shows Jackson his stash of oddities removed from patients. This is a great. I love this moment with Weber. Episode 19, we get a flashback to a bunch of Owen and Christina moments, good and bad. Christina makes him tell her how he cheated on her. She tells him that she wants to know every detail. He tells her it happened the day they quit therapy, and Owen doesn't even remember her name. Everyone, please welcome to the wall. Nameless woman. Callie has been helping Meredith study for her boards, and Callie says that she's ready. Everyone else is very flustered while studying. They all say that Christina is going to fail, but Meredith says she'll be fine. Alex and April recruit Lexi with her photographic memory to memorize charts to quiz them with. Black stars, let her do her own thing. April tells her that when they're attendings, they'll recommend her for chief resident, and Meredith rescues Lexi from being a human camera. Meredith teaches them the ways of the Torres method. Owen is taking a break from being chief and he asks Meredith to be interim chief. I didn't put if she said yes. I feel like she said no. Callie, Arizona, and Teddy are having a ladies' night, and Callie invites Bailey so that Teddy won't be a third-wheeling widow. Bailey changes her mind on going so that she can hook up with Warren. Arizona and Callie also cancel so they can hook up, but Arizona feels bad and makes them all do a ladies' night. Warren sighting. He's working on a case with Derek. Meredith tells Derek that Owen cheated on Christina, and Weber goes against Mark's orders to do a surgery. Black star for Weber. Ooh, I think this might be when Mark is the interim chief. This is a great moment. Episode 20, I wrote down was a good episode. The residents are all visiting other attending programs across the country. Christina is being sent ginormous gift baskets from programs trying to recruit her. Alex's options are much less prestigious until he convinces Arizona to actually give him good recommendations. Jackson is having trouble finding hospitals that want him for him and not for the Avery name. Weber is visiting Adele, and she tells him that she's fallen in love with another patient at her care home. Let's put him on the wall. all. This is Alan. This is who Adele is seeing. The crew is helping a patient who escaped a kidnapper. She doesn't even know her own name at first, and eventually she says that her name is Holly, and they all realize that it's the same name as a child that was kidnapped 12 years ago. She was kept in a basement for 12 years. Celebrity alert, Lorraine Toussaint. She was in Orange is the New Black, and she's the hospital's therapist who helps out Holly. The girl has bonded with Meredith Goldstar, and after a few weeks, they approve to get the girl to go home. During this, Tuck goes missing from daycare, and Bailey makes them call Code Pink, but right after this, the nurse brings Tuck in because he just had a nosebleed. Episode 21, it's the day of the boards. They're in San Francisco. April is nervous about the test, and Owen talks some sense into her. It's a really good scene.
I am a soldier.
I'm a soldier.
No, I want to hear you mean it. Repeat. I am a soldier.
I am a soldier.
Now get on the bus.
Seems like the attendings are more nervous than the residents. April mentions that 1 in 5 people fail their boards. Zola has given Meredith the stomach flu. Christina takes care of her. It's really sweet. April punches a guy in the face for insinuating that she got a job offer at Case Western by sleeping with the director. I want to give her a gold star for this, but I can't, so black star. Afterwards, April kisses Jackson. Now we're fucking talking. This means so much to me. He's hesitant to be with her because she had previously stated she was saving herself for marriage, but hopped up on the adrenaline, she says that it's okay and they hook up. The next morning, though, April has a crisis because she thinks Jesus hates her. Alex finds out that his baby patient is having another surgery, and he says that he has to go back to Seattle. He makes it back in time for Arizona to tell him that there's nothing left they can do for the baby, and the baby dies. Arizona pushes him to go back to San Francisco. Weber and Catherine are both proctors for the boards, and they hook up! He's still married, and Jackson catches them the next morning! Let's connect them! Also in this episode, Mark and Lexi have started talking again, and they enjoy talking to each other. Episode 22, the residents minus Alex are talking about how hard the boards were. Catherine tells Weber that she found out that someone from the hospital failed. We get a flashback to all of their tests. Meredith makes it through her first section without throwing up. Alex doesn't make it to his first section and fails it, meaning he has to get perfect marks on the other 2 sections to pass. April seems very flustered during her boards, and she tells Jackson that the problem is that she broke her problem with Jesus, but that it felt so good. They hook up again in the bathroom. April looks so good during this scene, oh my god. In the 3rd session, Meredith throws up. Christina is really combative with her proctor, and they all think that they failed. That night, they all find out that they pass. Except for April. Julia tells Mark that she wants to have a baby with him, and Lexi tells Mark that she loves him, and he doesn't respond. Episode 23, at this moment, it doesn't seem like any of the residents besides Alex are going to be transferring somewhere else. Well, Alex was going to stay, but then he got a special fellowship offer from Hopkins, the best peds hospital in the country. All of April's offers are being rescinded. Even Owen says that they can't keep her hired anymore. Teddy doesn't understand why Christina wants to stay here, and Owen finally tells her that he cheated on her. April is partying very hard for someone who failed her boards. Celebrity alert, Patrick Fischler, he was in Mulholland Drive. Bailey cancels on lunch with Warren. He had a plan to do a crossword with her. She starts doing it during surgery. It's a custom crossword puzzle, and one of the answers to the puzzle is, "Will you marry me?" Later that day, Warren tells Bailey that he's been accepted as a surgical intern at UCLA. Christina kisses Owen, and she tells Owen that she's leaving. Some of the surgeons are going to Boise, Idaho to do a twin surgery. Alex, Mark, Derek, Meredith, Christina, and Lexi are going. Arizona and Alex have a fight when she finds out he wants to go to Hopkins, and she takes his place on the plane. Meredith tells Christina that she's going to transfer to Brigham, and Christina tells Meredith that she's going to go to the Mayo Clinic. They take off on the plane, and it cuts, and they are in the woods. The plane is on fire, and the plane has crashed. Episode 24, we get a flashback to episode 1 of the series with Weber's speech intercut with the plane destroyed. Arizona is screaming. Christina is crawling out of the wreck. Arizona is stuck under the plane. Marks runs over to her. Christina finds Meredith. She has a shard of glass in her leg. Christina lost her shoe.
I don't know. I only have one shoe.
They don't know where Derek and Lexi are. Christina tells Meredith that Derek got sucked out the side when the plane hit the trees. Lexi was in the back of the plane, which broke off. When Arizona stops screaming, they hear a rhythmic banging sound. It's Lexi crushed under the plane. Arizona gets her leg out, and she tries to help the pilot, who is also trapped. He can't feel his legs. Mark pops Christina's shoulder back in its place since it got dislocated. Derek wakes up and he can hear Meredith yelling for him. His hand is stuck under a piece of the plane with his hand all torn up, and he uses a rock to break his fingers to free his arm. Mark and Christina try to lift the plane up off of Lexi, but it's too heavy. Lexi can't feel her legs or her pelvis, meaning they're crushed. She can't feel one of her arms and isn't even sure if it's there or not. Christina helps Arizona splint her leg. The pilot thinks they should be found in 4 hours because of the transmitter. Christina tells Meredith that she needs to see Lexi. Mark is talking with her while they wait. Lexi knows she's dying. She says to tell Meredith that she loves her and that she's a good sister. She asks him to hold her hand. He tells her he loves her and that he means it. He says they're gonna get married and she'll be an amazing surgeon and they'll have kids and that they're meant to be. And then Lexi dies. While we're doing that, Arizona feels closer to death on a plane. Christina talks about Meredith and Derek dying in a plane crash. I'm gonna put this one back up, but Meredith's saying she's had enough trauma for a lifetime. Don't worry about it, there's more. Christina and Meredith search for Derek. Christina doesn't get how they all keep dying. Christina says when they get home, she's never gonna go back to Seattle Grace Mercy Death. Meredith says she thinks that Derek is dead. While they comfort each other, Derek walks up and passes out in front of them. Christina also finds her shoe, thank God. Arizona is coughing up blood, not thank God. They bring Derek back to their little base camp, and he finds out that Lexi is dead. Derek is worried about losing his hand. Meredith sews up his arm with a safety pin. Christina finds some matches and says they need to build a fire. She gets mad at Mark for not helping. When she goes up to him, she sees that he has big wounds on his chest. He's got a cardiac tamponade, and they use a lotion tube as a spinal gauge and fix it. More than 4 hours have passed. They hear a helicopter, and they try to shoot the flare, but it doesn't work, and the helicopter flies away. The pilot realizes that the transmitter probably got damaged in the crash and that they could be out here for days. Arizona tries to convince Mark to hold out for her and Callie and Sophia. Also, while this is happening, there's stuff going on at the hospital. It doesn't matter, except that Owen fires Teddy, and Owen has been ignoring calls all day, and at the end of the day, he finally hears about the plane not arriving in Boise. During the night, they use their last match, and it fizzles out. Meredith and Christina split a stick of gum, and narrator Meredith recites her first narration about being a resident, and that's the end of season 8. Wow, what an ending. I do think after going through my notes, season 8 is probably like a solid season throughout, but with the plane crash, the plane crash is crazy. When I rewatched it, I was like, I can't believe they killed Lexi. And her talking about how she doesn't even know if her arm is even on her body anymore. That's crazy. Let's give everyone who was in the crash a gold star. So that's Mark, Derek, Meredith, Christina, Lexi, and Arizona. Obviously, my favorite episodes were the plane crash. I also like the episodes where they take their boards. And my favorite characters were Meredith, Christina, and Lexi, of course. So let's move on to season 9. Alright, let's start season 9. We are 30 days post plane crash, and immediately we've got a new set of interns. I think this is the first time since our very first set of interns that every intern is going to get on the wall. So let's put them up there. We've got Joe Wilson, Stephanie Edwards, Shane Ross, Leah Murphy, and Heather Brooks. You can probably guess who gets with who based on where everyone is placed, and you can assume how important everyone is based on Joe being the biggest, Stephanie being middle-sized, and the rest being little tiny guys. So this is the intern's first day. Joe and Steph do not want to be assigned to Medusa, who's one of the attendings. It's Meredith. Meredith is Medusa. She has a fun nickname. Makes my heart feel good. Weber tells Bailey that they don't call her the Nazi anymore and that her new nickname is Booty Call Bailey. Christina is in Minnesota working with Dr. Thomas at the Mayo Clinic. He was actually her proctor for the last day of boards. I don't know if they really bring this up, but for those with sharp eyes, they can see. Christina isn't really fitting in Minnesota, and she doesn't like how cold it is. The chief at the Mayo Clinic orders Christina to relax, which we all know Christina is really good at. Now, you may have thought that because Leah was over here, that means she gets with Arizona, right? Maybe. But I forgot that she also gets with Alex. So Alex is still being a little scummy guy, and he sleeps with not only Leah, but also Heather, who I did remember to put this close. Actually, I forgot that he slept with both of them, and I had to print out a picture of her later, which is why her paper cardstock is not as good. But let's connect them. I'm gonna have to take a picture and just show how packed this one peg for Alex is, I had to put Heather on the top peg, even though she's closer to the bottom one. I can't fit anything more onto this man. After having surgery on his hand, Derek gets cleared to be able to do surgery again, but during the said surgery, he drops a tool and it really shatters his confidence. Mark is in a coma. He's on life support. In his care directive, he said that if he was out for more than 30 days, then they would take him off of life support. Today is the last day, and they have 5 hours left for him to wake up. This whole episode we get flashbacks of video camera footage that Mark has taken throughout the series supposedly, and we get a flashback of Mark telling Jackson that the plastic posse will live on forever and that he can take it from here. 5 p.m. hits and Weber gets ready to stop the treatment. He leaves Derek and Callie with Mark and he flatlines. Mark is dead. Let's put an X on him. Everyone who was going to leave last season has mostly stuck around. Jackson was going to leave, and then he found out that the new head of PEDS was going to get rid of his Africa program, so he had to stay to keep that going. Meredith does the classic speech for the interns. Whichever intern shows the most promise gets to do the intern appy, and that intern is Joe! And similar to George, Joe freezes during surgery. I'm not going to give her a black star for it, though, because she's just a baby. It's her first day. You're supposed to freeze during surgery. Well, you're not supposed to freeze during surgery. You're supposed to freeze during their test. The whole episode, a lot of people have been walking on eggshells around Callie and telling her how sorry they are and how sorry for her loss they are, which makes you think that Arizona has died. But she hasn't. Callie comes home and tries to get Arizona out of bed, and she says she can't because Callie cut off her leg. Oh. This is the end of the Calzona that we all know and love. Post-plane crash, Arizona is dead to me. Joe asks Owen why Meredith is so mean and asks if it's because she was in a plane crash, and Owen says that Meredith isn't mean, she's strong. I think she is a little bit mean also, but she is strong, she's gone through a lot. Meredith wants to fly to Minnesota to go visit Christina, and she's on the plane and about to go, but when it starts to move, she gets off of the plane. Christina says that she can't fly either. Owen flies out to Montana to get April back. Remember how she failed the boards and got fired? She's back, doesn't matter. Episode 2, we get flashbacks of everyone getting rescued from the plane crash. Bailey and Weber bring Zola for Meredith. They have to be brought back to Seattle on a plane, and Meredith tells Bailey that they have to sedate everyone. Back in Seattle, we find out that everyone decided to postpone their attending positions to stay for... Christina is, fully nonverbal at this point, but Owen takes good care of her, so let's give him a gold star. She finally speaks to tell Owen that she stayed awake for 4 days. She remembers how cold it got, trying to get bugs out of Arizona's legs. Mark kept dying, and she kept saving him. Everyone slept except for her. She drank plane fuel. She heard animals growling and fighting, and realized that they were fighting over Lexi's body. Jesus Christ. She tried to keep them off of her, but they couldn't. She says that she can't get out of the woods, mentally. Next time we see her, she's leaving for Minnesota, and Christina tells Meredith she needs to leave too. Too much death has happened. And, she's right. It's Seattle Grace Mercy death for a reason. Look at all the X's on the wall. Do you see that? A nerve doctor thinks that he can get Derek's hand back to 80% function, and he's trying to be okay with that. Callie says that she could probably do a nerve graft and get full function back, but if it fails, he would lose, all function, and Derek convinces her to do it. When Mark gets back to Seattle, he breaks up with Julia. Callie and Derek take turns watching him while he's in and out of consciousness. He wakes up and seems to be recovering well. Weber thinks it's a surge, which is a final surge of energy where you get better before you get worse and then you die. Mark sends Jackson away to get Sophia, and while he's gone, Weber checks on him and sees that he's getting worse, and he helps him with his living will form. So let's give a gold star to Weber. By the time Jackson gets back, Mark is crashing. Arizona's leg is real bad. The doctors in Boise recommend amputation, but Arizona won't have that happen. She wants to go home to Callie because she'll know what to do. Alex tells Arizona that if he could have traded places with her, he would. And she says that she would let him because she has a wife and baby, and he doesn't. Girl, I know you're having a trauma response right now, but black star, Jesus Christ. Arizona makes Callie promise that they won't cut off her leg, and she promises. Alex says bye to Arizona, but as he's about to leave, she starts crashing. Callie is operating on Derek while this happens, and she tells Alex to cut Arizona's leg off because she would die otherwise. Episode 3, all the victims of the crash are in a meeting with Owen, the board of the hospital, and the plane company. The plane company offers a settlement, and they have 3 days to decide on it. Derek goes and visits the remnants of the plane, and he convinces them to turn down the settlement so that they can investigate the crash thoroughly. April is back, and she tells Jackson that she's re-virginizing, not something you can do. Meredith figures out what happens between them, and she hits him with a towel and says that he defiled a virgin. Jackson tells her that Weber banged Catherine, and Mare says, if it makes you feel better, he banged my mom too. Jackson and April agree to avoid each other so that they don't have sex. After this, they immediately have sex. Joe tries hitting on Callie, but Callie knows that she does not swing that way, and she's just trying to use her. But can you imagine? Can you imagine if this was the ortho doctor that Joe got with? Spoilers for, way later, but, you've seen this show before. Alex is being mean to Joe instead of flirting with her, and Joe says that it's fine if he flirts with her because she has no interest in him anyways. Christina bonds with Dr. Thomas in Minnesota. He was also in a plane crash, and Arizona is being real harsh on Callie for cutting her leg off. Arizona doesn't know that it was Alex who cut her leg off. She thinks it was Callie. Episode 4, Christina sleeps with her boss, the head of surgery at the Mayo Clinic, Darren Parker. I know it's blurry, but that is the most basic man I've ever seen in my life. And he got to sleep with Christina. Jackson and April continue to sleep together and then say it'll be the last time and then keep sleeping together. Arizona is at the hospital getting fitted for her prosthetic. Alex helps her out and tells her that Callie is really trying to help her as well. Christina's on the phone with Meredith and she tells her that Dr. Thomas is her bestie. She uses those words exactly ahead of her time, and she has a classic Grey's Anatomy epiphany moment while she's on the phone with her. Weber surprises Catherine with a patient who has really enlarged testicles, which makes her very happy, and in the surgery, she once again tells April that she needs to get laid. I won't give her another black star for it, because I already gave her one, but leave my girl alone, and she is getting laid. Callie tells Alex that Arizona doesn't know that he was the one who cut Arizona's leg off, and she wants to keep it that way for some reason. And Owen takes up residence in Derek's old trailer. Episode 5, Meredith rescues a woman from underneath a car. Gold star, Meredith. Christina and Meredith are constantly on the phone with each other, which is very sweet. Christina sticks up for Thomas to Parker, who thinks that he's too old and can't be operating anymore. Thomas tells Christina that she's going to be an amazing doctor, and that he wants it to be known that he trained her. And then he collapses during surgery and dies. Rest in peace, Dr. Thomas. You were so cool. And at the end of the episode, Christina shows up at Meredith's door. That's right. Those are the only notes I have for this episode. Real short. Episode 6, Christina is back in Seattle, no more Minnesota. Woo, Christina. She says of the new chief of cardio, no one named Jeff has ever done anything substantial. I think she's right, I can't think of any other evidence otherwise. Here's a picture of the new chief of cardio also. He's around sometimes. He gives Christina free reign to do what she wants, and she calls the interns dwarf names. Shane is Dopey, and Brooks, who's Heather, is Mousy. When Christina does what she wants without the chief of cardio's input, like he said, Owen yells at her, Black Star, and says that Jeff might fire her, but Jeff is completely fine with it. Because he said that, maybe think before you speak, Owen. Jackson's starting to get sick of April regretting their constant hookups. Bailey's trying to get Arizona back to work by calling her and asking her about cases. She gets an intern to bring a chart to her door, making Arizona get up and walk to it. But when she gets to the door, the chart isn't there, making Arizona come into work after calling Bailey about it. And that's how they get her back into work. So let's give Bailey a gold star for doing that, because this helps Arizona out a lot. Weber accidentally emails a graphic email to Jackson that was meant for Catherine. Should I give him a black star for that? I'll decide in the editing how I feel. Leah is very hung up on Alex, but everyone tells her to get over it. Crash victims all meet with the plane company again. The money they're being offered could come from the pilot, which they are against because he was in the crash with them. The lawyers make Owen leave the room and tell them that they're going after the hospital for putting them on the plane. Alex wants to buy Meredith's house from her since she's moving into the dream house, and she says yes and sells it to him, and Christina moves in. Joe advocates for a poor patient to get equal care, so let's give her a gold star. That's my That's my baby girl right there. I love Joe so much. Episode 7, Owen mentions that some of the doctors are suing the hospital, but don't worry about it, guys. Don't worry about it. Owen meets with the lawyers and assures them that whatever they talk about will not get back to Christina since they're married. The lawyers ask Owen if he knew that the charter company for the plane was known for having mechanical issues. He gets really mad about whoever approved them switching plane companies before the lawyers tell him that he approved it. Let's give Owen a black star for putting them on that plane that crashed. Board member tells Owen that it was just a horrible mistake that the plane crashed, but they're there to support Owen, and Owen realizes that the board thinks that because Owen is married to Christina, that she would benefit from the suing, and that the judge would get the case thrown out because of that. It's Arizona's first day back. Callie tells everyone to not make a big deal out of it. Callie tells Alex not to shove help in Arizona's face because she won't ask for it if she needs it. She has Heather slowly follow Arizona around with a wheelchair, which is quite humorous. Alex pays a kid to not ask Arizona about her leg, and Arizona is having trouble with keeping up with the incoming traumas because they move quickly. Arizona notices Heather with the wheelchair and tells her to stop stalking her with chairs. After surgery, Arizona slips and falls, and Alex makes everyone leave the OR, but Arizona is just laughing about how she fell. Callie presents her solution to fix Derek's hand, but he is not very impressed by it. He tells Meredith that there is no good solution, but she doesn't believe it. Eventually, Derek says he will help Callie come up with a way to fix his hand. Celebrity alert, Pruitt from Station 19, before he was Pruitt from Station 19, is here. He's a gay guy whose husband needs a liver transplant. Callie wants Stephanie, also known as Grumpy by Christina, to operate on the patient, but Bailey says no. Shane cries when the patient doesn't get the liver, and Christina tells him not to do that again because it was gross. Bailey says she's changed, and she's become a better teacher. Joe and Meredith deal with a patient who frequently grabs female doctors' butts, and Meredith eventually realizes that there's something more going on with his brain, and that he might have a tumor because grabbing is like a baby response that you're supposed to grow out of, and she shows the scans to Derek to get him to operate. April tells Jackson that she's late on her period, and he handles it really well and says that they shouldn't worry until they know for sure if she's pregnant. April tells Meredith when she walks up on her by accident, and Jackson tells April that he's all in and that they can get married. That's so sweet. Let's give him a gold star. April gets the results back and she's not pregnant. She says, thank God that they don't have to get married. Jackson is very upset and he breaks up with her, as he should. Figure out what you want, April. Christina tells Meredith that she wants Owen back, and then later in the day, Owen tells Christina that they should get a divorce. This is a gold star for Owen because he actually wants to get a divorce so that whatever the plane crash victims decide to do, if they sue the hospital, they will be able to get their money because it won't be a conflict of interest. Meredith tells Derek to look at a shirt that she bought for Zola, and it says world's best big sister on it. She's 3 weeks pregnant and she hasn't even told Christina yet. Episode 8, this is a good episode I wrote down in my notes. Meredith and Christina talk about how happy the interns are, and Leah still wants to be on Alex's service. Steph says that April is the dud of the attendings. Harsh. Christina, Leah, and Steph are treating two preemie babies. Each of their parents have become friends and bonded over their kids. Leah and Stephanie are both sucking up to Christina, which she enjoys a lot. Christina calls Leah perky, but she tells Stephanie that she can scrub in. Alex puts Joe on digging poop out of a child duty. Why is a surgeon doing this? While Alex is in surgery, he sends Joe to help birth a baby with a birth defect. He and Joe operate on a newborn very well together, and Joe gets annoyed because Alex keeps calling her princess. She asks the other interns if she acts like a priss, and they do not answer pointedly. Alex thinks Joe is rich, and she plays into it. Joe physically fights a patient for trying to leave her baby. Black star, Joe, you can't do that. Joe tells Alex that she was left at a fire station when she was 2 and was in the foster system until she was 16, and then she lived in her car. She got into good schools from hard work and not from being rich. Tell him, Joe. Shane is excited to be with April, but she informs him that it's lump and bump day, which is just them cutting masses out of people. Again, I don't know if this is the job for a surgeon. I don't know. April gets mad at Shane for not having good bedside manner with lump and bump patients. She tells him off, and she says that she knows that they call her a dud, but that doesn't make the work any less important. Gold star April. 2 hunters come in and say that they ran over Bigfoot, but it's just a guy in a ghillie suit. Meredith tells Heather to call each of Derek's sisters and ask them to donate a nerve for Derek's hand. Callie says that Derek wouldn't like that and that he wants a cadaver nerve. His sister Lizzie says that she will come and give a nerve, but Derek does not want that at all. While dealing with Meredith's phone, she gets a call confirming Meredith's ultrasound, which Callie overhears. Meredith tells Heather to forget about the ultrasound. Heather finally stands up for herself, and celebrity alert. Derek's sister, Lizzie, is played by Neve Campbell from Scream. I wish I could enjoy this cameo more before all the stuff with Scream 7 happened. Callie and Jackson call all the interns together to operate on Derek. They're going to do a skills lab test. Heather gets out immediately for yawning. Joe fails too, and so does Stephanie. And Shane wins. Gold star for Shane. Steph and Leah are trying to help a patient to impress everyone for Derek's surgery, and then they almost kill the patient, so that's black stars for the both of them. Owen bans them both from the OR for further notice. It's Christmas time. Bailey asks Callie and Arizona to be her bridesmaids. I guess she's getting married. Oh, yeah. Warren proposed. Okay, yeah. She's getting married. And she asks Meredith too. Bailey is worried about Warren going to LA right after they get married, leaving her with Tuck alone. Callie gets a little too personal about her marriage with Arizona not going well. April wants to get out of the wedding so she doesn't have to see Jackson, and Bailey says, if I have to go, you have to go too. Very romantic. April tells Jackson that he needs a date so that he won't look at her, so she gets Jackson to ask Stephanie to Bailey's wedding with him. Jackson says that she should take Shane. Jackson asks Stephanie to find someone to go with his friend, who's Alex, and Steph asks Joe to be this very friend. Weber asks Bailey to join him in on a surgery to calm him down on the day of her wedding, and Warren asks Weber to do this so that she would be nice and calm for the wedding. That's so nice. Jackson and the rest of the Derek gang are meeting with Liz about the nerve graft donation to Derek. Derek wants to tell Liz that Meredith is pregnant, but Meredith says no because she still hasn't told Christina yet. When Derek finds out that they'll have to cut nerves from both of Liz's legs, he tries to cancel the procedure, but Meredith tells Liz about it and she says she's fine with it. Liz tries really hard to bond with Meredith, but similar to with Susan, she doesn't really want any extra family. Liz convinces Derek to do the surgery, and afterwards, Mare shows Liz the ultrasound for her baby. Leah thinks that Alex is into Joe, and even Arizona comments about how Alex must really trust her. Alex kicks Joe out of surgery when she freaks out. Joe tells Arizona that she thinks Alex set him up to fail and she's worried she'll get fired, but Alex says he was trying to be like her. Arizona tells Alex that if his students fail, then he fails, and Alex tells Joe that she burned a bridge with him. Ugh. Derek tells Meredith that Christina and Owen must be getting divorced because it'll help the case more with the hospital, and Meredith is confused as to why Christina wouldn't tell her this, so she asks her, and Christina is like, I didn't know that that's why Owen was divorcing me. Owen and Christina get in a fight, and Owen tells her that he chose the airline that put them on that plane. Christina tells him that he's not responsible, and he says someone has to be. Later, Christina asks if the lawsuit was the only reason for the divorce. She says that she wanted to be with him again before he asked, and they kiss. Knock it off, please. Everyone's getting ready for Bailey's wedding. Arizona's struggling with not being able to wear heels. She and Callie get into a fight, and Callie says that she's been supportive for months and that Arizona needs to start getting over it. Enough about her leg. Arizona puts her shoes on. Weber picks up Bailey in a limo. Ooh. Joe and Alex realize that they are each other's dates, and they're not very happy about it. Jackson and Steph make eyes at each other. Ooh. On the way to the wedding, Weber gets a call that Adele has been brought into the hospital, so they turn around. They won't let Weber treat her, so Bailey says that she'll handle it. Callie tells Arizona that Meredith may or may not have told Bailey not to come to the wedding, and Ben hears this. Episode 10, Christina and Owen skip the wedding to have sex. I fucking hate them so much. I don't hate Christina. I hate her with Owen. They could never make me hate you, Christina. Bailey realizes that she should be at the wedding right now, and she tells Leah to call Warren for her, and Warren tells everyone that the wedding is gonna be a little late. Meredith tries to leave and tag Bailey out of the surgery. Arizona gets her and Callie a room at the hotel that they're at. Steph wants to sleep with Jackson, but Joe says that they shouldn't, because then they'll be like Leah. Everyone gets paged and leaves, except for Joe, who is drinking, and Alex, who stays to drink with her. Callie and Arizona have a really awkward hookup attempt in the hotel room. Alex tells Joe about how he was also in a foster home, and they compare horror stories. Joe gets super drunk and starts crying to make Alex feel bad. He asks for her to show him how to cry on command, and they both use this crying skill to get a free room at the hotel. Arizona asks Callie not to run, and she says she doesn't want it to be about her leg, but it is right now. Callie says that after the car accident, Arizona never left her side, and she will stay by Arizona's. Speaking of the car accident, you know what didn't happen after that? Callie never fucking blamed Arizona for the car accident. That was her fault. She was not looking at the road. Meanwhile, Callie didn't even cut off Arizona's leg. I mean, she doesn't know that, but she would have died. At the hospital, a group of bikers is brought in after several of them crash. Christina decides to stay to help out. She tells Heather that she used to ride a donor cycle and that she stopped because chest tubes hurt like a bitch. So now we know why she stopped riding the sexy motorcycle. It makes sense since she's a doctor, but God, she looks so good on it. Celebrity alert, the head biker is played by Dale Dickey. She's in a bunch of stuff. Steph and Jackson touch hands for a little bit too long during surgery. When she leaves, Jackson says to himself that he can't do it because it's not like he's Alex. Later, they kiss in his car and hook up. Let's connect them. Shane thinks that April is into him, but really she's just overcompensating so that she doesn't have to think about Jackson. He tells her that he's not interested in her, and she's like, I'm not interested in you either. Weber almost beats up Adele's caretaker. Leah sits with Weber as they watch Adele during surgery. Let's give Leah and Weber gold stars. And Meredith and Bailey save Adele's life, so that's gold stars for Meredith and Bailey as well. Warren shows up at the hospital and asks Bailey if she's sure that she wants to marry him. And she says that she's scared, but she's in love with him and wants to be with him. And they get married. Weber shows up at the wedding and stands with Meredith, and he tells her that Adele had a heart attack and died. They're dropping like flies this season. You seeing this? Owen tells Christina that they should have never gotten married in the first place. Correct. And he signs the divorce papers. Episode 11, today it's possible for the judge to have a decision on the plane crash trial. Derek doesn't think that it'll happen, and he's more concerned about Meredith being in her second trimester and asking if she's going to tell Christina. She hasn't told her yet? I thought they were besties. What's going on? Owen tells Derek that he hopes that the judge makes a decision today, and Derek says, no you don't, because then that would mean the hospital is negligent and you did something wrong, which you did. And Owen repeats that he hopes that the judge makes a decision today. Gold star for Owen, taking accountability for once. The gang gets called to the courthouse in the middle of the day. They won. They won the case. The hospital was found negligent, and they get $15 million each. Callie says they should celebrate or have a dinner or something, but everyone else just seems like they just want to be done with the whole thing. They end up having the dinner. It's super awkward. Meredith tells everyone that she's pregnant. When Callie tries to make her drink, Derek calls Owen to invite him out, but Owen says he can't come because he's in a meeting. In the meeting, the board tells him that the insurance company isn't going to pay because legally, 2 attendings aren't supposed to be on a metaplane, so when Arizona took Alex's place, she broke that rule. So because they aren't going to pay, the hospital is going to have to pay. And they don't have the money, so they're going to go bankrupt. This is the start of a storyline that I really don't care about. In my first watch through Grey's Anatomy, this was the first season I started skipping episodes because they're just constantly like, oh my god, we're gonna lose the hospital because we can't pay out the insurance. The hospital's gonna close. And like, it's season 9. There's like 15 more seasons of this. You're not gonna lose the hospital. Owen is at the intern house and he accidentally feels up Joe, thinking that she's Christina, Black Star Owen. Joe teases Alex about not having any furniture or dishwashers in the house. Alex tells Christina that he's not into Joe and that it would be like 2 siblings sleeping together. Or if, like, he and Christina slept together. Steph and Leah recreate Owen grabbing Joe's boobs. Joe buys Alex a couch. Alex says that it's a girlfriend thing for her to do, and she says, why would we do it? You're like my brother. Weber hasn't been talking to Catherine, and Jackson has to deliver messages between the two of them. Eventually, Catherine comes to the hospital to talk to him, and he tells her that he doesn't want her there. Jackson and Stephanie decide to keep their relationship a secret so that nobody thinks that she's getting special treatment. Not that that has ever stopped anyone at this hospital before. They are not super slick, however, and Leah immediately begins to notice Jackson tells April that he's sleeping with Stephanie, and he wanted to make sure that she didn't hear it from anyone else, and April tells him that she misses him. Callie has Shane play ping pong with Derek for 8 hours as physical therapy for his hand. Joe and Alex bet $1,000 on the winner. Christina tags Shane out so that she can talk to Derek about forgiving Owen, and Shane wins. Good for him. Christina figures out that Meredith is pregnant and tells Derek congrats. Weber shows Meredith his Hall of Horrors, which is, I think he showed it to Jackson last season, which is a bunch of stuff that he's like pulled out of patients and stuff. It's super great. During surgery, Heather says that she used to eat dirt. God, I love her so much. Episode 12, Arizona is dealing with phantom limb pain, and Owen helps her out. Gold star for Owen. Alex has to stab Arizona in her fake leg during surgery to help her with the pain. Owen tells everyone that the board has hired someone to come in to help them with cost-cutting techniques. Her name is Elena Cahill. She's a trained surgeon, and she was one of Weber's students. At the end of the day, she suggests closing the ER. She brings up how the surgical interns are doing chest exams. The doctors are not cool with them closing the ER at all. She also brings up to Weber how he logged the least hours of anyone in general surgery last month. That's crazy to close the ER. They're a level 1 trauma center. Christina thinks that Alex's Africa program will be cut, but after she gets to perform a surgery on a really rare heart condition, she defends the program. Meredith starts crying because she's mad that she can't have sex because she has to do a consult. Gotta love those pregnancy hormones. I wouldn't know. I'm a lesbian. Shane destroys a transplant liver, Black Star. Meredith gets on a plane with Shane to get a new one. April and Stephanie are in the pit, and EMT Matthew Taylor comes in. There's my boy. Sorry he's blurry. I don't know how to focus this camera. April trains Stephanie really well during this, and Matthew asks April out on a date. She doesn't say yes yet, but let's put him on the wall. Derek performs a 23-hour surgery successfully. His hand is back, baby. Gold star for Derek. Episode 13, Meredith and Christina notice that cameras have been installed in patients' rooms. Someone is watching on the other side of the feed and can speak to them through the camera. According to Cahill, this is to improve efficiency. They have a funny scene with Christina.
Who knows what evil lurks behind that electronic eye?
Morning, Dr. Yang.
Big Brother knows my name.
The ORs have been rearranged to make them more efficient too. Joe thinks that the interns will be fired to save money. Christina argues with the camera doctor about treatment techniques. Bailey and Meredith get competitive learning a hernia technique that Cahill wants them to learn to streamline surgeries. Weber struggles with this. Meredith stops in the middle because she thinks something is wrong with her baby, but Bailey just tells her that that's the baby kicking. So cute. Owen is very mad at Cahill for closing the ER and questions what Cahill could possibly replace it with, and he brings her to the roof to help with a patient. Derek and April have spent all night trying to redo the budget themselves to save the ER. April doesn't get any luck getting people on her side, but Derek is much better at it. They show Cahill their plan, but she says it won't help. She's not trying to save the hospital. She's getting it ready to sell. The only thing that can save the hospital is someone buying it. Christina and Leah have to do an aortic transection on a Jehovah's Witness, which will make it very difficult for a bloodless surgery. Leah has trouble respecting the religious wishes, and Christina tells her to get over it. When Christina isn't looking, Leah tries to give the patient blood. Black star, but the camera doctor stops her. Episode 14, Cahill wants Alex for some reason to be the brand ambassador for the hospital, but he is not into it. He has a photographer following him around, and he's not happy about it. Jackson is also a possible brand ambassador. Christina was going to be one, but she turned them down. The two of them are working on a T for T couple. Woo! One of the patient's father pushes Alex against the wall because of transphobia. Everyone in the entire hospital, except for Joe and Alex, think that the two of them like each other. Meredith is having trouble with the new patient system on their iPads, and she keeps accidentally deleting patients. April has been seeing Matthew more. She complains about her lack of trauma cases without an ER, and Matthew invites her to join him on his ambulance when he gets called out on a case. The case is a kid that's in critical condition. April tells Jackson to convince him that they can bring the kid in. He asks Owen, but Cahill says no because they're not a trauma center anymore. Jackson asks Joe and Steph if he can trust them. The three of them head down to the gutted ER, and Meredith joins too. Alex and Christina and Shane and Heather all come, so it's basically like everyone. Joe and Shane are on door duty, and when April gets there, the ER doors won't open, so they have to pry them open. They have to turn the lights off frequently when people pass by so that nobody will see or hear them. Steph is distracting the photographers. Derek comes in because he has the codes to the meds. Cahill is heading down there to give them a tour to some Pegasus people. It's a company. April is freaking out because the kid is starting to code. Joe tells them that they have to move because Cahill is coming. They get out just in time. Jackson and Alex leave to perform a scheduled surgery just in time too. Cahill notices some fresh blood on the floor and she catches the rest of them operating on the patient. She tries to look up the patient and Meredith accidentally deletes the file. Jackson and Alex tell Cahill that it was their idea, and April and Matthew kiss. Now we can connect them. Alex tells Joe that she was a badass today, and he starts to get a little crush on her. The hospital has found a buyer. It's this company called Pegasus that I just mentioned. Callie and Weber seem to be the only ones who are not into Pegasus buying them, and they want to fight this. The two of them visit a Pegasus hospital that was bought recently by them. They call themselves Calliope and Julio Plantain. The doctors at the hospital are very careful about how their time is being used, and they talk to some of the other doctors and say that they work for Pegasus and wanted to hear some feedback from them. The doctors say that they have no say. One of the doctors recognizes Callie, and she lies and says that she works for Pegasus now, and the doctor asks if that means that Seattle Grace has an open spot. Afterwards, Weber seems to have given up too and says he has an early retirement package waiting for him. Early retirement? You were going to retire 8 seasons ago. Callie tells the plane crew that they should buy the hospital themselves. Episode 15, Callie tells everyone about how horrible the Pegasus hospitals are. Arizona is worried that they'll have to do more running the hospital than operating. Everyone seems into it, but Arizona is not really crazy about it. She calls Derek for selfish for even bringing up suing and for getting his hand back when people died and Arizona lost her leg. The next day she apologizes. Meredith tells Christina the plan, and she says that the plan is stupid, that they don't know how to run a hospital, and Christina learns that the interns are thinking of transferring to different hospitals because they think they'll lose their jobs. Owen told Christina that if too many doctors leave, then the sale won't go through, so she doesn't want to hear the interns leaving. Owen has a meeting with the nurses who are not very receptive to him. Bailey gets mad at Owen for not approving a genome trial for a patient for her. Derek is mad at him too and comes up with an idea called Star. He meets with Callie. It's a funny scene.
Open dagger. You must be Dr.
No, son!
Callie Torres, Stan Grossberg. He's my financial advisor.
I think I might have died for a second.
The two of them meet with his financial advisor and they rope the others in too. He says that they can buy the hospital. He just needs to see a hospital financial statement. Owen cannot know about it. Christina says she can't lie to him. However, after seeing him talk to the nurses and sell them something that he doesn't even believe in, she changes her mind. Derek and Meredith steal the papers. Bailey tells the patient to leave and go to another hospital since Owen won't let them help the patient. She tells Arizona she doesn't want to work here anymore. Arizona is in on the plan after talking with Bailey. Christina tells them that Pegasus is buying the hospital tonight and they need to make a move to stop the sale. Christina comes up with an idea. The gang goes into the meeting and mass quits. Christina wants to explain, but Meredith says that they can't yet and that Owen will understand, and she says that she doesn't know if he will. The sale doesn't go through. The financial advisor tells the crew that they need a name for their nonprofit to buy the hospital with. Before all of this, Derek gets chosen as the face of the hospital, but he hates seeing his face everywhere. One of his signs gets defaced, and he says that he wants them all taken down. Derek told Shane to deface them on purpose. Matthew asks April out on a proper date instead of them just making out in the ambulance. She tells Jackson that she's worried that he won't be cool about her not wanting to have sex till marriage, and on their date, Matthew tells April that he's saving himself for marriage, and she tells him that she is too, and she doesn't say anything about how she's not a virgin. Alex asks Joe if she wants to get a drink with him tonight, and she says she would, but she has a date tonight. He asks with who, and Stephanie tells him that it's with Chest Peckwell, which is an OB doctor. His name is Jason. Here he is. Let's put him on the wall. Episode 16, Alex tells Meredith and Christina that a bunch of nurses and lab techs have also walked out after everyone quit. They cannot tell anyone their plans, so everyone's pretty pissed. They're meeting with a buyer for the hospital, but it doesn't go well. However, the hospital still seems like it's going to be bought by Pegasus, but in actuality, Pegasus is buying the hospital to close it down, which Heather overhears and tells Meredith. She also tells Bailey the other interns, and Weber. The gang has a promising meeting, but they're told that they need someone with more admin experience, so Meredith gets Weber in on it. Shane tells Owen about what Pegasus is going to do to the hospital, and he rushes out of surgery. Christina tells Owen that they're trying to buy the hospital, and he gets mad that she didn't tell him, but then he gets on board with the plan. Owen tells Pegasus that he has another buyer, while Derek and Weber ride along with the potential buyer. Owen gets the board to wait 1 day for the gang to get their plan together, but the buyer backs out. The next day, Weber calls the gang into the hospital and tells them that the Harper Avery Foundation and Catherine Fox are going to offer to buy the hospital, and they want a representative of the group to be on the board, with Jackson being the rep, making him in charge. Jo tells Alex that she doesn't want to see him again if the hospital goes under. Heather gets a haircut, little pixie cut. I like her long hair better, I'm gonna be honest. Bailey's going out on interviews. Owen says that she can't leave because she's the heart of the hospital, and Jackson gets other offers from hospitals as well. Episode 17, Jackson is the deciding vote on the board and the ability to veto anything that the gang brings up. The gang wants the ER back open, but Jackson says the foundation isn't ready to do that yet. He also tells them that the foundation wants new leadership, meaning firing Owen. They all get mad at Jackson and walk out of the meeting. Owen confronts Jackson and tells him that he'll make his decision easier for him, and he quits. Jackson struggles being in charge. Christina has a Grey's revelation to help a guy get an organ transplant. Jo has some flirty vibes with Jason and they kiss. Alex sees this, and later Alex sits down during a Jo and Jason dates and apologizes for being a dick. Alex takes a patient's phone while they're getting dialysis so that they can't get up and follow him. Black Star. Meredith and Jo go to another state to get a kidney transplant, but there's another team taking it, and they find out that it's somehow gone on a flight to Seattle. Really good scene.
Where is it? It hopped a flight to Seattle.
All by itself? How'd it do that?
I don't know. We gotta get home. Come on, let's go.
ORs are really understaffed, and Jackson has to organize everything on the fly to make sure everything runs smoothly, which impresses Bailey. Gold star for Jackson. At the end of the day, the group has a meeting, and Jackson gives them a list of his priorities, not the Avery Foundation's. 1. Reinstate Owen as chief. 2. Reopen the ER so that they can maintain their level 1 trauma center. 3. The foundation will follow their lead. And 4. A new name for the hospital, Gray Sloan Memorial. Gold star for Jackson. Episode 18. Arizona shows off her new high heel prosthetic to Callie, and Callie makes everyone compliment her. It's a good scene.
She's wearing high heels.
Because she has a sexy high heel leg that makes her ass go.
Oh, wow. Hey. Wow.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
Meredith thinks the baby is going to be born with defects because nothing goes right with her. Christina assures her that if anything is wrong with the baby, she'll fix it. Owen and April unveil a new, cool x-ray machine that can do full-body x-rays immediately in the ER. They never bring this up ever again after this. Heather says that they should test it on her because she stuck a marble in her nose when she was a kid and they never found it. The ER is so slow that they almost do it, but then a motorcycle accident comes in. Bailey pitches her human genome project to Jackson, but he just wants to operate today. She tries asking Callie in Arizona, but they are horned up and they turn her away. Christina turns her away too. She pitches to Meredith by talking to her baby to make it stop kicking, and Callie tells Bailey that Christina approved her budget. April confides in Meredith that Matthew thinks that she's a virgin and she doesn't know what to do. Jeff, the chief of cardio, lets Christina in on a new heart surgery technique, which makes her very excited, but she realizes that he's not bringing it to her to trial, but he wants her to fund it because she's part of the board now. Christina cuts his budget to fund Bailey's research. I don't think I ever, officially said who was on the board. So it's Jackson, Christina, Derek, Meredith, Callie, and Arizona, as they were all in the plane crash. And I think Callie is, Mark's seat or whatever. Alex and one of his kid patients with cancer get Jason running all around the hospital because they don't like that he's with Jo. They get him to ask for a patient named Jenny Talia. Weber catches Alex and tells him that he can do better than that, and they get him to do more stupid names. They get him to give Bailey a cup of pee for a random drug test. Shane gets accosted by a patient's dad. Arizona finally lets Callie help her with her leg pain. She's not very happy about it, but she lets her do it anyways. Meredith gets an ultrasound, and she finds out they're having a boy. Episode 19, there's a big oil tanker accident. 20 minutes after everyone gets taken in, the tanker explodes. All the patients are covered in gasoline, and one of them goes outside to smoke and catches on fire. Owen helps a kid whose parents were badly hurt in the explosion. Gold star. Jo blows off the tanker explosion to help a little kid. She calls psych on the mom, but Meredith believes the mom and says that she'll help. Gold star for Meredith. Heather asks Derek where he got It's a Beautiful Day to Save Lives from. He doesn't really answer, though. He does notice that Heather has really fast reflexes, which could make her a good neurosurgeon. Shane is mad at Heather and thinks that she's purposely trying to steal neuro from him because he's been interested in it. Jackson comforts April after she loses a patient, and they almost kiss. Callie is supposed to be giving a TED Talk today, but she can't make it because of the explosion, so Weber and Arizona set it up on Zoom so she can do it virtually. Matthew tells April that he loves her. Oh my god. Meredith asks Bailey to do genome mapping for her and Zola. Episode 20, Bailey has the results for Meredith, and Meredith has the Alzheimer's genes. I feel like they, looked into this earlier, didn't they? I can't remember. Meredith says that they need to update their will because it still says that Lexi will be the guardian of Zola if anything happens to them, and they don't know how far away Meredith's Alzheimer's could be. Meredith asks Christina if she still wants to be the guardian, and she says that she can't give up surgery. Derek says that it's just disaster plans, and disasters don't happen, and Meredith says, yes they do. They happen to us. Owen and Arizona are training some Syrian doctors on basic trauma surgery. They recruit the other attendings as well to help them figure out how to operate with very limited supplies, so that's gold stars for Arizona and Owen. April uses a metaphor about the Syrian doctors not having supplies to tell Matthew that she's not a virgin. Jesus Christ. He breaks up with her, as he should, I fear. April steals equipment for the doctors, so gold star for her. Bailey and Leah have a bunch of patients coming back with post-op infections, and Bailey thinks that it's Leah's fault. Leah tells Stephanie that she had the flu when she operated. A third patient comes in. Leah figures out that she wasn't the intern on the third patient, so it's not her causing the infections. It's Bailey, Black Star. One of the patients dies. Oh my god. Board and Owen call legal to talk to Bailey. Shane tries to butter up with Derek, but Derek says that he has to focus his training on Heather because she has more natural raw talent for it. Episode 21, everyone in the hospital and Bailey get swabbed because of the post-op infections. The second patient dies. Jackson wants them to put out a statement, but everyone else vetoes against it. Bailey meets with legal. She hears Weber tell a patient that the infections were her fault, but he's only saying this so that a patient will get surgery. Legal tells her that she tested positive for the infection that kills the patient. Bailey walks in on the legal meeting with the board, and legal reveals that while Bailey had the infection, it was faulty gloves from Pegasus that were the problem. Weber tries to comfort Bailey, and she is pissed the fuck off and says that she defended him when he was a drunk and operating, and he couldn't do the same for her. You know, she's right. Joe tells Alex that she's moving in with Jason, and he thinks that that's a dumb idea. Joe gets mad at Alex for telling Jason about her being homeless because she wanted a fresh start. Christina tells Alex that he's in love with Joe, and at the end of the day, he tells her that she's right. Christina tells Alex that she thinks she's losing Owen. Meredith wants Christina with her when she gives birth, and Christina says no because Meredith will poop on the table. Alex comes in and says that she will definitely poop on the table, and the reason that they're friends this long is because they haven't seen each other poop. Matthew shows up and asks April to get back with him. A group comes into the ER after their fingers got sliced off for doing tug-of-war with a clothesline. Jesus Christ. Episode 22, a patient comes into the ER after being cut in half from a freak magician accident. A woman flirts with Arizona at the coffee stand. Her name is Lauren. She's a craniospatial specialist, and she's been called in to help on a PEDS case. Let's put her on the wall. She hits on Arizona in the elevator, and Arizona says that she's married, but that doesn't really seem to deter Lauren at all. Bailey is holed up in the genome lab and won't talk to anyone. Everyone thinks that she's just focused on her lab, but really, she's just testing herself for staph infection over and over again. They're all negative, but she keeps testing herself. Ben shows up to the hospital and tries to talk to Bailey and help her out. Gold star for Ben. Owen is still helping the kid whose parents were in the tank explosion. The mom died last episode and the dad still hasn't woken up. The kid gets into his grandma's sleeping pills and tries to off himself. Oh my god. It gives Christina a Grey's Anatomy metaphor realization for how to wake the dad up though. A kid hits Heather in the head with an army toy. Joe and Alex have been on such bad terms because he doesn't like Jason, and when Alex was leaving work, he saw Jason and Joe arguing but left without doing anything, and at the end of the episode, Joe shows up to Alex's house and she's beat up. Episode 23, Joe tells Alex that Jason hit her, and Alex tells her that she's safe here. The next day, Alex brings Jason in for Derek to look at, and he's in bad shape too. He needs a brain surgery. Meredith finds out and gets Christina. They think that Alex beat him up, but actually it was Joe. He says that he was like that when he found him. Joe comes in and says that, yeah, she did that. Jason wakes up and asks for the police, and Alex threatens him to not talk, and so he doesn't press any charges. Black Star for threatening someone, but I mean, it was for good. because Joe has never done anything wrong. Owen preps the hospital for a big storm that's coming in. They're expecting a lot of intakes. Owen unsubtly asks Meredith how she knew to adopt Zola, and he is getting very attached to the tank explosion kid. He tells Meredith that he's thinking of adopting him, and then the dad wakes up, so he can't. Leah calls a patient a shish kebab to his face. Black Star Leah. Owen, Ben, April, and Callie work on a patient with rebar in him, and they have to cut it out very carefully because if any of the sparks fly off of it, it'll explode the OR that they're in. Meredith falls down the stairs and is really hurt. Derek leaves Heather to finish a tank explosion surgery to check on Meredith, but the baby is fine. April gets called outside for an incoming trauma, but really it's a flash mob that Matthew set up, and it's so embarrassing. I hate flash mobs. Arizona makes eyes at Lauren during this, and Matthew proposes, and April says yes. Ben tells Bailey to either be a surgeon or get the hell out, and Bailey gets back into surgeon stuff. The lights are starting to flicker, power might be going out. Arizona shows Lauren an on-call room so that she can keep an eye on her patient. The lights go out, and they kiss. Black Star Arizona for cheating on your gorgeous wife, but let's connect them. The lights come back on, and Arizona says that she can't do this, and Lauren says that she's allowed to lose control, and Arizona takes off her clothes. You understand now why we're anti-Arizona at the moment. Alex gets home to Joe and asks what she was thinking. Joe talks about how she was abused before and she wasn't going to do that again. He tells her if he had gotten there first, he would have killed that guy. They have some long eye contact, and then a tree crashes through the house. At the end of the episode, Meredith's water breaks. Episode 24, the episode opens with Meredith narrating about how she had a teacher in med school who died during a simple surgery where everything went wrong. They call it a perfect storm, and she says, "Funny, I never thought it would happen to me." 5 hours earlier. Christina confronts Owen about wanting to adopt the kid, and she refuses to believe that he's fine with not having kids. Bailey gets into the OR and starts to scrub in, but then she says that she can't do it. Callie tells April to pin her engagement ring to her scrub top so that she won't lose it when they're doing stuff with gloves. Arizona is not happy post-cheating. Yeah, I wouldn't be either. You're cheating on Callie? What's wrong with you? But she gets the NICU together to rally up. Lauren shows up to help too, and when the power goes out, they realize they might be out of batteries. Uh-oh. Arizona tells Alex that she cheated on Callie, and Alex tells her that he's in love with Joe. The baby's vents start going out, and they have to teach the parents how to manually vent their babies. Christina runs to Meredith while Derek goes to get their OB. The doctor tells Meredith that she needs a C-section, and the power goes out. They gotta do it in the dark. They take the baby out, and he's not crying at first, but then he does. Meredith tells Derek to go with their baby, leaving Heather and Shane with Meredith. The OB has to run out to help another mom, and Meredith starts bleeding from her abdomen, and she has to talk Shane through operating on her to give Shane and Meredith gold stars. She tells him that she's about to pass out, and that if she arrests for more than 9 minutes, he needs to let her die. Heather goes and gets Bailey. Christina and Weber operate on a heart in the dark, gold stars. After this, Christina and Derek run to Meredith. They don't go to the OR for some reason, while Bailey operates and saves her, gold star Bailey. A bus flips over and catches on fire outside the ER, and everyone runs out to help. Jackson and Owen go into the bus to help get people out, and Jackson notices that a kid is still stuck in the bus and goes in for her. The bus explodes. Sarah Drew, Emmy moment right here. She screams for Jackson, and he makes it out with the kid, gold star. Weber heads down to the basement to find the guy working on the generator, and he finds him passed out. After helping him, Weber goes back down to flip the generator switch. The lights turn on. Callie goes to see Arizona and sees that her wedding ring is pinned to Lauren's scrub top, and instantly knows that Arizona has cheated on her. They go into the lounge and yell at each other, and we get the iconic line from Arizona, "You weren't on the freaking plane!" She says that she wanted to be a part of it too much. Well, stick out your leg and I'll grab a bone saw and we'll even the score. Oh my god. She tells Callie that she didn't lose anything and that she did. And Callie says, "Apparently, I lost you." Alex tells Joe that he loves her and they kiss. Let's connect them. I hope my camera doesn't die. April tells Jackson that she wants him. He's like, "You're getting married." And she says, "Unless you can give me a reason not to." Oh my god, girl. Christina once again asks Owen if she's enough for him without having kids, and he doesn't answer, so she leaves. Meredith and Derek name their baby Bailey, after Bailey. Bailey wants to find Weber to apologize to him, but she can't find him. He's in the basement still, on the floor, after being electrocuted, and that's the end of season 9. Pretty solid season. I think after they get the whole, like, buying the hospital shit out of the way, like, the last few episodes are really good. My favorite episodes were Perfect Storm and Sleeping Monster. My favorite characters were Meredith, Christina, and Alex. Oh god, the Leah string fell down. I'm never gonna be able to... Alright, any other strings need fixing? I think we're good. So, here's the wall at the end of season 9. Here's the good noodle boards, all the pages. Alright, before we start season 9, I realized I forgot to take down that Joe is not interested in Alex, because she is. They have kissed. I connected them, right? Yes, okay. So this immediately follows the events of season 9. We're still in the middle of the storm and everything. Stephanie goes to comfort Jackson after he almost exploded in a bus. It's the day after the storm now, and the board is going to have a meeting, but Weber isn't showing up. Jackson tells the rest of the group that Dr. Boswell has been sent away. She got on a plane this morning and left. And Christina says, "Who's Dr. Boswell?" And Callie says, "She's the woman that Arizona slept with last night." Alex and Joe are trying to get freaky, but they both get paged away. Christina tells Meredith that she's done with Owen. We'll see if that fucking lasts. Bailey tells Shane to go find Weber. And Christina says that the last time she saw him, he was going downstairs to go to the generator. Shane tells Heather that she should go find Weber because Derek asked her to, and because he wants to get back on Derek's good side. Blackstar, do it yourself. She heads down to the basement and finds Weber passed out on the floor, and she runs to go help him, but she steps in a puddle and gets electrocuted. And as she is seizing from the electrocution, she falls over and hits her head. Bad. Shane helps Derek with scans, but he's like, "I want Brooks. Go find my girl Brooks." And he's like, okay. So he goes down to the basement, and he finds Weber and Heather passed out on the ground. Bailey helps Shane bring them up, and they both start to crash. Christina has to thread a balloon catheter on Weber, like, basically without being able to see it at all, so that's a gold star for Christina. Christina and Bailey argue about what to do next, and Christina says she owns the hospital so that Bailey has to listen to her, and they call Owen in, who says to check Weber's healthcare directive, and they find out that Meredith is in charge of Weber's decision-making. Derek and Shane scrub in to save Brooks, and Shane says that this is all his fault. Episode 2, Brooks starts to crash, so Shane runs out to go get Owen, but by the time he comes back to the OR, Heather is dead. That's the first one gone from this intern class. Catherine yells at Bailey while she's operating on Weber. Black star for Catherine. Bailey's closing him up when he starts to crash. Catherine tells Jackson she's going to move Weber to a different hospital once he's stable. Bailey operates on him again and finds the dead tissue and removes it. Matthew finds out that Jackson is actually the person that April lost her virginity to, and he asks April if she wanted to say no when he proposed to her, and she doesn't answer. Girl. Later, however, April proposes to Matthew, and he says yes. Arizona goes home to find that Callie has left with Sophia. Meredith tells Callie that she can stay at her place. Arizona shows up and they fight. Arizona wants to make up with Callie, but she makes it clear that she does not want to be with a cheater. She's been cheated on in both marriages. Both of them a cheat. Can you imagine cheating on Callie Torres? I would worship the ground she walked on. Arizona also wants to see Sophia, but Callie doesn't want her to. Hey, remember last episode when Christina said that she and Owen were done? They hook up this episode, and they keep hooking up and saying that it's going to be the last time, so they have to make it the best last time sex, but then they just keep doing it because they're terrible for each other. The interns all bond while trying to come up with good stories to tell Heather's mom. Joe tells them that she was a foster kid. Leah got into the program because of Mark. I don't know if that means she slept with him or not. I don't think it is. I'm not gonna connect them. Stephanie got into college on a cheerleading scholarship. They all get drunk, and Stephanie does a cheer routine, which is fun.
Are excited, united, and here to win the fight. We're here to meet you, defeat you.
When Heather's mom shows up, they can't come up with any stories, so they just lie and use a story that Meredith told Joe about George. And Heather's mom hugs Shane and says that they must have been close friends. And at the end of the episode, Weber wakes up. Episode 3, Arizona cut her hair and it looks very good.
Haircut.
Yes.
Derek and Meredith are losing their minds trying to deal with a newborn child and Callie and Sophia and Zola. Weber is refusing to eat. He tries to eat some soup, but he can't because his throat is all messed up. Meredith comes in to convince Bailey to put in a feeding tube, and Shane tells Weber that he needs to get the feeding tube, and he doesn't think that Meredith will do it otherwise, so he gets the tube put in, and Weber tells Meredith that he chose the wrong person to be his medical proxy. Man, you don't have to say that to her. Part of the hospital got destroyed during the storm, so Owen has to plead the board to fix it. April retook her boards and she passed. Gold star, you finally did it, queen. The interns are all studying for their intern exams. Callie tells Leah that she has to tell a patient that the patient's husband slept with his brother because that was the patient's last wishes. But then when they're about to tell the husband, Callie changes her mind. Callie shows up to couples therapy with Arizona, but she just tells her that she's not going to go in, but that Arizona needs therapy. Girl, they all need therapy. Arizona says that she needs her to do this, and Callie walks out. Episode 4, the episode starts with Meredith's usual narration, and then it turns into her doing the intro for The Muppet Show.
It's time to dress up right. It's time to get things started on The Muppet Show. Crap. Sorry.
The gang is holding a gala to raise money to repair the hospital. Jackson says that he's going to give 10% of tonight's money to whichever department can raise the most money. Derek charms people by juggling. He's not the only one who knows how to juggle. I'm gonna charm all of you. Get a load of this. The end of this video is just gonna be all of the times that I dropped the juggling balls while trying to get clips for that, so look forward to that. So back at the gala, Callie tells people that her wife died in a plane crash in order to get money. Black Star, I know she cheated on you, but oh my god. Meredith and Owen are worried about seeming charming enough to get money. Christina tells them not to worry, they just have to pretend like they're trying to pick someone up at a bar. She also turns to Meredith and says, I know you know how to do that. She does. Owen has flirty vibes with a woman named Emma Marling. I'll put her on the wall. I ran out of room, so she's like kind of on top of the nameless woman that Owen cheats on Christina with. I'm not going to connect her to anyone, but you can guess who she's going to be with. Emma is a doctor at Seattle Pres who's trying to steal some of their money at the gala. That seems kind of weird. Derek brings out their new baby Bailey to impress everyone, which Meredith doesn't like. Alex avoids talking to people, and Christina is having the time of her life. I'm so happy for her. While Jackson is giving a speech at the gala, there's like 2 aerial dancers on either side of him, and one of them falls over into another one, and one of them breaks her leg, and the bone is sticking out. The other one is passed out. Meredith breaks her deal with Derek and goes to help the surgery. I guess they had a deal where she wasn't doing surgery, I don't know. And Jackson brings the donors to see the surgery happening. April ditches the party to comfort Arizona. They get very drunk. It's a great scene. They get Leah to steal them more alcohol, and April asks to try on Arizona's leg, and they burst out laughing. Shane and Stephanie are in charge of the ER, and Stephanie thinks that they need to call an attending for help with a patient, but Shane says they should be rock stars and handle it by themselves. Shane sticks needles into someone's heart. Christina comes to help, but Shane does the procedure successfully. If that person died, he would get a black star, but they lived, so. After they successfully perform the surgery, Shane kisses Steph, and Jackson sees. Stephanie tells Jackson that she didn't want to kiss Shane, and Jackson reluctantly forgives her and says that they need to talk more. I will be connecting Shane and Stephanie. Alex thinks his dad is in the ER as a junkie, and Joe secretly tests the guy's blood and does a paternity test, and it is Alex's dad. I don't think she's allowed to do that. I'm gonna give her a black star. Weber is still not being receptive to any treatment, and Bailey sticks him with an annoying roommate so that he'll want to get better. Christina witnesses Owen and Emma flirting, and she leaves so that they can continue flirting. Good for her. Episode 5, Meredith wakes up, and she is looking so fine. Meredith and Derek are relying on Callie helping them with the kids, and they've gotten so domestic that Callie and Meredith accidentally kiss. I will be connecting them. You know the alternate universe episode that I hate? This is what the couple actually should have been like. Instead of Meredith and Alex and Callie and Owen, Callie and Meredith. I rest my case. Arizona tells April that she took Leah home on the night of the gala. Let's connect them too. Jackson is nervous because he is going to introduce Stephanie to his mom today, and then Catherine walks in on the two of them about to hook up. So that's probably the worst possible way to do it for Catherine, at least. Emma has made Owen banana bread, so I'm gonna count that as them getting together, but I don't need to connect them or anything because she's part of this string with the nameless woman. So that's saving myself some red string. Weber is working on recovering, and he is able to stand and walk a couple feet, and Catherine is not very impressed by this. Stephanie treats a man who got stung by 30 bees on his dick. I think he tried to fuck a beehive. Joe is treating Alex's dad, and Alex does not want to see him no matter how much Joe thinks that he should. Meredith is going to help Christina on a case, but when she spends too much of the day hanging out with Zola and helping out Zola, Christina kicks her off the case and gets Bailey instead. Christina tells Meredith that she's not as good as a surgeon as she is when they get in a big fight about it. Black Star Christina. Mean. Callie kicks Arizona out of their place, and Leah tells Arizona that she can stay at her place. Arizona asks what they did that night, and Leah says that they just hung out. Okay, I prematurely connected them, but I'm not taking that down because they do get together, spoilers. Callie dances around in her underwear, which she's been wanting to do for the last few episodes. Episode 6, the interns are all second-year residents now, which means they all passed their intern exams. The interns notice that Shane is being real weird about Heather. Leah mentions that she kissed someone. She and Arizona made out. Leah tells Shane and Stephanie that she kissed Arizona, and Arizona tells Leah that them kissing was a mistake, but later that night, Arizona texts Leah, "Girl, you do not have the chemistry to be doing this right now." Owen and Emma are getting more official. Meredith is trying to come up with some research to work on, one option being a portal vein graft that her mother was working on before she got sick, and while she was trying to print out some papers, Meredith realizes that she could do her research on 3D printing portal veins. Alex goes to a bar and watches his dad play in a band. They chat afterwards, and his dad tells him to come play guitar with him. They have a little jam sesh, and his dad shows Alex a picture in his wallet of his kids, and it is not Alex. Another family that he abandoned. Alex punches him in the face. I know I should give him a black star, but I'll give him a gold star for that, because fuck your abusive dad, man. Shane gives Christina an idea to use glue that is typically used for neurosurgeries for a heart surgery, and it saves the guy's life, so that's a gold star for Shane. Joe does good work on Weber, so that's a gold star for Joe. Meredith and Christina are still in a fight, and Derek tells Meredith that he's going to scale down on his surgeries to work on research with Callie so that Meredith can be a better surgeon. Gold star for Derek for once in his life. Episode 7, Arizona and Leah have officially hooked up. Given a gladiator thumbs down to that. Stephanie got LASIK eye surgery. I know in this picture she's not wearing glasses, but originally she does wear glasses. Shane is dealing with another patient, and he asks her, "Have you seen this lady with the weird eyes?" And Steph says, "Too soon, Shane." Remember how Owen and Emma were doing good? They broke up. Weber wants one of the interns to do his surgery today. Bailey says that they're not ready for it, so Weber kicks her off his case, and Weber apologizes to Meredith for being mean to her. Ben is around for Halloween. He helps Derek fix up Zola's butterfly costume. It's a really cute scene. He also tells Bailey that he quit his residency in LA. He tells her that he loves Bailey more than he loves surgery. Gold star for Warren. And Bailey says that she's disappointed in him. Black star. Topical patient of this episode. They have a patient who is high on bath salts and thinks they're a zombie, and they bite Leah on the neck. At the end of the episode, Shane buys Christina a drink at Joe's. Episode 8, Ben is coming back to Gray Sloan to be an anesthesiologist again. Weber is recovering more, and he gets out of bed to help another patient, so that's a gold star for Weber. Meredith and Steph are doing a presentation for Meredith's first 3D print. Everyone is very excited to see it, but they get disappointed when it's just a fork. Derek and Jackson notice that the technician for the printer has a facial tic, and they want to operate on him. Meredith doesn't like Christina use the printer, and she fights with Alex during surgery, and he says that she was a lousy doctor today. Later, when Meredith goes to check the printer, Christina is using it to save a baby. She did interrupt Meredith's print, but it was to save a baby. Bailey is having some OCD trauma flashes, and my roommate, who also has OCD, says, "This is entirely accurate and I am being so serious." Owen has Callie interview Emma for a job at Gray Sloan, but Callie thinks that Owen is trying to set her up with Emma. Emma tells Owen that she doesn't want to work at Gray Sloan because if they broke up, then they would all choose his side over hers. Did they get back together? When did that happen? Episode 9, Derek and Callie are giving a speech for their brain mapping research that they've been working on, and during the speech, Callie gets sued. Ooh, this is a good episode. We get a flashback to 4 months ago where Arizona tells Callie that they should have another baby. She says that she'll carry this time, and she gets pregnant. Christina is giving Callie a famous snowboarding patient to treat. There's an issue with the surgery, and that's why she's getting sued. The patient lost both of his legs. During the surgery, they had to close him up, but the scrub nurse said that they were missing a sponge, and Callie said that she doesn't care and that they don't have the time, so they closed him up. Black Star. He comes in a couple days later with a big infection around his incision site. Arizona is being really nice to Callie during the trial, and Callie's dad shows up to comfort her, and Callie has to tell him that she and Arizona split up. The board meets, and Callie says the hospital should settle with the snowboarder, and Christina says that they should settle, and so should Callie. Callie has to perform a procedure to try to save his leg, which Christina disagrees with, saying that she wants to work on his heart. Eventually she relents, and Callie says that it went well, but the next day both of his legs are black and they have to amputate him. The trial is not going very well for Callie. The prosecutor asks Callie if she was distracted on the day of the surgery, and we get a flashback where afterwards Arizona tells Callie that their baby has no heartbeat, and because of this Arizona says she doesn't know if she wants another baby after all. At the trial, Callie gives a really good testimony. She comes home with Meredith to find a letter that she missed from a German hospital about the operation that she did, and they said that she shouldn't do it because they had been noticing a bunch of post-op infections from the surgery, and it was postmarked 3 weeks before the surgery. Meredith says that she shouldn't say anything about the letter because she didn't see it and it wouldn't impact anything anymore. She gets called in because the jury reached a verdict and Callie is not guilty. Callie goes to Arizona's place and asks her to come home, and Arizona goes back in her room and tells Leah to leave. That's a great Callie episode. Good episode. Episode 10, Arizona is back with Callie, but she's sleeping on the couch. Arizona tells her that she was with someone while they were separated. Callie thanks her for telling her, but she says that she doesn't want to hear any more about it. Later during a surgery, Callie realizes that she slept with Leah. Emma and Owen are still going strong. Maybe next episode they'll break up. April invites Stephanie to her wedding and tells her that she can bring a +1. Jackson says that they shouldn't go, but Stephanie says that they should. Girl, you should have listened to him. Ben has started to notice Bailey's OCD, but she says that nothing is going on. Ben tells Derek that he thinks that Bailey has OCD, and Derek tells him that he can't hear him say that Bailey is doing unnecessary procedures because of this, because he's part of the board and he has to report it. Owen talks to him too, and they say they have to pull Bailey from surgeries so that they can investigate it. Bailey is super pissed at Ben, and Owen and Meredith go into a surgery that Bailey is about to perform, and Owen has Bailey move around all the instruments, and Bailey freaks out and leaves. Ben defends himself and says that he should have gone straight to Owen instead of Derek, and I agree with him, so gold star. Bailey knocks a chair over in anger, but then she has to pick it up and put it back perfectly. I do not think this is a good depiction of OCD. Shane overhears Christina and Alex talking about how Christina needs to get laid, and Shane says that he's available to help. A little eager. Weber wants to get discharged, but he keeps failing his stress tests. He falls on the treadmill trying to pass and he breaks a rib, and the interns all spend Thanksgiving with Weber to make him feel better in the hospital. So that is a gold star for Steph, Leah, and Joe. I don't think Shane was there. Meredith is still mad at Christina because she keeps using the 3D printer, and Meredith says that she can't because she's using it for research. Shane yells at Meredith, and Christina lets him. What the heck? Meredith walks out, and Christina kisses Shane. Episode 11, Derek and Callie's brain mapping tests are continuing forward to actual artificial hands as opposed to just simulations. They're having patients with stuff on their heads use their brain to control artificial hands, which could be very good for people who don't have limbs. Meredith and Stephanie are inserting their first 3D printed portal vein into a sheep, and the surgery is successful, but later the sheep dies. Stephanie is very invested in the sheep. Weber's getting discharged today. He comes into the hospital and does some skills labs. He's back. Bailey has a psychologist following her around all day to keep track of her OCD. She's not cleared for surgery, and the psychologist wants her to take meds, but Bailey doesn't want to, and after talking to Weber, she does take them. Alex's dad is back at the hospital, and Joe is trying to treat him while he detoxes, and he pushes her against a wall, and Alex comes to help her, so gold star for Alex. Matthew and Jackson are hanging out outside of work, work when they see a guy get dragged away by a taxi after he got stuck in the door, and Matthew cracks him with a straw. Christina and Alex are operating on a baby patient today with a 3D printed part. Shane decides that they should live stream the surgery by saying that Christina wanted it, and she says that she doesn't, but they can do it anyways. Shane needs to get his ego checked. Oh my god, I'm giving him a black star. The surgery doesn't go well, and they have to stop filming. The baby lives, but they're not sure that the conduit that they printed will work, but later it seems that it is working. In an elevator, Meredith asks Shane how he's doing after they think that their baby surgery didn't go well, and he thinks that she's like bragging because Meredith had her own surgery go well. Like, not everything is about you. Maybe she was just asking you a question. Meredith tries to talk to Christina about him, but she blows her off. April's sisters are in town for her wedding shower, and she doesn't really like them. They give her some lingerie, and she yells at them for calling her Ducky, like ugly duckling. Also during the scene, Teams by Lorde is playing in the background, and she kicks her sisters out of her wedding. Matthew tells Jackson that he should come to the wedding because it would mean a lot to April. You're gonna regret saying that. Callie and Arizona are fighting, and then they kiss and have makeup sex. Episode 12, Christina is giving a press conference about her 3D printed conduit. Shane brags about Christina during it, so she kicks him off of her service. She tells him that he's gonna burn himself out, and he says that they should just release some tension, and he touches her arm, and she says that they're not doing that anymore, and tells him to go home. Thank God. Meredith's sheeps keep dying, and Christina gets a picture taken of herself with the 3D printer while it's printing something for Meredith for her meeting, and that makes Meredith mad. Weber is back in the operating room. Let's go. The White House wants to talk to Derek about the brain mapping research he's doing with Callie. He meets with some White House guys, and he tells them that they're not thinking wide enough. Alex yells at his dad for being a shitty father. Good job. April has to come to the hospital to get Meredith and Christina fitted for bridesmaid dresses. Christina tells Meredith that she doesn't know why the conduit worked, and Meredith calls her arrogant. Meredith says she called her a terrible doctor, and Christina says that she never said that, but that Meredith called her a terrible person. Shane comes in and tells Christina that she's in contention for a Harper Avery Award because of the conduit, and they start to really yell at each other. Basically the same thing. Christina's saying that she can't be a good doctor because she's a mom, and Meredith calls Christina out for sleeping with Shane. Shane shows Leah how to change her hours in their system so that she can work more. I feel like they shouldn't be able to do that. Black Star Shane. Bailey tells Ben that her OCD got worse because he came back. Jesus Christ, the Black Star Bailey. It's time for April's wedding. She looks so good. Meredith and Christina are still fighting. Christina says just because she doesn't have a family, it doesn't mean that she's not a changed person, and Meredith says that she's so jealous of her. Christina says that she's as good of a mother as she is a surgeon, but they're growing apart, and Meredith says that she doesn't want to compete with her, but here they are. They start apologizing, and then April is like, everyone shut the fuck up. It's my wedding day. Alex's dad needs heart surgery. Leah calls Shane to get Christina, but Shane says that they don't need her. All the attendings are at April's wedding. Black Star Shane. The nurses tell Shane that he should wait, and he says no. During surgery, the pericardium starts to tear, and the scrub nurses try to give him advice, but he won't listen. Leah tells him to get help, and Shane says that he doesn't need any help, so Leah runs out to get help. Alex tells Joe that he doesn't need anyone else, and that if they have kids, they'll be great parents, and they'll be together forever. Leah runs and gets Weber for help. I'll give her a gold star for that. April is walking down the aisle. Weber goes into the OR and sees Shane standing still over the patient. He keeps saying that it's his fault that she died, talking about Heather. Weber says that he's got her, she'll be fine, get some rest, and Shane turns and leaves. I'll give Weber a gold star. Derek's phone rings during the wedding, and he answers it, and it's from the President of the United States. This is older, so a better president than the one we currently fucking have. Well, not currently, the one we're going to have. During the wedding, Total Eclipse of the Heart starts playing. Alex's dad flatlines. Jackson turns to Stephanie and says that he's sorry. He gets up, and then he sits down. And then he gets up again and tells April that he loves her, and that he always has. And he asks if she loves him too. Episode 13. The episode starts with Jackson and April running out of the church together holding hands. Meredith is mad that Derek is stepping back on his promise to step back from doing surgery stuff just because the president called him. I get why she's mad, but like, the president called him. But I get why she's mad. You're never wrong. Well, she's wrong a lot of the time. Christina says that she is now a huge fan of April after she ran out of her wedding because she said that it's the coolest thing that she's ever seen. Alex finds out about his dad and he wants Shane to get fired or arrested. Leah tells Owen and Weber about Shane fudging his hours so that he could work more, and Alex doesn't want Christina working on his dad because she taught Shane and she lets him run the place, and he tells him that she's sleeping with Shane. He tells Weber and Owen. Arizona tells Callie that it's not going to work between them. Ben and Bailey are still fighting. She's mad that he quit surgery. She says it's just like her first marriage. He says he was happy being a surgeon. He was an amazing surgeon, but he left for her. He didn't want to leave. Joe tells Steph that when she's done treating Alex's dad, the two of them are going to go get drunk and burn a lot of things. What a good pal. April gets out of Jackson's car and says that she can't do this. 3 weeks later, Arizona and Callie buy a house. Stephanie is back at work, and Ben is now a surgical intern at Gray Sloan. The board is willing to let Shane come back, and Shane is just standing in the ER. Owen is being very mean to Shane, and he tells Weber that he did not want Shane back. The board went against Owen's decision. Alex meets with his dad's wife, and he calls Joe his fiance. Joe tells Alex that she's not ready to get married yet, and he gets mad at her. She also didn't even realize that he proposed at some point, and Alex comforts his dad as his dad dies. Shane goes to apologize to Alex, and Alex beats him up, Black Star, and Christina tells Shane that he deserved it. Leah is in a surgery with Jackson, and she asks him why he humiliated Stephanie like that, because Jackson and April aren't even together. They did all that for nothing. Stephanie tells Leah that she should transfer to a different hospital, and Leah says that she needs to stay. He was her boss, and he chose to humiliate her. Arizona did it to her, and Christina did it to Shane, and they're all expendable, but they shouldn't be. They should do something about this. Derek meets with some White House people, and they find out that when Derek was in high school, he decked a guy in hockey, and that Derek has been sending the family money ever since. Gold star for Derek, that's good. Meredith is mad that he's talking about it like he doesn't want to do the White House stuff. He says that he wants to do it, and that makes her more mad. Owen calls an emergency board meeting. One of the residents has submitted a sexual harassment and hostile work environment claim to HR. The board wants to know who it is, but they can't find out because it's anonymous. Owen says that they're missing the point. They're letting their personal lives disrupt their work, and HR wants a no tolerance, no relationship policy, no relationships between superiors and subordinates, and Owen wants them to implement it. That's the smartest thing he's done in like 5 seasons. At the end of the episode, we see that Jackson and April are together. They've just been keeping it a secret. Jackson says that they won't be able to keep it a secret for much longer because of the board meeting. We get a flashback of April getting out of the car, and Jackson says that they should get married, and she says yes. Episode 14, Meredith hasn't slept with Derek in 3 weeks since he went back on his promise. Derek has an interview with the White House, but it gets canceled, and it got canceled because they want Derek to run the advisory board. Callie has Arizona unpack a box for her, and it has a ring on it with a date inscribed on the inside of the day that they moved into the house together. That's really sweet. I'll give Callie a gold star for that. Owen and Emma are gonna move in together. Christina drunkenly goes to Owen's place to congratulate him, and they hook up. Oh my god, I'm giving them both black stars, Jesus Christ. The next day, Emma tells Owen that she wants kids, and basically everything that Owen wants. Owen is giving a speech to the entire hospital about the new fraternization policy. It seems like it mostly just affects Joe and Alex because they're like the only happy couple. Weber lets it slip that it was one of the residents that made the complaint, and Joe assumes that it was Stephanie. Joe and Alex fight about it in front of the whole hospital and very publicly break up, but it was actually just a ruse so that they could be together in secret. I'll give Joe a gold star for that because it was funny. Weber walks in to a closet and sees Jackson and April making out shirtless, and Alex and Joe are in there too. Not all of them together, they just happen to be in there at the same time. Joe tells Stephanie that Jackson and April are still together to guilt her for making the complaint, and Stephanie says that it was anonymous. Leah's like, yeah, it was anonymous. And they all realize that it was her from that. Shane says that they're squandering their jobs. Alex and Joe get called into a meeting with the board, and Alex is pissed and just says to punish him and leaves. Meredith needs a bioengineer on her research to further progress it, and she goes to ask Christina for advice, and she realizes that she slept with Owen. She's got like a sixth sense. Owen breaks up with Emma, and he tells her that it's because she wants to be a stay-at-home mom if she had kids, which is literally what he wants from everyone that he gets married to. Oh my god. Like, obviously he's breaking up with her because he slept with Christina, so just say that. Just say that you cheated on her. Don't be like, you have everything that I want. We're out of here. Episode 15, Alex gets suspended from surgery for 3 days because he and Joe broke the rule. HR has to talk to Arizona today about her and Leah. She finds out that Leah's complaint wasn't against Arizona, but it was most likely against Callie. Stephanie and Joe are outside, and Stephanie lightly kicks a box out of frustration, and there's a baby in it. Shane has good instincts when treating the dumpster baby with Christina, so I'll give him a gold star. Derek has to discontinue his brain mapping research with Callie if he wants to work with the White House, and that makes Callie super pissed. Rightly so. Stephanie accidentally hits Arizona and then Jackson with a gurney 2 separate times, and when she hits Jackson, people clap. Callie helps Arizona use Heelys with her prosthetic. It's a gold star for Callie. Episode 16, it's Weber's birthday. Everyone at the hospital gives him a folder about retiring, but later they throw him a surprise party. Christina and Shane are vetting out patients for their trial. Callie has a meeting with Derek about the intellectual property of their brain sensors. Derek says he feels bad about it, and Callie says, yeah, because you know it's wrong. Derek and Callie meet with the White House guys, and Derek tells them that it's either he and Callie keep doing their work, or Derek's out, and they consider changing their rule. Celebrity alert, Keke Palmer, she wants to be on Christina's trial. Bailey and Meredith have a patient who had a twin in the womb, but he absorbed him, and he still has like bones in his body from the leftover twin, and they show that to Weber for his birthday to make him feel good. Catherine comes in and she wants April to sign a prenup. Jackson says that she doesn't have to. Catherine asks her a lot of questions about their hypothetical children, and they don't have a lot of answers, and Catherine says that this is something they should have thought of before they got married. Later, April tells Jackson that she wants their kids to be Christian, and she wants them to know how to do farm stuff like her, and he says that they'll have to learn to ride horses at boarding school. Owen offers Weber director of the residency program because he's such a good teacher. Episode 17, this is another like what if episode. It's what if Christina stays with Owen. She gets pregnant, they have 2 kids, she has to give up on her trial. Christina gives a Harper Avery Award to Shane for his work on their trial, and she's miserable. In another alternate universe, Christina stands her ground and says that she doesn't want kids, and they just keep breaking up and getting back together again. Owen cheats on her with one of her patients. Bailey has a doctor TV show. Christina gets her 4th Harper Avery, and Owen accidentally kills a kid by not ordering an allergy test, and Arizona thinks that he's a drunk. So they're just bad for each other, basically. Episode 18, there's a flu running through the hospital, and Weber tells Leah that she can't go home sick because doctors don't get sick, they just push through. Black star. Derek gets sick, and Meredith has to give a speech for him in his stead. Arizona and Alex work with a private practice doctor. Alex doesn't like private practices because he thinks that they only operate for money, and the doctor offers Alex a position at the practice. Joe is on a ortho case with Callie, and she really likes it. Episode 19, Christina gets nominated for a Harper Avery Award. Gold star. Alex and Bailey are working on a bubble kid. Bailey's trying to use her genome research that she's been doing to help him, and he gets out of his bubble, and Alex has to chase him down. Mare is doing the first HIV positive to HIV positive kidney transplant, but the donor backs out. Bailey does the transplant later, and she has a realization about HIV and the bubble boy. Derek and Callie test out their new machine that can read emotions in people's brains. Callie says that she can be used for the test, but after reading the results, he says that Callie is depressed. Alex calls the private practice guy and says that he's interested. Callie tells Arizona that she wants another kid, and Arizona says that she wants another kid too. Episode 20, Bailey wants to give the bubble boy the HIV virus, but not in a way that would actually give him HIV. It'll make him less immunocompromised because it's like deactivated or something. The parents are not into it and don't really understand it. April and Jackson disagree on 2 parents who don't want to give their deaf child a cochlear implant. April says that if they had a deaf child, she would want to immerse that kid in deaf culture, which is nice. But then she turns it into a metaphor for their kid being Christian. Jackson says that her God is not at all like their hypothetical deaf child. April ends up going to Callie and Arizona's and crashes there. Christina is supposed to be leaving tonight to go to the Harper Avery Awards, but she has to stay and help a family of a child patient who has heart problems. Gold star. She ends up making her flight anyways, and Meredith and some other people are there, and Christina does not win the Harper Avery. Episode 21, Amelia shows up at Derek and Meredith's Let's Go. She got proposed to, and she doesn't really know how to handle it. and she says that she's just there because she wants to see her niece and nephew, but really she's like totally freaking out. Alex has to tell Arizona that he got an offer to work at the private practice, and he doesn't think that she will take it well, and she does take it really well, and so he might have a new job. Jackson has to compile research about all of the research and labs that are being done at the hospital to see if they're worth keeping going. Meredith tells Jackson that if they cut her funding, she will cut their tires. Bailey's HIV bubble boy patient parents say that they do not want the deactivated HIV procedure. Catherine tells Weber that Christina couldn't win the Harper Avery Award because she works at a hospital owned by the Harper Avery Foundation. Black Star. And Weber tells her that he came to visit because he was going to propose to her, but now he's not, and he leaves. Christina's family that all have bad hearts find out that 2 out of 3 of their kids need a heart transplant immediately, and the parents have to decide which kid they will give the heart to. They tell her that she has to make the decision, and one of the kids dies. April tells Jackson that she's pregnant. Owen tells Christina that Weber told him that she did get the most votes for the Harper Avery Award. She did win. She just didn't actually win because of hospital politics. Episode 22, remember Jeff Russell, head of cardio? He's leaving. He says that it's not because he can't win a Harper Avery if he works there, but like that's why he's leaving. The board wants to appeal the foundation's decision to not have Christina win, and Christina's like, don't do that. Amelia is operating with Derek today on 2 conjoined twins who are connected by their head, and one of the twins dies. Bubble Boy is doing better. Stephanie asks Bailey if she administered the deactivated HIV against the parents' wishes, and Bailey says that it's working, and then she says that she doesn't know what she's talking about. Black Star Bailey, oh my god. Christina discharges her bad heart family. She tells them that they can't heal here. After this, she buys a flight to Zurich to talk about her conduits. During her speech, someone in the audience asks her a lot of questions, and he steps out from the shadows. And it's Burke! He was the one who invited her in secret. She calls Meredith, who leaves her a voicemail where she says, remember, his mama took your eyebrows. He shows her a surgery he's working on where they make a hologram of a patient's heart. It looks really goofy. Christina tells Burke that she wants to print a fully functioning human heart. He says that they can do it here, and he offers her a job. Christina asks if this is a ploy to get her back in his life, and he says that he is married with a kid, and he tells her that she's become everything that he dreamed she would be. Christina says that she can't take the job because she doesn't want to work with him, and Burke says that she doesn't have to work with him. He just wants her to take over the hospital. That's crazy. Jackson and April make up from their fight. Joe overhears Weber and Owen talking about firing one of the residents. Derek tells Amelia that she told Callie, oh god, what was that connected to? Oh no. Oh god, I don't know who that was connected to. Oh god. Someone that Callie was with. Oh wow, I have no idea who this was connected to. Oh, Meredith. Okay, fuck. I thought I was going to lose my mind. What was I saying? Derek tells Amelia that she told Callie that she'd be a good fit for their brain mapping project. Amelia says that she doesn't live here, and Derek says maybe you should. Meredith picks Christina up at the airport and immediately knows that Christina is leaving. She took Burke's job. Episode 23, Derek is in DC to meet with the president. Bailey says that she needs to tell the board about what she did with the bubble boy before he gets discharged. She tells Christina, and Christina gives her a high five. She tells the parents that she gave the bubble boy the treatment, and the parents are pursuing legal action. Obviously they should, but this never crossed Bailey's mind as a outcome. Stephanie is involved since she knew and didn't report it. I'm not gonna give her a black star though, that's my queen. Bailey doesn't think she's done anything wrong. They're going beyond a malpractice suit. It would be assault and battery. Stephanie tells the parents that it's not Bailey's fault, it's hers, and the parents decide to drop the charges if Stephanie receives a week of suspension. That's insane. Owen is having Christina interview new cardio head candidates, and she's not impressed by any of them, and Owen kisses Christina. Jesus Christ. Alex visits the hospital and steals a patient from Arizona, which pisses her off. Jackson and April haven't been telling people that April is pregnant because it's still really early, but Jackson ends up saying it in front of Stephanie, and April tells Callie. The resident who's getting fired is Leah. Oh no. Amelia wants to stay in Seattle, which Meredith thinks is great because then she can take over Derek's service while he's in DC. He says that that's great because then they can move to DC, and Meredith does not want to move to DC. Episode 24, Meredith and Derek are moving to DC. It's Christina's last day. She tells Alex that he's a really good doctor, and Christina keeps putting off leaving because she wants a distinct end. Shane asks if he can go with her to Zurich, and she says yes. Meredith says that she loves her and sends her off in a taxi, but Christina shows back up to the hospital and says that the way they finish is if they dance it out, so they have one last good dance it out. And Christina has an iconic moment. She tells Meredith that she's her person, and before she leaves, she tells Meredith about Derek. He is very dreamy, but he is not the son. You are. One last gold star for Christina.
I only have one shoe!
Later at home, Meredith tells Derek that she doesn't think that she can go to DC, and Meredith says that she thinks Derek thinks that his career will always be more important than hers. Yeah, that's been like the whole thing this whole time. That foundation has gathered up Jackson's research on everyone else's research, and they decide to shut down Bailey's genome lab. Whoever tells Bailey that she's a surgeon and she doesn't belong in a lab. He also says that Christina will be leaving a board seat and that he recommended her. The new head of cardio is Dr. Maggie Pierce. She's very young, graduated early, went to med school early. She tells Weber that she was adopted, but she did some digging and found out that her birth mom was Ellis Gray, and that's partly why she took the job here. So let's put Maggie up. April tells Owen that she's pregnant. There's a mass casualty event. There was a big explosion at a mall. April and Owen are running the ER like champs. Homeland Security is there to figure out if it was a terrorist attack, and they give Leah privileges to help out. It was not a terrorist attack. It was just a gas main blowing up. Arizona and Callie decide that they should do a surrogate to get pregnant. Christina leaves Alex her shares in the hospital and her seat on the board. And that is the end of season 10. This is probably where I think if you're going to watch Grey's Anatomy, this is a good stopping point. Because after Christina leaves, what's the point? What's even the point? You know, she's my everything. My favorite episode was the last episode where she leaves. I also like the episode where Callie gets sued. And of course, when Jackson and April run away together. And my favorite characters were Christina, of course, April, and Joe. So let's move on to season 11. All right, let's start season 11. We are immediately starting with everyone's favorite part of Grey's Anatomy, which is the stupid Meredith on a carousel flashback. There's going to be like a whole thing throughout the entire season. I think they show it in like season 3 actually, her on the carousel as a kid where she sees Ellis and Weber fighting with each other, and then that's when Weber leaves and they like break up for realsies. And this whole season, I guess the theme is that the carousel never stops turning. And so we see this stupid carousel like all the fucking time this season. I hate it so much. Meredith is big time sad that Christina is gone, as am I. She needs a new person, and she is making Alex that person, so she goes over to the house and gets in Alex's bed with him. Weber is in AA at a meeting, and he talks about how he thinks Maggie is his daughter, and Amelia is there too. Where is she? There she is. Hey, remember? Not true. Meredith, Maggie, and Owen are on the roof waiting for a patient to come in from a helicopter, and the helicopter looks so fake. It's really funny looking, and it is so windy, and plus the like wind from the helicopter blades, it pushes a gurney off of the roof, and the gurney lands right into a car, and in that car was a couple in the middle of having sex, which is so unfortunate. Bailey and Alex are waiting to meet with the board, and Bailey finds out that Alex was gifted Christina's board seat. Celebrity alert. Oh my god, you guys. Gina Davis is here. She plays Dr. Nicole Herman, who's like a minor character throughout this season. She is a fetal doctor. She does surgeries on babies in the womb, and the babies are just fine. Like, it's some really interesting stuff. And she wants Arizona to apply to her fellowship. So let's put Nicole Herman, I'm going to call her Herman, on the wall. She's not going to get connected for a little bit. Arizona tells Callie that Herman told her to apply to the fellowship, and Callie says to go for it. They're still on good terms. Jackson and Weber are trying to befriend Owen so that he won't be lonely now that Christina is gone. Maggie and Meredith get off on the wrong foot, and they do not like each other. Derek resigns from his White House position to be with Meredith and the kids. I'll give him a gold star for that. Meredith is not happy about it at all, though, because she thinks that Derek is going to grow to resent her for it. Episode 2, Alex says he will quit his private practice job if he gets the board seat. Maggie is in a surgery with him, and she accidentally lets this slip with his boss, and the boss fires Alex. So I will give a black star to Maggie. It was not purposeful, but still unfortunate. Maggie also tells Jackson that it was stupid for the board to close Bailey's genome lab. Finally, I can agree. Maggie's parents have a guy in a big fish costume come in and sing to her at work, which is cute but embarrassing. Man, a lot of Maggie stuff in these notes. Maggie lets a patient die because her daughter wouldn't sign a DNR form that the patient wanted, and this makes Meredith dislike her even more. And at the end of the episode, Maggie tells Meredith that Ellis is her birth mother, and Meredith doesn't believe her. Episode 3, Meredith is still treating Alex like he's the new Christina, and she comes in and talks to him while he's in the shower, which Joe is not very happy about. Alex says that she should ask Weber about Ellis and him having a kid, since she doesn't remember. And she's like, if he knew that Ellis had another kid, he would tell me. Alex and Meredith hack into doctor records to find evidence that Maggie is lying, but they find out that her birthday is around the same time that Ellis tried to kill herself, and they go into the admittance records and find out that Ellis was pregnant and that she didn't even know she was pregnant. Weber goes to talk to Meredith, and she realizes that Maggie doesn't even know that Weber is her dad. Weber says that he didn't even know that she was pregnant, and Weber tells Maggie. She gets super mad that he didn't tell her as soon as he knew that she was Ellis's daughter. Who else would be the dad? Alex is very stressed out since he lost his job at the private practice and he needs a new job back at Gray Sloan. He and Bailey are having a meeting with the board today to see who will get the board seat, and they pitch themselves, and after a long wait, Bailey gets the board seat. I'll give her a gold star, and Alex is mad about it. Owen brings Callie to do a talk on residual limb health, but actually it was a ruse to try to get him working on her and Derek's brain mapping thing. Callie is annoyed because she's way too busy to do that kind of stuff, and Owen gets mad when the sensors aren't working on a particular patient, and he's like, you got their hopes up for nothing. And Callie's like, girl, you got their hopes up for nothing. Black star. He says, fix it, that's an order, and Callie's like, no. But later during surgery with Jackson, she mentions that she's working with Owen on this veteran thing with limbs, and she invites Jackson to work on the program with them. Arizona is starting her fellowship with Herman. Amelia and Derek keep having spats because he can't seem to handle that she's the head of neuro, and he steals a case from her because he says it's too complicated for her. Black star. Amelia tells Derek to stop being a martyr about giving up the White House job, which is exactly what Meredith said was gonna happen, and he keeps using it as a gotcha to be like, well, Meredith, I quit working at the White House for you. Shut the fuck up. Bailey and Jackson notice that Weber and Maggie have been hanging out, and they think it's a dating thing. Arizona and Callie are gonna go meet with a surrogacy agency, but Callie thinks that Arizona doesn't actually want another kid. Episode 4, Meredith is watching old videos of Ellis giving speeches. We see the stupid fucking carousel again. Derek is still mad at her for shining while he's not, and she's like, I fucking told you to go to DC and shine, and it was your decision to stay here, so shut the fuck up. And Derek is like, you sound just like your mother. Black star. Oh my god, I hate this man. We get a flashback of young Weber and Ellis, except they didn't have the budget anymore, so Ellis isn't Sarah Paulson anymore, and they show the clip in season 3 where Weber tells Ellis that they would have had kids, and Ellis goes, we would have had kids? Obviously this was just added in now. Alex is back. He has been hired as a peds attending since Arizona is doing her fellowship. He had been told that the vote between him and Bailey for the board was close, but Stephanie tells him that it was actually a unanimous vote for Bailey. Maggie quits, and Bailey and Amelia are not very happy about this. Maggie tells Derek that she's Meredith's sister, and he's super happy about it. Weber tells Bailey, who is thankful that they didn't hook up or something. Meredith treats a seemingly pregnant child, but they just have a really big mass in their tummy, and Meredith saves the kid's life, so I'll give her a gold star. Maggie also does a very hard surgery successfully, so she'll get a gold star too. Meredith remembers Ellis giving birth, and she shows Maggie one of Ellis's journals from when she was pregnant with her, so that makes Maggie unquit. Episode 5, this is a good episode. Arizona and Callie are in couples therapy, and they're still arguing about their potential second kid. Callie says it's ridiculous for Arizona to do the fellowship, even though she told her to, when she's already a fantastic peds surgeon, and Arizona says it's to advance her career, and Callie says that it's not advancing their family. Then why did you tell her to go for it? The counseling obviously is not going very well, and the therapist suggests that they take a break for 30 days Callie doesn't want to do that, and Arizona's like, 30 days isn't long enough. The rules are they cannot talk to each other unless it's an emergency, and they cannot have sex with each other or anyone else, and Callie struggles immediately. Arizona meets another doctor in the fellowship program. His name is Dr. Graham Maddox. He is a big kiss ass with Herman. Let's put him on the wall. You can guess based on his placement that he is a kiss ass in more ways than one. April helps Arizona make moms out of Jell-O so that she can practice operating with, which annoys Callie because Arizona said that she couldn't put Sophia to sleep that night because she was studying, which, like, she is. She's making Jell-O moms with April. What's not to get, Callie? Callie knocks something over, and Meredith asks her if she's okay, and Callie goes into a whole thing where she's like, girl, no, why don't you just ask me what's wrong? And Meredith goes, sorry, I have my own stuff. It's a really good line read. They go and get drunk at Joe's, and Meredith tells Callie that she's a legacy cheater. And Callie says that all the people she's been married to have cheated on her. Meredith says that she thinks Christina was the one true love of her life, and Callie asks if she ever got excited by her vagina, and she says no, and Callie says then she was not the one true love of your life, and then they start singing about vaginas. Just an incredible scene, truly. Callie goes home and kisses Arizona, but they stop, and they tell the therapist, and the therapist says they have to start their 30 days over. Arizona keeps talking to Alex about peds cases, and eventually he has to, like, kick her off the peds floor because he's the peds attending, and she's just the fellow. Callie has a Grey's revelation when she and Meredith are talking about splitting a burger, and she's like, I can split the hip replacement. When Callie wasn't home, Arizona thinks that she was cheating on her, so she breaks the rules to talk to her, and Callie is like, I was just out with Meredith and then I slept in an on-call room. Callie tells the therapist that she thinks their break must be working if Arizona is jealous. On the last day of the 30 days, they break the rules and sleep together, but they do not tell the therapist. Arizona is supposed to do her first fetal procedure today, but she hesitates, and Herman switches her out with Graham, and after the surgery, Herman tells her that she might not have what it takes for the fellowship, and that if she messes up again, she's out. When they meet with the therapist, Arizona is proud of the progress that they've made and reaffirms her love for Callie, and Callie says that the past 30 days have made her feel more free than she has in a while, and that she doesn't want to do this anymore, and she walks out. Episode 6, Maggie thanks Meredith for lending her Ellis's journals to read, and Derek tells Meredith that she should invite her over for dinner for some time. Derek also invites Weber so that Weber and Maggie can hash out their beef. Derek and Meredith are late for the dinner because they're too busy having sex, so outside Weber and Maggie hash it out, and Weber apologizes, and Maggie just says okay and walks away. April's mom comes to visit. She's very excited about doing baby shopping with April, but she's busy, so Jackson volunteers instead. Let's give him a gold star. April is not very receptive to her mom's help, but Jackson really appreciates it. Callie and Arizona agree to not tell anyone that they're splitting up, but Arizona tells Alex after he sits in on a surgery with her and Herman really tears into her for, like, really minor reasons. Alex tells her she needs to stand up for herself, and Arizona tells Herman that she doesn't want her speaking to her like that for the entire year of their fellowship. Herman says that they won't have a year together because she has an inoperable brain tumor and she's going to die soon. She tells Arizona that she wants to teach her 1 year of fetal surgery in 6 months before she dies. Celebrity alert, Sydney Sweeney is here. She's the daughter of a patient who comes in with heartburn and ends up having cancer, in case you needed anything else to have anxiety about. Alex tells Joe, you got me. I swear to God, I'm not going anywhere except home with you. Where is it? Episode 7, Arizona wants to learn more about Herman's tumor, and Herman's like, you don't get to know anything about me. She leaves to go to a doctor's appointment, but later Arizona has a patient that needs a fetal surgery, and Herman won't answer the phone, and when she doesn't answer the phone, Arizona leaves a voicemail saying that she will take the baby out. She's going to tell Owen that Herman has cancer. Arizona leaves the surgery after the baby is taken out and leaves the mom with Graham, but she gets called back because he almost lets the mom bleed out. Arizona gets called out again to update the father with Alex, but when she comes back, the mom is dead. Arizona and Alex argue who should tell the father that his wife died. Then they see that Herman is already talking to him. She says that if they had done her original plan, that the mom and the baby both would have died, so Arizona saved the baby's life. She tells Arizona that she made the right call, and Arizona asks her to show her how she could have saved the mom. Herman says that she'll do it tomorrow unless she's still planning on telling Owen that she has cancer, and Arizona is like, no. A patient comes in and sees Amelia and says in front of the entire hospital that she doesn't want Amelia operating on her parents because she was in Narcotics Anonymous with her, and Amelia was addicted to Oxy and overdosed with her boyfriend in bed with her, and the boyfriend died. You know, I think this woman is forgetting the second word in Narcotics Anonymous. Why are you airing out her dirty laundry? Oh my god, the woman should be arrested for that. What the hell? Amelia talks with Weber, who assures her that she hasn't done anything wrong. Owen tries to talk to Amelia, but Amelia says that she doesn't have to say anything if she doesn't want to, damn straight. Owen asks Derek if he thinks that she's the best person to be heading neuro after what he's heard, and Owen calls an emergency board meeting to talk about Amelia. Amelia yells at Derek for not defending her to Owen and trying to take her job, which he denies. He says he'll fix it. He goes into the board meeting and tells them that there's no reason to question Amelia. Finally, he does something right. Joe is nervous about doing surgery with Bailey, and she tells Steph that she's not afraid of itty-bitty Bailey while they're in the bathroom, and then Bailey comes out of the stall and asks Joe to turn the faucet on for her because she's too little bitty to do it herself. After the surgery, Joe can't remember if she did a step in the surgery and tells Bailey, who gets mad at her. She scares Joe but tells her that she knows that Joe didn't skip the step because she watched her the whole surgery, and that she needs to stop second-guessing herself. Meredith invites Maggie and Callie to the old house so that they can all drink together. They raise a glass to George, and they talk about how they pretty much all had sex, and Callie says, "We're all related through sex." You think? Arizona shows up to move in with Alex. And at the end of the episode, Amelia tells Derek that she's moving out of their house. Episode 8 starts with more carousels. Oh my god. Stephanie is doing April's ultrasound when she accidentally reveals the sex of the baby. It's a boy. And then she thinks that she sees something weird on the ultrasound and asks Joe for a second opinion, who asks Arizona for another opinion. Arizona confirms Steph's diagnosis, but she wants to ask Herman just to be extra sure. And she also confirms that April and Jackson's baby has, what's it called? Osteogenesis imperfecta, which is a condition where a baby's bones are really brittle and they break really easily, and they could break in the womb, and it's not something that most babies live from, and that their baby would only live a matter of days, if that, after they gave birth. Steph continues to ask Herman questions about it, and Jackson overhears and asks what they were talking about. Arizona gets kicked off of one of Herman's cases because she keeps asking her personal questions. Arizona calls one of Herman's doctors pretending to be a neurofeller and asks for her scans to be sent to Amelia. That's a black star. She sends the scans to Amelia and tells her not to tell anyone. Arizona walks in on Herman having sex with Graham. Let's connect them. Amelia finds out that Arizona stole the scans and that Herman didn't want anyone to know about it, but she says that she thinks she can remove the tumor. A presidential aide shows up to try to convince Derek to come back to DC, and she says that she is not leaving without getting yes for an answer. After he continues to fight with Meredith all day, he calls the aide in front of Meredith and tells the aide that he'll take the job back. Meredith tells him to go away, and Derek says that he gave up everything for her. Oh my god. Shut the fuck up. Owen and Callie are still working on their veteran brain mapping thing, and one of the veterans falls down because he's pushing himself, and Owen blames Callie for it when it literally was not her fault at all, so I'm gonna give him a black star for that. Meredith and Maggie disagree with Derek and Weber about whether to do a chest surgery or a brain surgery first on a patient, and Meredith is like, Maggie is the only attending here, so she can pull rank on everyone, and they do the chest surgery before the brain surgery. Amelia tells Owen about her past and is like, if you need to talk to anyone, I'm here. Episode 9, Meredith takes down their post-it note vows and throws it in the trash. Derek has gone to DC. However, later they hash it out on the phone and she takes it out of the trash. Should have kept it there. Jackson tells April about their baby, and the next day, April is at work, which really shocks Jackson, and he makes Owen pull her out of surgery because she shouldn't be working. Stephanie tells Meredith and Owen that it's about their baby, but she doesn't really go into any more detail. April is mad at Jackson for making decisions for her, but Jackson says that he just wants April to talk to him, and she goes back to work, and April is mad at Steph for not telling her. Amelia is very excited to work on Herman's tumor, but Arizona says they have to wait until they can actually, tell Herman about it. And so they walk into the brain lab, and Herman is sitting there looking at her own scans, so. Amelia tells Herman that she can remove the tumor, and Herman walks out. But at the end of the day, Herman is down to talk with Amelia, and Herman says that she wants to wait until the tumor starts to invade her optic nerve so that she can teach Arizona as much as possible. Amelia does not want to do this, but it is Herman's decision ultimately. Episode 10, Meredith gets mad at Alex for not texting her back while he was having sex, and she's like, me and Christina would do it all the time. We would just say pause, text each other, and then go back into it. And she tells Joe about this, and she starts doing it with Steph. Jackson and April are waiting to find out how severe their baby's condition is. Jackson says that if it's type 2, they should terminate the pregnancy. April says that she doesn't care if it's type 2 or 3, she is going to give birth to that baby. April's mom comes to visit, and she says that they shouldn't even get the results because it's God's plan. And Jackson's like, let's not go that far. A woman comes in and pitches a prototype for Callie and Owen's brain mapping study, and she is flirting hardcore with Owen. Later, the two of them are at Joe's, and they see the woman at the bar, and Callie goes up to her and is like, hey, you should go for Owen, he's a cool guy. And she's like, oh, he's not my type. I was flirting with you. And Callie is very flattered, but she says that she's not looking for anything right now. Herman has tracked down a bunch of intense fetal surgeries for her in Arizona to do. It's very Teddy and Christina, and I love it. Amelia is trying to give a presentation to all the residents about how she's going to treat Herman's tumor, but none of them are really understanding it. Maggie reveals some lore that she almost got engaged in Boston, but that it didn't work out. I think his name was Dean. I don't know if we ever see a picture of him, though. Episode 11, this is a great episode. When I was taking notes, I accidentally clicked on episode 1 again, and I was like, oh my god, they're starting with the merry-go-round again. April and Jackson get the results for their baby. It has type 2 osteogenesis imperfecta. The baby's bones are breaking inside the womb, and the baby can feel the pain too. Oh my god. Catherine consoles them, and she tells them that they should choose a day for April to be induced so that they can give birth and give him a name and baptize him and hold him before he dies. So let's give Catherine a gold star for that. Good mother-in-law behavior. Jackson agrees that they should do this, and April hopes that there will be a miracle so that their baby won't die. The day of the birth comes, and everyone is talking about what they should do for the couple, and Amelia says that they should all light a candle in the chapel because it's what April would want, and that they should give them privacy. We get some private practice backstory that Amelia also had a baby that died. I never watched Private Practice, but from what I remember, I think her baby was born without a brain, because what else would happen to a brain surgeon, you know? April is having a whole crisis of faith because she doesn't understand why a just God would do this to someone. Give Sarah Drew her Emmy for this. Like, she's going crazy. Jackson goes to the chapel and prays for April. He deserves an Emmy too. It's a really good scene, so let's give him a gold star. Ben gets in trouble for giving labs to an intern to run, but they never get the labs back. He finally finds the intern, and April realizes that she doesn't even work there. She was in a car accident the night before with her boyfriend, and her boyfriend died, and someone gave her scrubs to wear because her clothes were all bloody. April comforts the woman, and then she tells Jackson that their baby should be named Samuel, and that she's ready to give birth. She gives birth, and their baby dies. Episode 12, Warren and his brother are scattering their dad's ashes at a campsite, and when they go to leave, his brother passes out and falls down a hill. When they take them to the hospital, Bailey and Meredith quickly realize that Warren's sibling is actually in the process of transitioning, so it's his sister. Warren is not putting 2 and 2 together, and Bailey has to spell it out for him. He does not take it well at all, Black Star. Warren wants to get her a psych consult. He says, I'm done with him, and Bailey says, her. Fucking get his ass. She fucking tears into him. I'm gonna give her a gold star for that. Bailey also gets Jackson to do a consult with Warren's sister about plastic surgery and stuff like that, so I'm gonna give Bailey another gold star. Ally. So Arizona is living with Alex and Joe at the old house, and she goes to take a shower, but Joe walks past her just completely naked, and she relays this to Herman, and Herman says, residents gone wild. Alex tells Herman about how Arizona got too handsy with the residents, and that's why they have all those HR procedures. Arizona also tells Herman that she cheated on Callie, and Herman says she's interesting and dirty, and the two of them hang out at the hospital all night, and it's really cute. Meredith comes back from a sex trip to DC to see Derek. Callie says that everyone is getting freaky but her, and Maggie is like, I know that you didn't actually go to DC because Derek called me to ask where you were, so who were you with? I don't care if it was a he, a she, or a they, but I just don't like liars. Later, she tells her that she went to the airport, she watched the plane board, but she did not get on it, and she just went to the airport hotel and had a nice weekend by herself and danced in her underwear and stuff. And it was really nice. She also tells Alex that she didn't want to go to DC because she didn't want to fight with Derek, but that she doesn't want to leave him. During this conversation, Joe walks past naked, and Alex says, I'm gonna marry that girl. Give him a gold star for that. Callie, Amelia, and Joe have a patient who pretended to pass out when her boyfriend proposed to her because she doesn't want to marry him. Herman jokingly hits on Owen. At the end of the day, Amelia shows up at Owen's trailer and hits on him. She brought him a bottle of sparkling water and turns to leave, and Owen stops her, and they kiss. It hurts. It hurts me, genuinely. Episode 13, Arizona and Herman are continuing their fetal surgeries. Herman wants Arizona to start doing some on her own with her watching to see where she's at. Bailey wants Herman to work on a patient that she has, and Herman's like, no. Arizona says that they should, and Herman starts taking their postcard patient note cards off of the wall and is like, okay, tell me which baby is going to die so that we can help Bailey's patient. Hardcore. Jesus Christ. However, after one of their other patients' babies dies, they now have room to do Bailey's surgery, and they do it, and Arizona's starting to get a good handle on them. Amelia is giving a talk about brain tumors, and she's like doing a slideshow, and she shows Herman's scan, and it says Herman's name on it. I thought people weren't supposed to know. Herman is refusing to get radiation, which would make Amelia's surgery easier, and as the weeks go on, Amelia gets more and more self-conscious about whether she'll actually be able to remove the tumor. She starts to think that not only is she the other Dr. Shepard, but that she's the wrong Dr. Shepard. During one of her talks, Callie asks Amelia if she should be doing this herself or if she needs to call Derek. Girl, Black Star. Let her do it. And at the end of the episode, it is time for Herman's operation. Episode 14, this is a really good episode. Amelia and Stephanie, who's been helping her, hit a superhero pose to feel more confidence. It's a really great moment. When I think of Amelia, this is one of the things I think of. Amelia asks Stephanie who's going to replace her when the time comes during the surgery, because it's a really long surgery, and she's like, no one's replacing me, I'm staying here the whole time. If no one's replacing you, no one's replacing me. Oh, God, I love them so much. Amelia asks Weber for help during the surgery when she gets stuck. They get 13 hours into the surgery when Stephanie passes out and Meredith subs in for her. They remove the tumor at this point, but they gotta put some seeds in to make sure that the tumor doesn't regrow. Amelia takes her lead gloves off to place the seeds faster, even though it would expose her to radiation, and Meredith calls her a badass. It is really badass. Stephanie wakes up at 17 hours in and runs back to the surgery, and Amelia lets her close up. Amelia walks out and sobs in the hallway. I'm gonna give Amelia and Stephanie gold stars for that surgery. It's been a couple days and Herman is not waking up. Amelia is rewatching the tapes from the surgery to figure out what she did wrong, but she can't figure it out. During an MRI, Steph notices a little blip on the scan suggesting that Herman might have had a stroke. And finally, Herman wakes up and she is blind. And she tells Arizona that she's proud of her. Amelia tells Stephanie that they should be proud because they removed an impossible tumor. Arizona is doing a fetal surgery and she brings a baby back to life and then places the baby back inside the mom's womb. That's crazy. Gold star. Episode 15, Meredith is still avoiding going to DC. Joe realizes that Meredith hasn't lost a patient in months. She has had 89 successful surgeries in a row. That's nuts. Meredith is operating at this time and then an earthquake hits and Meredith brings another patient back into normal rhythm by punching him in the chest. Joe accidentally lets it slip that Meredith has a streak going, and the streak started on the day that Derek left. Oh my God. Meredith asks Alex if he's right that she's better off without him. Yes. And she even realizes that she doesn't need him and says that she's amazing, but that she wants him with her anyway so that they can both be amazing. Post-earthquake, April is running the ER like a damn pro, so let's give her a gold star. Owen answers an ER call that was meant for 911, and he has to help a kid whose mom was injured during the earthquake over the phone. I'm gonna give him a gold star for this. It's a great scene. Amelia also joins in on the call to help out. They have to teach the kid how to do a pneumothorax over the phone and how to do CPR, and they sing Staying Alive for her to do the rhythm to before her phone dies. Owen tells her that they have a helicopter on the way and for her to call her back as soon as she can. The helicopter comes in and celebrity jump scare alert. It's Millie Bobby Brown. That's the kid. After the mom survives, Amelia and Owen hook up. Bailey tries to get Warren to go to a trans family support group, but Warren doesn't want to go. Jackson is really channeling Mark, trying to get Warren to be interested in the Plastics Posse, and Jackson also gives him some metaphor talk about how he should accept his sister, and he calls her and makes sure that she's okay after the earthquake, and he apologizes to Bailey as well. A radiologist flirts with Maggie in the elevator. Oh god, I never printed out a picture of this guy. I'm gonna have to add this in. For season 12. Sorry. Callie says that she should go for it, and she goes back and tells the radiologist named Ethan that she'll go on a date with him. I'll put a picture up right here. I totally forgot to print out a picture of him, so once we get to season 12, I will put him up on the wall. My bad. Meredith finally calls Derek, and a woman answers the phone, and when Meredith asks who it is, she hangs up. Episode 16, April and Jackson are making out in a supply closet. She wants to hook up, but he says that they haven't since their baby died, and she says, wow, way to kill the mood, and walks out. Later, she tells Jackson to stop walking on eggshells around her, and Jackson says that it's been 2 months since their baby died, and after some talk, they successfully hook up in a car. Callie comes back to the hospital after a date because some trauma came in, and they kiss. Her name is Heather. That is the best picture I have of her. Let's put her on the wall. Arizona sees this very passionate kiss. Callie is nervous about making Arizona feel bad, and Meredith is like, you can see whoever you want. Arizona was seeing other people when you were married. Arizona tells Callie that the girl's name is Heather, and that they had dated previously, and that she was kind of weird, and Callie thanks her for warning her. So let's also connect Heather and Arizona. Everyone gets called in for a big trauma. It was a car accident. A couple was hit by a car that hit their house. Callie changes out of her date clothes right in the middle of the ER to save time. Joe is sad that she's not with Meredith because of her streak, and the guy who crashed the car punches Maggie in the face. He has Alzheimer's. The wife of the couple that was hit dies, and they have to take her baby out. Joe sobs after this, and Bailey tells her that this is what makes her a good surgeon, so let's give Joe a gold star. Turns out he didn't have Alzheimer's, it was a brain thing, and when he's lucid, he says that he wants to keep his fake Alzheimer's so that he can forget that he killed someone. That's real rough. Weber tells Maggie that Ellis has Alzheimer's, and she might be predisposed for it, so she should get tested, and she's like, oh, I already got tested for it. I knew that I had the gene, and I just didn't tell you because I was worried that it came from Weber. I kind of wonder if they'll ever bring that up later. They haven't yet, but like, what if it happened? Meredith asks Callie if she had a feeling or knew that George and Arizona cheated on her before she actually found out. Everyone tries to convince Meredith that it could be nothing and it could be anything but cheating, but Meredith says that he's done this before where he went to a new city and hooked up with a random girl. Callie says, Team Meredare, and at the end of the episode, Derek shows up at the house. Episode 17, he wasn't answering his phone because he just like left it and like immediately went to run to her. He says the woman is his research assistant, and she says, oh, I'm sure. We get flashbacks to meetings with Derek with this assistant. Her name is Renee. Derek is interested in a technique that she has developed, and she says that she's working on it to cure autism. Ugh. Derek gets very interested in the research and calls her at 1 a.m. to talk about it. They make a breakthrough, and Renee says, I could kiss you. And then they share a very long look. Derek says that he should go, and she grabs his hand and says, do you have to? And then she kisses him, and he kisses her back. And then he pushes away and says that he loves his wife and has to leave. I'm putting her on the wall still. I ran out of room, so she's sharing a peg with Rose from season 2. Joe has a patient that has a creature up her nose. Joe tries to pull it out and the patient slaps her, but with April's help, they get the creature out and it's a leech. Joe keeps it and names it Herbie. Bring Herbie back. Where is he at? Owen's mom is in the ER. She fell while she was in the shower and she came in with a firefighter, a strapping young firefighter that she's dating. Get it? Owen is really worried that his mom is being taken advantage of, but eventually he realizes that the firefighter is actually in love with her. Steph realizes that she is behind on other specialties because she has just been working with Amelia. Meredith breaks her streak. She comes home and Derek says he thought DC was everything, but he was wrong. Meredith is everything. He can't live without her, and he doesn't want to. Meredith says that she can live without him, but she doesn't want to either. Episode 18, Derek is back at Grace Sloan. He tells Amelia that he doesn't want to take her job anymore. It won't be like last time, but she doesn't really believe him. Derek also tells Owen that they should go fishing sometime. Weber is giving a hospital tour to a young school group. One of the chaperones gets separated from the rest. Celebrity alert, this guy is Taylor John Smith. He was in Where the Crawdads Sing, the movie. Weber brings the kids to the ER and they see a police officer who got shot. Actually, two cops that got shot and they're brothers. Oh my god, and they were brothers. April makes a really shocked face when Owen tells her this. I'll put it in. Alex shows the kids x-rays of people with stuff up their butts and nails in their heads. Stephanie has flirty vibes with Taylor John Smith. Both of the cop brothers end up dying. That's really rough. Bailey asks Meredith to ask the mother of the brothers for an organ donation, but the organs would be going to the suspect of the shooting. When Meredith says no, Bailey asks the mom directly. She doesn't mention that it's the suspects, but the mom figures it out and gets super pissed at her. After talking with the police chief, Meredith realizes that one of the brothers would have wanted the suspect to have the organs, so she gets the police chief to talk to the mom. The police chief also asks Callie out, and she says that she'll need to see him back in 10 days anyways for a follow-up. Stephanie asks out Taylor John Smith. Turns out he is 17 years old, and he's in high school. Embarrassing. Derek tells Amelia that he finally figured out that what makes him happy is being with his family. He doesn't need all the surgery glory anymore. Saving a life is more than enough. And Amelia tells Derek that she thinks that she is falling in love with Owen and that she is worried it will destroy her. Episode 19, Derek has to head back to DC to hand in his resignation, and he tells Meredith that he'll be back before she knows it. Maggie tells Amelia that she went on a date with Ethan, but there was no kiss at the end. Now he's avoiding her. Callie tells her about her bad date with the cop. I'm not gonna add him to the wall. Later, Maggie confronts Ethan about it, and he says that he never called her back because she never stopped talking on the date, and she's never even asked him a single question. Alex comforts her to make her feel better, and she apologizes to Ethan and suggests that they should go on a second date. Joe, Steph, and Bailey help a patient whose penis was cut off by his wife. April calls Catherine in to help against Weber's wishes. I know they have beef, but I don't remember why they have beef actually, but Catherine's one of the best urologists in the country. Bring her in here. After Catherine compliments Steph's skills, she considers doing urology, but she decides that she loves neuro. The patient whose penis got cut off gets reattached, and then it gets cut off again by the mistress. Poor dude. Catherine even tells Stephanie that she should apply for her fellowship. She's like, no, I love Amelia. Warren meditates in the OR for Callie and Amelia, so let's give him a gold star. After a bad surgery, Amelia tells Owen that the two of them together is a mistake, understatement of the century. Amelia tells Meredith that she's never had to cry over the body of the love of her life. Hope that doesn't come back. Weber and Catherine get back together, and at the end of the episode, Meredith gets a call from DC asking where Derek is, but Meredith isn't super worried. Episode 20, Weber is driving to work when a plane crashes in the middle of the road in front of him. Everyone rushes down to the ER. Meredith calls Derek, but he doesn't answer. At this moment, she finds out about the plane crash, and she gets flashbacks to her own crash. She goes to find Arizona, and they sit together in a supply closet and cry together. One of the victims' legs is severely severed beneath the knee, and another girl can't find her boyfriend, and they repeat to each other that they're gonna be okay. Meredith asks Callie if she should be worried about not hearing from Derek, and Callie says that she's just worried because of the plane crash. Bailey tells Meredith that she can panic once it hits 5 p.m. if she hasn't heard from him. Maggie, Bailey, and Meredith have a great surgery together, and Maggie especially shines, so I'll give her a gold star. In a flashback to the last conversation Meredith and Derek had, he says that he still feels like being with her is like coming up for fresh air, and that he wants another baby. Alex finally tells Arizona that he was the one who cut her leg off, not Callie. It was Callie's call, but he made the cut. Arizona asks Callie why she let her hold it against her for this whole time. Callie says that it was still her call, and that she knew that Arizona was gonna hate her anyways, but she didn't want her to hate Alex too. And Arizona thanks her. I'll give Callie a gold star because that's noble or whatever. It hits 5 p.m. and Meredith goes to pick up the phone, and then a police car drives up to her house. Episode 21, How to Save a Life, starts with fucking flashbacks of the damn carousel again, intercut with some classic Mare Dare moments like the candle house and Pick Me Choose Me Love Me. The episode opens with Derek on a ferry leaving a voicemail for Meredith. Then he gets stuck in traffic and calls Amelia, and he takes a detour. He tells Amelia that there was a highway accident, so he's never going to make his flight. Amelia tells him to turn around, and he says he knows a secret shortcut and that he's going to lose cell reception. A car speeds around him and a car in front of him, but the second time that they go around, the cars crash and it causes both of the cars to flip over. Derek rushes out to help. He checks the first car that was hit. It's a mother and a daughter. After seeing that they're both conscious and talking, he checks on the other car, and the driver isn't inside. He looks around and sees her kind of down a hill, pretty battered up. She says that she wasn't driving though. Derek looks around and finds the driver further up the road walking, and he turns his head and half of his head is like real bloody. Derek grabs a first aid kit from the first car and helps the daughter out. He asks her to help the people who hit them so that they won't see her mom in pain. She says that she can see it because her dad died right in front of her. Oh my god, twins! Derek says no one is going to die, and she says, "You're not God, so how do you know?" Derek thinks the mom dislocated her hip, and he gets her out of the car and pops her leg back in. The other car catches on fire. They get away from it just in time before it explodes. Derek says that's good because the smoke will be a signal for people to come help them. The girl from the second car's stomach starts to hurt, and Derek sees that she's got a huge gash and like her intestines are falling out. Derek uses plastic from a dry cleaning coat to wrap her intestines up. Derek gets up and says it's a beautiful day to save lives. I'll give him a gold star for that. That was crazy. Sirens start approaching them. Derek watches as all the ambulances drive off with the people he saved. He gets back in his car, pulls out into the road, hears his phone ringing, and goes to reach for it, and then a truck hits him because he stopped in the middle of the road. Derek gets brought into Dillard Medical Center, which is apparently the only other hospital in the country. The doctor says that they're not a trauma center and they can't handle any more people since they already just got all the people from that first car crash. We hear Derek's internal thoughts about what he thinks is wrong with them. He can't speak, and he's like, I need a head CT. I need a head CT. And he likes one specific surgeon that's working with them. This surgeon is named Dr. Penny Blake. Celebrity alert. She's played by Samantha Sloyan. Love her. I won't put her on the wall just yet. The daughter from earlier sees Derek in the ER, and Penny says that they should get a head CT, but the older male doctor is like, we don't have time for a head CT. I think you do have time for a head CT, actually. The daughter tells Derek that he's not dead and tells him to stay not dead. The kid tells Penny how Derek saved them all because he's a great surgeon. He starts to stable, but the male doctor still doesn't want to do the head CT. And Derek says, I'm gonna die because these people weren't properly trained. During the surgery, the doctors finally realize that Derek has a head injury and he needs a head CT. One of his pupils blows. Neurosurgeon on call is 20 minutes away, and by the time he finally shows up, it's been an hour and a half, and it's too late. He's brain dead. The neurosurgeon and the head surgeon kick Penny out of the OR for standing up for herself and being like, I told you we should have got a fucking CT. Back with Meredith, she opens the door of the police and she pictures seeing Derek in his hospital bed, awake but beaten up, and he tells her he's not going anywhere. In reality, the officers tell her that there has been an accident. She brings her kids with her. A social worker handles the kids and she goes up to see Derek. This is intercut with audio of Ellis, like, trying to kill herself and baby Meredith calling 911. The doctors tell Meredith that they're sorry for her loss. She looks at the patient notes and she says that not doing a head CT was a bad call. That's what I'm saying. It looks like he is brain dead. The head doctor goes to talk to Meredith about his organs. She says that by the look of his chart, he doesn't have much to give, so they need the bed free. Do they ship him off to a long-term care facility and hope for magic and miracles, or pull the plug? Her voice breaks and she says, do you want to talk about killing my husband? Ellen Pompeo, Emmy for this scene. Meredith walks outside and sees Penny crying. She tells her that she's so sorry, she failed her job. He's gonna die because she wasn't a good enough doctor. And Meredith turns around and is like, you're right, you did fail. You weren't good enough. So learn from this and be better next time. Gold star for Meredith. It will haunt her, but it will make her work harder. And then after Penny walks away, Meredith throws up in a bush. Meredith walks back in and gives them the papers to terminate life support. Why are you doing this without calling any of Derek's family? Like, besides the fact that, you know, his sisters are states away, Amelia is right there. Why are you not? Oh my god, I'm gonna give her a black star for that. Chasing Cars starts playing? Jesus Christ. We get a bunch more Mayor Dare flashbacks. Meredith tells Derek that it's okay. You go. We'll be fine. They take out the respirator, and Derek is dead. Episode 22, the episode opens with the same exact scene of Derek dying, and we see the stupid carousel again. Why are you making me watch him die again? Back at Grey Sloan, all the doctors are having a normal conversation when Meredith walks in, and she says Derek is dead, but none of them really hear it, and then she says it louder, and then she passes out. Owen asks how Amelia is doing, but she hasn't found out yet because she's in surgery. Callie has to assist and is having a hard time not telling her the patient is the cop that she went on a date with. Owen goes in to talk to her, and Amelia says who died very seriously. seriously. He tells her that it's Derek. She doesn't want the details. She is not taking it very well and tells Owen that it's not a big deal. They hold a funeral. At the wake, we get more fucking carousel flashbacks, and Meredith sits on the couch unmoving for the entire time. Bailey tells Warren that if anything happens to her, she doesn't want to be hooked up to life support and to just let her go. And Warren says that he wants the exact opposite, and he wants extraordinary measures taken. Meredith wakes up Zola and baby Bailey in the middle of the night and says that they're gonna go away. She leaves a note that says the kids and I are safe, and that's it. Some of the group thinks that they should call the police, but Weber says that she is not missing and that she knows what she's doing. Months pass. Owen tells April that he's gonna go do some work elsewhere and that Weber will be interim chief. April decides to go with him. They're going over to somewhere in the Middle East to do army doctor stuff. She tells Jackson that she's just gonna be gone for 3 months, but the week that she's supposed to come back, she tells him over the phone that she's staying longer. Months later, she's extended it 3 more times, and Jackson's getting very tired of it. During one of their calls, an explosion hits and it cuts the call short. Jackson and Joe are helping a burn patient and her room neighbor. They're both burn patients. One of the patient's husbands leaves her because he didn't sign up for this. Girl, what about sickness and health? Come on. And the two burn girls, gay for each other. That's all I'm gonna say. The cop that Callie went out with is teasing her for saying that he was boring and Callie has to cut off his leg. Arizona tells off another doctor for complaining about the board not replacing Derek yet. It's a really good scene. I'll give her a gold star. It's been 4 months and nobody has heard from Meredith still. Everyone is super worried about Amelia using humor to cope. They just don't get it like me and her do. 6 months later, Meredith finally answers one of Alex's calls just to be like, we're fine. Stop calling me. On Christmas, we see that Meredith is pregnant and we see that stupid fucking carousel again. Episode 23 starts with more carousel scenes and more Meredith flashbacks because we haven't had enough already. Weber tries to propose to Catherine, but she tells him not to do that right now. And later on Valentine's Day, Catherine does a grand gesture and proposes to him in front of the entire hospital. So I'll give her a gold star for that. It's been a week and Jackson still hasn't heard from April after their call got cut off. Arizona tells him that she just needs to figure out how to live without their child, and Jackson says that he's doing it without having to go to a war zone. April shows up in Seattle to surprise Jackson, and he hugs her. One of the burn patients dies. When the living one gets a new neighbor, she takes on the role of helping her through the pain, just like her neighbor did, and it's a sweet scene. The cop, Callie's cop patient, gets fitted with a bionic leg. Amelia finally breaks down. Owen goes to talk to her, and she tells him that she has a pocket full of black market oxy. She says that every man that she has ever loved died, including her baby, and he helps her through that. But later, this is later, Amelia tells Alex that Owen doesn't know about her baby, even though she just told him. Meredith starts bleeding and Zola calls 911. She wakes up in the hospital and the nurses tell her that her husband is here. It's Alex. He's her emergency contact. She tells him that she's had a baby. It's a baby girl and her name is Ellis. Bailey and Warren have been talking about this extraordinary measures thing this whole time, and on Valentine's Day, Warren shows Bailey his living will that lets her pull the plug whenever she wants. She gets super upset that he doesn't believe in miracles anymore, and she says that she won't be okay if he dies. Around a year after she left, Meredith is back in Seattle, set to chasing cars. She hangs out with Amelia, Alex, and Maggie. She goes back to work. She sees one of Derek's coats in the closet and the ferry boat scrub hat. She puts it on and starts a surgery with Bailey. Episode 24, Meredith is thinking of selling the dream house. All the attendings are excited to see a new group of interns coming in. I'm not sure if any of them are important, but Weber gives his iconic intern speech. All of the attendings mouth along to the speech. We get flashback to Meredith and Alex's intern year, and they've started calling the interns chicks and ducks. Stephanie tells her group of interns that she has 3 rules. 1. Listen in and respect the nurses. 2. Your life is all about her. And 3. No complaining. Owen tells Amelia and Arizona that he's not going to go back to being chief. Today is the day of Weber and Catherine's wedding. Jackson is Catherine's maid of honor, so he's keeping her company, and Catherine can tell something is up with him in April, but she is interrupted by a mass casualty event. Unrelated, Joe got a cute haircut. I'll put a picture. Doctors don't even know what the event is, but they are prepared for anything. The first 10 ambulances that arrive are people that are already dead. They find out that a tunnel collapsed collapsed during rush hour. Catherine comes in to help, and Weber says that they are made for each other. We also find out that Bailey is Weber's best man. Weber tells Bailey that he is recommending her for chief, and Catherine and Weber postpone their wedding so that they can help out with the event. Gold stars for both of them. One of the ambulances that comes in includes a surgeon who is helping out people in the crash. After helping a patient, we see Dr. Andrew DeLuca get given some scrubs so that he can help people out. Let's put him on the wall. Steph tells some of her interns to move a patient, but they deattach her C-collar and her neck dislocates. Steph asks DeLuca for help, but he says that he can't do it because he's only an intern. He was late. He's part of the intern class. Luckily, the woman isn't paralyzed, and Steph, Arizona, and Callie have to birth the baby in the elevator. Fucking sick as hell. Weber sends a team out to the crash. Meredith has to go along with April, Amelia, and Maggie. The wreckage is brutal. They're there to treat a man who is completely crushed inside of his car, and they realize that they can't save him. April is very curt about it. Amelia gets mad at Meredith for not telling her that Derek was dying. Yeah. Amelia is convinced that she could have fixed him, and Meredith says that it was too late. Amelia asks how she could unplug him without letting her see him one last time. She says, I didn't get to say goodbye because of you. Honestly, like, for real. Like, what the fuck were you thinking? Eventually, April brings the car guy to the ER in the car so that they can cut him out and save him there. I'll give her a gold star for that. Owen uses an experimental procedure that has never been done on humans before on a teenager. He does this without telling them that it's never been done on humans before, but the procedure works. If it didn't, that would have been a black star, but since it worked, nothing. Meredith asks Alex if she and her kids can stay with him at the old house. Maggie gets a distressing call from her mom. Man, this is a long season. Episode 25, Callie kicks Steph off of a pregnant woman's surgery because she left her alone with the first day interns. Callie and Amelia talk about how hot DeLuca is. And Callie says Amelia should go for it, and Amelia says she's not dating coworkers anymore. Forgot to take some stuff down from the Remember This. If Derek was in a coma, his sisters would be there. Obviously, they weren't, because Meredith didn't call them. We've also got, if Derek cheats, Meredith will kill him. She didn't have to do the killing, he died himself. And then, of course, the ever-present Meredith says, I've had enough trauma for one lifetime. There will be more. The gang gets the guy who's crushed in the car open more by taking the roof off. They gotta operate on him still in the car, but Meredith shows him his new baby before he goes under. Gold star for Meredith. During the surgery, April tells Owen that the only thing she ever thinks about is being in the field in the army. They get him out of the car and rush him through the halls. One of the interns loses the elevator like an idiot, but it comes back just in time. He codes in the elevator and they shock him and get him to the OR and he lives. Great job. Catherine wants to appoint a new chief, but Weber says that the board will do that. They yell at each other and Catherine hands him her wedding ring. Weber tells Bailey that she will be the new chief and congratulates her. Meredith talks some sense into Weber and Catherine. Joe is not super pleased about Meredith moving in. Alex tells her that he wants to build a life with Joe. She has to think. Later, she buys a loft space for the two of them, and they move in there, and Meredith has her old house back. Joe says, I love you for the first time also. I feel like you should say I love you before you move in together, but what do I know? Maggie is clearly going through something, but she won't talk about it. After the wedding, Maggie finally tells Meredith that her parents are getting a divorce because her mom was cheating on her dad for 11 years. Oh my god. Meredith gives Amelia her old phone that has the voicemail from Derek on it, and she listens to it with Owen. Stephanie goes to check in on the new mom and has to cut her open to save her. Callie and Amelia take her back into surgery. April tells Jackson that she wants to go back out to Jordan. He tells her to go, in a good way. He says that if she does go, that he will not be able to be there for her when she comes back. It was really scary for him while she was gone, and he says that he needed to grieve with her and that she left. Richard and Catherine get married. How to Save a Life plays throughout some scenes. Maggie, Amelia, and Meredith all sit together outside looking at the wedding after party, and Meredith tells them that they have to dance it out. And that's the end of season 11. I promise I will have Ethan, the radiologist, for season 12. My favorite episodes were episode 11, which I think is when their baby dies, episode 14, when they operate on Herman, and How to Save a Life when Derek dies. Overall, this is like a really good season, like especially the stretch of Jackson and April finding out about their baby to them operating on Herman. Like, just really good stuff. Like, one of the better seasons in the past couple seasons. My favorite characters were Meredith, Amelia, and Stephanie. Here's the wall. Here's all the boards. And let's go on to season 12. Alright, let's start season 12. Before we begin, I did remember to print out the picture of Ethan. So we're going to put him up on the wall next to Maggie. Alright, now we can officially begin. I don't remember anything about season 12 when I was rewatching it. Obviously season 10 Christina leaves, season 11 Derek dies. I think season 12 is just like the aftermath of Derek dying and, everyone reacting to it, but I can't remember if any big events or anything happened. So I don't even remember now, and I just rewatched it recently. So what a great way to start the season by being like, yeah, I don't know what happened. In my notes, I do write that the episode opens with Meredith running a saw trap, and I don't remember what that means, but I'll put the clip in for whatever that means.
I've been here before. This is familiar.
Meredith, Amelia, and Maggie are all moved back into the original house. Meredith is having some trouble living with her sisters. Amelia is literally bashing a hole into the wall with a sledgehammer because it was something they offhandedly talked about the night before as a goof, and then Amelia took it seriously. So they're having some sisterly woes. Bailey's competition for chief is here. Weber is going to give her a tour that Bailey squeezes herself into as well. Bailey is jealous because the other doctor is very friendly with Weber, and during the tour, she talks Meredith and Owen through a surgery. Bailey has to do a surgery, so she can't give her chief presentation to the board and Catherine, so she gives it during surgery, which is pretty cool. I love Bailey. April's coming back from Jordan today. She was off on another little adventure. Everyone asks Jackson what they're gonna do tonight to celebrate, and he's like, nothing? I don't know. 2 teenage girls are brought in who were hit by a train. One of the girls' legs is backwards. That's not good. They play a sad acoustic version of Wrecking Ball. A little tone deaf, I might say. I fear that's what I remember about season 12. This is when the music choices start to get so unhinged and just terrible. I'm sorry if you can hear my cat meowing out there. He wants to be in here, but he loves string, and I just cannot have him near this. So the 2 teenage girls are 2 gay teens in love with each other, and their parents wouldn't approve, so that's why they wanted to get hit by a train, because that's the only way they could be together. Oh my god. Callie tells one of the kids that she's bisexual so that the kids will open up to her. One of the kids' parents were going to send her to a conversion camp, and that's why they were like, well, we gotta do this, I guess. Celebrity alert, one of the kids' dads is played by that Zionist from Stranger Things. Not the kid, the older guy. I don't want to learn his name. He's also in Fleabag, I think, and some other stuff. Callie has really good bedside manner with these kids, so I'm gonna give her a gold star. She also hears the parents talking about sending their daughter to conversion camp, and she tells them off, and she calls Child Protective Services on them, and the mom yells at Maggie for some reason, and then Maggie punches the mom in the face. Should I give her a gold star or a black star for that, do you think? Because, you can't punch patients in the face. But also, the mom is a homophobe. I'll decide in the editing how I feel. It's probably going to be a gold star, though. The 2 dads bond over their daughters, and I think it's Zionist dad, ends up standing up to his wife who punched Maggie and says that they can't send their daughter away. We get some Maggie lore that she was mercilessly bullied in high school and college because she was younger than everyone else. Arizona asks Stephanie why no one wants to move in with her. She gives a funny speech. I'll put it in.
You wanted the Seattle Grace 5.
I survived a plane crash. A big deal.
And a car crash. And a shooting. You might be immortal. You mastered one of the most exclusive specialties basically overnight. Then you took Herman's job and her eyesight.
Okay, that's just...
You have screwed dozens of interns, and you got them all fired. You speak really fast, like superhuman fast. You have a weird name.
You know that's not true.
DeLuca is interested in moving in, though, because he doesn't have any friends. All of the interns, so that's DeLuca, and then I don't remember who else is in his class. I don't think it's anyone important, but they're already, in on surgeries and stuff, so that's not an issue, I guess, of them, fighting to get in on surgeries, like Steph and Joe and everyone else. And at the end of the episode, Bailey is selected the new chief of surgery. Let's give her a gold star, and we could finally take this off the wall. She's chief, baby. Episode 2, Meredith is teaching anatomy classes to all of the interns, and she's also having to take on a bunch of Bailey's caseload now that Bailey is chief, and it is stressing our girl out. Stephanie got a haircut. It looks nice. I'll put a picture. Callie is gushing about this woman that she's been seeing for a few weeks, but we don't know what she looks like or who she is. Oh, now I remember what happens this season. Arizona finds out that Bailey is the first female chief of the hospital, and that over half of the department heads are all women, which is pretty cool. Arizona, I think, is the head of peds. She's a woman. Callie's head of ortho. Meredith's head of general. April might be head of trauma. I don't know if it's her or Owen, but Amelia's head of neuro, so that's a lot of a lot of things. April has a bunch of lesions on her back, so Arizona and Bailey put her in isolation since she was out of the country. With April being trapped in this bubble, she has to listen to everyone else's problems because they just like come up to her and rant and she can't leave. April pages Jackson 911 during surgery so that they can talk, and she says that they didn't talk before. Jackson just gave her an ultimatum, and Jackson's like, the whole marriage has been ultimatums that you have given, April. She says that they need to fight for their marriage, and Jackson says that he doesn't think it's worth fighting for, and he walks away. After 12 hours, April doesn't have any diseases or anything, so she's let out of the bubble, and she tells Jackson that she will fight for both of them. Bailey has the crew, like all the attendings, try to figure out a surgical plan for a big brain tumor that will let a patient leave in a week. She doesn't want to hear that it's impossible. It is impossible. I appreciate the gumption and the chutzpah to like throw this to them, but like it's not possible, and everyone is so stressed out and they're not happy with her at all. The patient is a 7'2" woman, and she faints and falls right on top of Joe. DeLuca takes a door off of the hinges to use it as a backboard. Bailey is really bummed out that everyone's mad at her, and Weber gives her his stethoscope from when he became chief, and she tells him that she's not the right person for the job, and he gives her a nice pep talk. After surgery, Bailey tells everyone that she'll be better tomorrow, and that she also appoints Meredith chief of general. I guess she wasn't at the time, but she is, yay. One of the interns, I think his name is Cross, very obviously has a crush on Joe, and DeLuca calls him pathetic. I make another note this episode that the music choices are just terrible this season. So bad. Episode 3, Jackson wants April to move out, and she is not taking no for an answer, and at the end of the day, Jackson just moves out instead. There's a good scene of Amelia changing in the back of Meredith's car. Great scene.
Amelia, my children sit back there.
You only have a problem if they lick the seats. Do they lick the seats?
She did not just say that.
Meredith gets her chief contract, and Maggie makes a face when she sees it. Callie also makes a face when she looks at it, and Callie tells her that they lowballed her hard and that she makes a lot more than Meredith does. And everyone is like, you gotta renegotiate. Meredith asks Alex how he negotiated his salary, and he says, if you had to choose one of your children to die, which one would it be? This is related to a case that they're working on. It's not just like a random question, but he does just like say that to her instead of answering her question. Related to that, Alex does a really good job on a tough Pete's case, so I'll give him a gold star. Amelia confirms that Maggie and Ethan from radiology dated for 6 months while Meredith was gone, so like kind of serious. And Maggie finds out that he's getting married. I guess it wasn't that serious, never mind. Joe has found something that Steph wants her to tell Alex about. She asks Alex if he wants kids so he can assume that she is pregnant. Arizona assumes the same thing and asks if Joe could be pregnant. Later though, Joe shows Alex that she found a sheet showing that he made fertilized embryos with Izzy back in like season 3, I think, when she had cancer. He doesn't get why it's a big deal, and Joe is like, so you wanted babies with her but not with me? And Alex doesn't even get why they're talking about this. I kind of understand him, but I think he could have handled this conversation a little better. He also says that he doesn't have babies with Izzy. They're just embryos. He tells Joe about how he only really did it because she had cancer and they didn't even know if she wanted kids, if she could have kids afterwards, and it didn't seem like a big deal anymore. But Joe doesn't really like that as an answer. Later in the day, Alex says that he would definitely have kids with Joe, and then he takes his pants off and Joe is like, oh, we don't need to do that right now. We can do it later, maybe. We get some DeLuca backstory. He was an EMT right out of high school. That's why he was doing some of the emergency stuff when he's first introduced, I think, at the end of last season. And after work, Maggie and DeLuca are at Joe's and they get drunk and make out, so let's connect them. Episode 4 goes beyond just drunkenly making out at a bar. They hook up. DeLuca goes to leave and immediately runs into Amelia, and Amelia tells Maggie that if he didn't visit Lady Town the first time, then there should be no next time. I really love your standards, Amelia. At the end of the day, Maggie tells DeLuca that what happened isn't gonna happen again, and then in proper Grey's fashion, they promptly make out and start getting freaky in an office. I'm so tired of it. I'm so tired. The Grey Shepherds are supposedly hosting a dinner party tonight, but all the sisters forgot about it and they didn't even realize it was today. April and Arizona have a pact where April will ask if Callie's girlfriend Penny will be there, and Arizona will ask if Jackson will be there. Arizona tells Callie that she wants Penny there so that they can meet, and later April and Arizona cry about being lonely. I'm not gonna put Penny on the wall yet because we don't know what she looks like, but some of you know. Owen tells everyone that the ER is gonna get hit with a silver flood. The interns don't really know what that is. Kelly says that it's a fracture feast, and Ben says that it's no regular day in the ER, and the interns finally figure out that it is just a bunch of old people. The intern that has a crush on Joe very poorly tells the son that his father is dead, and the son pushes him into a wall and yells at him, and Owen teaches all of the interns how to tell someone that a loved one has died, and he makes them do it all day. Good lesson to learn. Stephanie is having trouble doing a difficult treatment for one of Amelia's patients, and she passes it off to Joe, which Amelia does not like, because she's like, girl, I want my girl Stephanie. Why are you not doing this? Stephanie tells Amelia that when she was a kid, she was in a trial for sickle cell anemia when she was 5, and it was very painful and very traumatic, and that's why she doesn't want to do this treatment for Amelia. Joe is sitting there also, and for some reason, Joe thinks that she's lying. Like, she's like, wow, I can't believe she would make up that story to tell Amelia. What? That's a black star for Joe. Why would you immediately assume she's lying? That's so weird. It's such a weird writing choice. It doesn't make any sense. So then Joe tells Amelia that Stephanie made that up. Amelia goes to talk to Weber about it, and Weber is like, why would she lie about that? The doctor who ran the trial called me to tell me about Steph applying here for her internship to gush about her. Like, why would she lie about that? So then Amelia goes to talk to Stephanie, and she's like, why would Joe say that you lied about that? And Stephanie's like, because Joe doesn't know about that. I, told you in front of her. I didn't want people to define me by this experience I had when I was a kid. I just do not get why Joe would think she was lying. It makes no fucking sense. After this, she does help Amelia with the patient, and Amelia and Stephanie hug, and Amelia apologizes for not believing her. At least someone's fucking apologizing. Like, what the fuck, Joe? What the hell? Another note I have written down, I cannot stress enough how stupid the needle drops are this season. They're truly terrible. It's time for the dinner party, and Callie's girlfriend, Penny, is the doctor from Dillard who killed Derek. So let's put her on the wall. Here's our girl Penny. Episode 5, this is a good episode. Guess who's coming to dinner? The dinner doesn't really have any food yet, and Meredith is kind of just in a haze with Penny here. She stares off into space while using a blender, and yeah, I get why. I get it, girl. Penny keeps asking Callie if they can leave, but she won't really say why. However, Penny and Arizona are having a great time and getting along really well. Callie has to leave to go help with a shoulder dislocation, but she tells Penny to stay, and Callie asks Meredith to make sure that Penny has fun. Meredith tells Penny that she can have small talk with everyone except for Meredith, and then after dinner, she will leave and Meredith will never have to see her again. Penny tries to sneak out, and Amelia's like, no, stay, come on, dinner. Alex is trying to figure out why Meredith is acting so weird. Maggie cannot stop peeing because she has a UTI from having sex with DeLuca, and she says she's gonna go to the hospital to make sure she doesn't have an STD, and Amelia's like, no, you can't leave, we have to cook. And she goes to the hospital anyways, and DeLuca is the doctor assigned to look at Maggie. Stephanie and Joe are both at the dinner party, and they are not speaking to each other. Well, Joe really wants to talk to Steph, and she does not want to hear it. Arizona and April get pretty drunk. April offers to cook, and Amelia says, I could kiss you on the mouth. And she says, I wish someone would. Joe invites the intern that has a crush on her to come help cook, and Alex and Jackson agree to secretly order some food. Dinner's finally ready. Amelia has Penny sit next to Meredith. Cross, the intern, has to sit on one of those little rocking ponies because there's no more chairs. Bailey is very amused by drunk Arizona. Penny tells everyone that she's a surgery resident, and Arizona calls her perfect little Penny. Bailey realizes that she has a meeting with Penny on Monday for a new resident transfer. She's gonna work at Gray Sloan. Meredith cannot believe this. Everyone asks where she used to work, and she's kind of avoiding the question. And Meredith says, Dillard, where Derek died. Perfect Penny killed my husband. Silence. Meredith excuses herself from the table. The whole table is pretty stunned. Penny tells them that she was one of Derek's doctors. Amelia is pissed off. Callie and Owen come back and they're like, hey guy. Amelia tells Callie that Penny killed Derek, and Amelia wants to hear how Derek died from Penny and is like, tell me every single fucking detail. Penny says she tried to tell Callie Amelia is getting super emotional, understandable. Penny tells her that they were understaffed, 5 more victims came in at the same time. She gives a detailed timeline of the details. He didn't get a head CT that she really should have pushed for, how she waited for the neuro attending for hours. She apologizes and gets up to leave, but Amelia wants to hear more. She asks if he said anything to her before she killed him, and Callie slams the table and says that's enough, and Amelia is like, get out of my house. Amelia goes upstairs to talk to Meredith and Alex, and she's like, we can't let Penny work at Gray Sloan, like, this is ridiculous. Meredith says that she doesn't want to talk about it. Amelia is mad that she let her talk to Penny all night when she knew that she killed Derek, and Meredith gets mad and says that she didn't do anything to her, and she yells at her to get out of her room. It's a really good acting moment, but I am on Amelia's side. Callie asks Penny outside why she didn't tell her that she was going to work at Gray Sloan. She says that it's a big hospital, and she wasn't even sure if she knew Derek, and she says that losing Derek was the worst night of her life. And Callie walks back inside. She goes to check on Meredith, who closes the door in her face. Joe apologizes to Steph again, and they hash it out. They're all good. However, then they immediately get into another fight because Joe is like, now I know why you're so good at being a surgeon, because this thing happened to you. Black Star, Joe. That's why she didn't want to tell anyone about it. And Steph is like, I don't need a sad backstory to be good. Why do you need to justify me being better than you? Fucking get her ass. Also, like, Joe has a sad backstory. She was homeless and lived in her car. Why isn't she as good as Stephanie? Like, use your brain. Use your brain, Joe. Penny tells Meredith she's gonna file a request to be rematched with a different program so she won't have to see her again, and that she didn't forget about Derek. She thinks about him every day. And Meredith says, I'll see you Monday. Don't be late. Episode 6, Meredith has just a horrendous hairstyle this episode. Like, I like her little bob, but the ponytail with, like, I think the pink scrunchie, oh, it's so bad. I hate it. Amelia and Meredith are not on speaking terms. Maggie says that she and DeLuca aren't talking to each other either, and it's Penny's first day at Gray Sloan. She and Callie aren't talking either. Stephanie and Joe aren't talking. Really good communication going on throughout the hospital. Penny's first day, she gets assigned to Meredith since she's the chief of general. Bailey says that she or Weber could take her instead, but Meredith says that she'll do it because it's her job. Meredith and Penny treat a guy who accidentally sent a sex tape to his whole church. I think overall that Meredith is pretty harsh, but she is a good teacher. I mean, like in season 9, they were calling her Medusa. She has Penny walk her through a surgery to see what she knows. She doesn't know too much. After the surgery, Penny notices that the patient is peeing blood and works to save him, and Meredith kicks her off the service even though she caught that he was bleeding. Now she's being too harsh. Meredith tells Amelia that she was right and that Penny shouldn't have been hired, and Callie overhears this and calls Meredith a bully. Meredith finds out that Weber knew that Penny killed Derek before hiring her, and he says that the only reason not to hire her was because of Meredith, and Meredith says, and that's not reason enough. I get it, but like, he's got a hospital to run. Oh my god, he shows up this early? Wow, okay. New character alert. Dr. Nathan Riggs. He brings in a young boy to treat with April, so let's put him on the wall. He and April had coordinated this. It's a young boy they brought over from Jordan for Jackson and Ben, the Plastics Posse. April and Nathan are good pals. They got good rapport. They met on her last tour. Nathan is a cardio surgeon, and Jackson is mad at April because she really downplayed how bad the kid's condition was and straight up lied and said that his scans got lost in Jordan when they did not. I'll give her a black star for that. Jackson says that he has to amputate this kid's hands because he can't fix them, which makes April really mad. Arizona asks her why she even brought him to Jackson if she knew how bad the scans were, and Riggs tells Jackson that they call April the machine in Jordan because she never stops working. Jackson works with Callie to save the kids' hands, and they do, so I'll give Callie and Jackson gold stars for that. Owen sees Riggs in the hospital. They know each other. Owen is not happy to see him, and he wants him out of the hospital immediately. A patient asks Weber if he has any kids, and he says no, right in front of Maggie, but later he apologizes and tells the patient that Maggie is his daughter. And at the end of the episode, Penny and Callie get back together. Episode 7, Meredith, Joe, and Penny are working on a patient who's waiting for a kidney transplant. He's been waiting for one for years. When they do a physical on him, he takes off his hat to reveal this huge lump on his head. It's a big cancerous tumor. Meredith says that there's no way he can get the transplant with this cancer, and Amelia's like, what if he didn't have the cancer? She says that she could cut it out, but Callie says that that would leave him with a hole in his skull, and Joe has a Grey's revelation after talking with Penny about the donor. They can use the donor's skull, cut out a piece, and use it to cover the hole in the patient's head. Penny stands up for herself, and Meredith starts being a better teacher. Jackson has been staying at Bailey and Ben's, and Bailey is like, I want this fucker out of our house. Riggs is still at Grace Sloan, and he tells Maggie that he's excited to be here, and she's like, okay, sure. And then she sees him in the ER shocking a patient, and she gets super mad that he's doing that, and then Owen walks in and is super mad that Riggs is still there, and Riggs is like, Maggie hired me. It was Bailey who hired him, actually. During the surgery, Maggie warms up to him. Alex and DeLuca work on a patient, and the patient's mom is someone that Alex says is a dock knocker. The other interns don't believe him, and then later the mom like kisses one of the interns. I'm not putting that on the wall because I don't know the intern's name. Arizona invites April to trivia night at a lesbian bar, and April says, I'm not sure I know that much about lesbians. That's why you should go, April, so that you can have your gay awakening. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if they made April? She doesn't have to be a lesbian. She can be bisexual like Callie. She could have had such a good, like, compat, like, Christianity arc going. Just making myself sad that this didn't happen. Anyways, when April says shit that she can't go, she tries to get Alex to go, and then eventually Weber overhears, and he's like, I love doing trivia, let's do this. If I went to a lesbian bar and I saw Weber there, I would feel so safe. I'd be like, this is where I'm meant to be right now. If I saw Arizona and Weber doing trivia together, I'd be like, this is it. This is the spot. Arizona says that they're not exactly going for trivia. It's mostly so that Arizona can pick up some ladies, and Weber's like, I'm gonna be the best lesbian wingman you have ever seen. So this starts like a really cute relationship between the two of them. April and Jackson go to dinner to talk about their divorce, but April gets paged away. Owen has a PTSD attack that the intern Cross witnesses. Clearly there's some history between Owen and Riggs that we don't know about. Later, Owen tells Bailey that hiring Riggs was a bad call in front of Riggs. Owen refuses to elaborate with anyone about why he doesn't like Riggs. Meredith tells him that she promised Christina that she would keep an eye on him, and she says, so just tell me, do we hate him? And he says yes, and she says, okay, we hate him. Riggs asks Meredith if she wants to go get a drink with him after work, and she says no, because she's a friend of Owen Hunt. I appreciate her for being so loyal, but in the wrong places. Amelia is worried that she sided with Joe over Stephanie lying thingy because of internalized racism. She asks Stephanie if she's bothered about it, and Stephanie's like, no, I'm good, I didn't think that of you at all. And then Amelia asks Maggie about it, and Maggie's like, if Steph told you that she's okay, then she's okay. And why are you asking me about it? Am I your only other black friend? Like, if this was something that you weren't aware of doing, maybe you should, like, do some internalized shit, check your biases, check your privileges, and just move on. You don't have to ask every black person in the hospital about this. It's a good scene between Maggie and Amelia. And at the end of the episode, Jackson and April sleep together. Episode 8, everyone is speculating why Owen and Riggs don't like each other. Alex thinks that it's about a girl, and Arizona says that people were saying that Nathan and April slept together in Jordan, which April is like, nope, did not happen. And then Arizona says maybe it was Owen and Nathan that had a torrid affair. Wouldn't that be fun? Man, have they like had a gay male doctor on the show? I don't think so. Just lesbians and bisexual women. Sorry if my voice sounds weird, I have a cold. DeLuca and Maggie are still sleeping together, but it doesn't really seem to be a relationship thing. Later, DeLuca says that he would want it to be more of a relationship thing. Steph and Penny are becoming pals, which makes Joe sad, but later they hash it out so they can be a trio of besties. Joe and Alex have a fight about Alex being there for Meredith, and Joe thinks that Meredith is his priority over her. I get where she's coming from. However, these fuckers are like trauma bonded for life. Like, I don't think anything could come between these two or these two. Like, any of the surviving interns who are still there, not Izzy, just these three. Like, they are the priority of each other for sure. Everyone thinks that it's snowing out, but it's actually ash from a forest fire. Bailey gets everyone to prepare for burn victims coming in, and when the ER and the burn unit fills up, they use the cafeteria as another unit. Bailey helps a patient whose chest is burnt so severely that you can see his lungs, like, through his chest. Owen's mom is here because her boyfriend was injured in the fire. Nathan and Meredith are operating on him, and Owen wants to kick Riggs off of the surgery, but he doesn't have any good reason to. Owen's mom sees Nathan and gives him a very teary hug. This just further confuses everyone as to what the beef is between them. Meredith wonders if Owen's mom is also Nathan's mom because that's what happened to her. Owen's mom talks to Meredith about their beef, but we don't see it. And Owen punches Nathan in the face. You can't do that, Owen. Black Star. Where is he? Black Star. Meredith talks to Owen and she says, "You never told me you had a sister." Meredith and Amelia have another fight and Meredith kicks Amelia out of the house. Arizona flirts with one of the firefighters and she asks Weber to help her find out if she likes her too, which Weber says is childish. It's a really cute scene. When Jo gets home, she tells Alex they need to break up, but then Alex proposes. It cuts before we see Jo's response, and Riggs buys Amelia a drink at Jo's. Oh no. Oh god. He doesn't know. He doesn't know that she's an addict. But oh god, oh no. Episode 9, this is a really good episode. It's directed by Denzel Washington, guys. It's getting serious, okay? We can assume that Jo said no to Alex's proposal because he is crashing at Meredith's. Them plus Maggie are stuck in traffic and get out of the car when a bunch of ambulances pass them. A big rig flipped. Meredith, Penny, and Warren are helping one of the victims. The patient has a seizure, and everyone except for Meredith leaves the trauma room for one reason or another. The patient wakes up and has no idea what's going on, and he attacks Meredith really brutally. She is on the floor, and she can't move. And the patient is having another seizure, and then Penny finds her. Owen says that the patient was in a fugue state, so he won't even remember that he did this to her. She can't hear anything. Alex tears up when he sees her. Amelia walks in and collapses against the wall. Stephanie asks Meredith to wiggle her fingers and toes, but she doesn't, and they think it's because she's paralyzed, but Alex realizes that it's because she can't hear them. Meredith wakes up in a hospital bed. She saw all kind of tubes and stuff coming out of her. She still can't hear. She's got a nasty black eye. We get flashes of everyone taking care of her, and Weber fighting with Amelia in the hallway. Meredith gets brought into surgery, and her jaw has to be wired shut, and she still can't hear. She motions to Penny to show her the x-rays, and she's got multiple fractures. Meredith starts to get her hearing back slowly. Alex keeps her company, and it's been a few weeks, and her right ear has full hearing back while her left is at 55%. Meredith wants to know what happened to the patient who attacked her, and they're like, he wants to see you, but Meredith doesn't want to see him yet. Alex stays by her bedside, and Amelia is just kind of like stalking around outside her room. Arizona puts some makeup on Meredith so that she can see her kids, but when Meredith smiles, they get scared of her because of the wires in her mouth, and Alex has to take the kids out. Penny cuts her wires because she starts having a panic attack and she needs to breathe, and Amelia finally sees Meredith when she throws a smoothie at her, and their conversation doesn't really get them anywhere. Weber wheels Meredith outside, and he tells her how Amelia got drunk, because if she hadn't ignored a consult from Meredith, then Meredith might not have been attacked, and he tells her to forgive her for not being Derek. Meredith meets with the patient who attacked her. He apologizes very deeply, and she can't talk still, so she holds his hand. Amelia shows Meredith her 30-day chip. She just got her wires cut out so she can talk again. She tells Amelia that she's not ready to forgive her yet. Meredith walks into the trauma room where she was attacked. Alex goes home with Meredith, and Meredith tells him that he can't ignore how much Jo loves him. He tells him to be with her and that she'll be okay. So that was just a really good episode. Like, one of the few post-season 10 episodes post-season 11 episodes where I'm like, ooh, what a good episode. Few and far between, unfortunately. Episode 10, Meredith is going to hospital-mandated therapy called STAR. The therapist is confused as to why Meredith doesn't think being attacked by a patient isn't something big, and she says, "You haven't read my file, have you?" The therapist asks her if she's in love with Alex, which she laughs at, and the therapist does say some stuff that makes her really think, though. Riggs and Owen are still very combative working together. They pull a patient out of an ambulance, and then the ambulance explodes. The gang meets up at Meredith's house to hang out and eat pizza, and Jo has her own hangout with Stephanie, Penny, and Ben. DeLuca and Maggie are still keeping their relationship a secret. This leads Weber and DeLuca to accidentally talk about how Maggie is a wildcat without Weber knowing who they're talking about, and then eventually he kind of figures it out that the two of them are together, and now he's not very happy with DeLuca. Riggs tells April that he and Owen used to be like brothers, but he won't reveal tell what happened beyond that. Owen tells Amelia that he had a younger sister named Megan. She was also a doctor in the army with him and Nathan. She loved Nathan, and Nathan was with her when they lost her. Amelia says if Megan loved him, then maybe he deserves another chance. After this, Owen requests Nathan to be on a surgery with him, and they work together amazingly, and then after the surgery, they immediately start fighting. I'm gonna put Megan on the wall as a connection with Nathan. Penny and Callie get back together again. I don't remember when they broke up, but I don't know, they have like a dramatic kiss, so this just keeps happening. They break up and get back together a lot. And at the end of the episode, Joe and Alex reconcile. Episode 11, this whole episode is different flashes through time of April and Jackson's relationship. They are going through their divorce, and it's time for April to sign the papers. They fight about their baby, and April says that Jackson wasn't hurt by it like she was. That is such an insane thing to say. I'm gonna give her a black star. We find out that Jackson was supposed to go to Jordan with April the first time, but he was late and missed the flight. Jackson hurts his arm and scratches his face while trying to take apart Samuel's crib. We get some old hairstyle flashbacks like pre-plane crash and post-shooting. We even see Percy. It's their first days, and Jackson says he wants to do cardio, and April says she wants to do plastics. The episode ends with April signing the divorce papers, and she goes home and tells Arizona that she's pregnant. Whoa. Episode 12, Joe finds an engagement ring that Alex has in his nightstand. Alex asks her if she wants him to get rid of it, and she says to keep it. April still hasn't told Jackson that she's pregnant. Alex has figured it out, and he says that she should tell him before Jackson figures it out too. Weber is putting DeLuca through the trenches since he's found out about him and Maggie and him don't know that he knows. Maggie tells DeLuca that Weber's her father, and he's like, oh fuck, I told him how horny you were. He totally knows that we're together. Weber is still wingmaning for Arizona, and he gets disappointed when she says a girl she went home with was just fine. Weber says that he's invested in this project and has gotten her a dozen of women, and he wants it to be better than just fine. Arizona says that it was better than just fine, but she doesn't think that he wanted to hear about it. It's a cute scene. I love the two of them together. Arizona thanks Weber for letting her be slutty again. That's all we can ask for in a friend, truly. Stephanie tells Amelia that she's tired of clipping aneurysms all day, and Amelia's like, what, do you want someone to have a brain tumor? A patient comes in asking for Dr. Shepard and is confused when Amelia shows up. It's Katie Bryce, Meredith's very first patient. Bailey says a funny line when she realizes who she is.
Oh, Katie Bryce, when Derek had all of the interns chasing their tail for the answer?
Yes.
And he was chasing your tail?
Yes.
They give her an MRI, and she has a huge aneurysm. Penny takes a picture of the scans to show to Meredith, which I think breaks HIPAA. I don't know. And Amelia clips the aneurysm. Riggs tells Meredith his side of the story of what happened to Megan. Okay, so she was on a helicopter, crashed, they never found her. Presumed dead. He tells Meredith he wanted to go on the helicopter because the weather was bad. Megan said that she was going to go because it was her patient. They fought. Megan won and got on the helicopter. The helicopter disappeared. They don't know what happened to it. Episode 13, Bailey, Meredith, Callie, Joe, and Jackson are practicing for a tough surgery. It's a big hip tumor. They're gonna amputate a leg and then use some of the bones from it to give the guy like one middle leg that could help him with his ability to walk. It looks a little silly. They head out to another hospital to help out the patient. The surgeon at the hospital, Dr. Thorpe, does not like how experimental the surgery is. Let's put him on the wall. Joe thinks that one of the doctors is hitting on Jackson, and during the surgery, Callie starts to think that she can't do it, but later she comes back in and says, I'm gonna do a backflip.
I'm gonna do a backflip.
What the?
The surgery is a success. I will give Callie a gold star for that. Thorpe hits on Meredith, but it totally flies over her head, but then at the end of the surgery, when they're about to leave, she goes back and gets Thorpe's number. I'm not going to connect them just yet though, but he is there. DeLuca is getting tired that his relationship with Maggie is still a secret, and the next day Maggie awkwardly starts to tell people, and Arizona says that it's hard to watch. DeLuca doesn't seem happy about it, that it's not a secret anymore. We get some further Stephanie lore about her being a cheerleader. She was the squad leader in cheer, and Penny says that she hated being in high school and that Ben loved high school. I cannot imagine being like, yeah, I loved high school. What a good time. What? Ugh. Episode 14, Weber talks to all the residents about how they're getting too comfortable in their specialties and they need to scramble it up. They draw attendings' names out of a hat to switch it up. Penny gets put on Amelia's service, and Amelia does not want anything to do with her, and she is not very professional about it, so I'll give her a black star. Penny doesn't want to do a procedure on a patient because Amelia told her not to, but Riggs tells her that she should because she's the neuro resident on call, so I'll give him a gold star for being a good teacher. Amelia gets mad at Riggs for letting her touch the patient. Penny is a natural at neurosurgery, which makes Amelia sad because that means she has to teach her. Owen brings Amelia to a bunch of therapy dogs to make her feel better, so I'll give Owen a gold star. Meredith has been ignoring Thorpe calling her, but at the end of the day, she almost calls him back. But instead, she sees that he's already at the hospital to ask her out in real life. I think that's kind of creepy. That's weird. Joe's mad that Meredith isn't taking her seriously as her resident. Celebrity alert! Rita Moreno is in this episode. Oh my god. The love of my life. April still hasn't told Jackson that she's pregnant. Arizona wants to run some tests, but April doesn't want any tests done. She insists that her baby will be fine. Eventually, April goes to tell him, but she walks in on Arizona telling Jackson. That's a black star for Arizona. What's wrong with you? Ben is treating a pregnant tax lady, and she tells Ben that he and Bailey should get divorced because it would make their taxes easier. And Bailey makes 200% more than Ben does. That's crazy. Episode 15, we see the beginning of Jackson and Arizona's conversation. He's telling Arizona that he started seeing other people, and Arizona's like, oh, April doesn't know about that, don't worry. But he realizes there's something that April is keeping from him, and Arizona tells him that April is pregnant. He's mad that Arizona told him. April walks in. She says she was about to tell him, but he doesn't believe her. He asks if she knew that she was pregnant before signing the divorce papers, and she says yes. And he is super mad, but he gets paged to the ER, and April tells Arizona to go to hell. After surgery, Jackson and April have a very public fight. Bailey tells Arizona that she broke the law by telling Jackson about April's medical history and that she could get fired. So I already gave her a black star, but like, just know that it's also for breaking HIPAA. Owen and Nathan also have a really public fight, which is a great day to have public fights in the hospital. Amelia goes over to Owen's to cook together as a planned date that they had planned in advance, and she goes over and he is just fucking plastered and there's like beer bottles everywhere. So she walks out and I'm gonna give him a black star. He's done this before. Remember how he showed up drunk to him and Christina's first date? I remember. I'll never forget. Maggie, DeLuca, and Weber are supposed to go to dinner tonight, but Maggie has to cancel for surgery. She says that the two of them should still go out, and they're like, no. Meredith invites Thorpe to drinks, and in between surgery, she shaves her legs in the attendings lounge, and they have a little car dinner date, so I will connect them now. Episode 16, Meredith and Thorpe have gone on a couple dates now. They even kiss. Oh my god. However, they hook up. The next morning, Meredith kicks Thorpe out and screams at him. Maggie and Amelia are super worried and think that he like attacked her or something. Meredith comes downstairs and starts obsessively cleaning instead of like telling them what is wrong. Kinda Izzy of her. Meredith finds one of Derek's blankets after like hours of cleaning and calms down. She apologizes to Thorpe and says that she is just not ready. Penny says, I love you to Callie, and Callie says, thank you. When I watched this, I had to like audibly exhale the cringe out of me because it hurt so much. DeLuca is starting to pull away from Maggie. Maggie asks him if he wants to be with her or not, and he doesn't answer, and they break up. A couple comes into the ER. It's a shorter girl and then like a big tall guy. The girl says, I was staring at Mount Everest and I was ready to climb. This girl is my hero. Sophia is in the ER. She hit her head on a rock at a play date. Penny treats her since Arizona and Callie are both in surgery. Arizona thanks Penny for taking care of her, and Callie is annoyed that she didn't page her before treating her. Callie really lays it on thick about this, and her saying I love you, and Callie says that Arizona wouldn't be comfortable with her meeting Sophia like this. And Penny apologizes and sounds like she's on like the verge of tears. Black star, Callie, just like tell her what your real problem is. Penny then goes to apologize to Arizona, and she's like, girl, I do not give a fuck about you meeting Sophia. Like, Callie lied to you. And Arizona tells Callie to leave her out of it if she has problems with Penny. Like, don't bring Arizona into it. And then after talking it out with Bailey, Callie introduces Sophia properly to Penny. Catherine is in town. on, and Jackson begs her not to bother April, so then she immediately goes to bother April, though they have a really nice conversation and it's really constructive. But Catherine was actually gathering evidence that April withheld information from Jackson during the divorce so that they can sue her. Ooh, I'm gonna give her a black star. Episode 17, all of the residents are vying for this thing called the Preminger Research Grant. The winner gets a year to study with the grant money. Stephanie and Joe are working on their apps, but Penny says that she's not going to apply because she just got to Grace Sloan, so what's the point? They also need an attending to endorse them. Penny changes her mind and applies even if she doesn't have a chance. Joe and Stephanie feel betrayed that Penny didn't tell them. Ben didn't apply because he doesn't want to go across the country away from Bailey. He's just a lover boy, and I love that about him. Penny ends up winning the grant, which makes Joe and Steph even more pissed off. Stephanie confronts Amelia for not getting her the grant when she deserved it more. Black star, Stephanie, come on. She and Amelia are just perfect for each other, unrelated. Amelia and Stephanie are treating a patient named Kyle Diaz. He is a musician and he has a tremor in his hand and he flirts hardcore with Steph. There's Kyle Diaz. He's not played by anyone important. I'm not going to put him on the wall just yet, but he'll be there eventually. Nathan, Owen, and Meredith are stuck in an ambulance together. Riggs finds out that Amelia is an alcoholic and he apologizes for buying her a drink because he genuinely didn't know. Owen gets super pissed that he made her relapse, and later Owen tells Meredith that Riggs didn't try to get Megan off of the helicopter. She got on it because he was cheating on her with someone else. The drama! April overhears Catherine talking to Weber about Jackson suing her, and April decides to fight back. Jackson gets served at Joe's, like a court serving, not like a serve, you know? I'm sorry I did that. April then gets home to find that Jackson has left her a crib as a present with a note that said, "I don't want to fight," and she had served a restraining order against him. This is why you should just talk to people instead of doing this. Episode 18 I wrote was a good episode. Oh my god, this is a good episode. Bailey is watching security footage to try to figure out if there is a code pink going on. Bailey doesn't think that they need to, but Alex convinces her by being like, what if it was Tuck? But then after they do the code pink, Alex quickly finds the child under the stairs. So from a code pink, all the doors in the hospital lock and they cannot use the elevators or anything. It's just like a full lockdown. Important info. After the code pink ends, Bailey checks her phone and then like rushes through the halls and comes across Bailey holding a baby freshly cut out of a mother's arms, in his arms, and DeLuca is giving chest compressions over this mangled woman who has been cut open. She is not looking good. She is bleeding heavily. Ben rushes down the hall with the baby, and Alex sees him. Arizona and April frantically work to save the woman. The mom flatlines. Arizona calls the time of death, and the baby doesn't make it either. Ooh. Bailey pulls Ben away to talk. She tells him to not tell her anything because she's the chief, and she tells him to stay in her office. Bailey goes around to get the full story. When she asks DeLuca if they had no other option to cut her open, he says yes, which Bailey smiles about, and DeLuca says, at least that's what Dr. Warren said. April said that if there's any resident she'd want doing an emergency C-section on anyone, it would be Ben. Bailey asks Weber to come up with the disciplinary action against Warren, and Weber's like, I can't do that, I'm not the chief. And Weber thinks that Ben is out of control. Bailey has also been treating these other patients, and I think their mom was the mom that died, and they don't have a dad, so she goes to talk to the kids, and the little girl tells Bailey that she's in charge now, so just tell her what happened. Oh my god, why am I sobbing? She asks Bailey for money to give her younger brother for the tooth fairy. Oh my god, Jesus. Flashback to earlier in the day. The pregnant woman was brought in from a car accident. Meredith is treating her with Ben and DeLuca, and she stabilizes. Meredith gets called away by Weber. She asks Ben if they'll be good without her, and he says yes. Weber says he saw Arizona in the room after Meredith left, and Arizona says that she let Ben take her to CT because the patient was stable. DeLuca and Ben get her scans and she looks clear, but she starts shivering and sweating when they're transporting her back, and they stop in a hallway to try to make her feel better. Her stomach starts hurting. They decide to go up to OB. Ben sends DeLuca away to get Arizona, and then the code pink goes off and they get stuck and they're locked in a hallway and the patient starts crashing. Bailey is watching security footage again to see Ben and DeLuca in the hallway, and she goes to talk to Ben. He is adamant that he had to cut her open. They were stuck in the room. There was no choice, so he cut her open. He tells Bailey that there was no other option. Bailey confirms with him once more that the doors were locked and that the elevator wouldn't open. He says yes. She shows him security footage of him about to cut her open. The elevator doors open. He looks directly at the elevator. DeLuca doesn't see it, and he cuts the woman open anyway. That's a black star. Oh my god. And she died. Jesus Christ. Episode 19, Bailey has put together an advisory panel consisting of Meredith, Owen, and Maggie to find out what Ben's punishment should be. Weber says that Bailey should do that, but she says that she can't be impartial to her husband. I don't know if they can be impartial either, but I guess it's better than her doing it. Ben insists again that he didn't see the elevator open, even though they can see it on camera. Owen turns the investigation into like an anti-Nathan thing, but Maggie shuts that down. I'm gonna give him a black star for that. Ben gives an impassioned speech about how he didn't see the elevator open because when you are doing surgery, the rest of the world disappears. And they all believe him. Oh my god. Bailey suspends Ben for 6 months. Not only can he not operate, but he can't enter the hospital, and Ben is shocked. This man should be lucky that they didn't take away his medical license or like send him to jail. I'm gonna give him another black star for being like so mad that he got punished for this. Like, what's your fucking problem? Like, the way he reacted, she should have been like, never mind, like, you're done. Like, oh my god. He says the committee wanted to fire me, and Bailey says I wanted to fire you, and they talked me down. The surviving parent of the mom that died might be brain dead. The little girl goes to tell her grandma to sign the DNR papers so that her dad can be with their mommy. However, Bailey breaks the DNR to save the dad, and the dad makes a full recovery. I will give her a black star because she broke a DNR. April and Jackson are still in their really weird legal battle, and Jackson says that they should just stop fighting, and April lets him feel the baby kick. Meredith tells Amelia and Maggie about Riggs lying about Megan getting on the helicopter, and Maggie asks Nathan why he would lie about that. He says he didn't lie to Meredith. He said everything he said was true. He just left some parts out about them fighting and him cheating. Penny has to decide if she wants to go to New York for the grant today. Callie gets annoyed that Penny didn't ask her to go to New York with her, and she says of course she wants her to come, but it's impossible for them to do that, so they'll do long distance. Penny asks her why she didn't ask her to stay. Callie says she would give anything for her to stay, but she can't because this is an amazing opportunity for someone she loves. Yay, she finally said it back. They're both pretty bummed out about this happening. Callie says to ask her again to go with her, and Callie says that she will go with her. She tells Arizona this and implies that she's gonna take Sophia with her. Black star, what are you doing? Arizona meets with April's lawyer to get custody of Sophia. Stephanie has been dirty texting with her former patient Kyle Diaz. This is very Izzy core. They haven't gone on an actual date yet though because he is on tour, but I will connect them. April shows up at Arizona's place and says something's wrong with the baby, and Arizona gives her an ultrasound and there's nothing wrong, and what she was feeling was the baby kicking. The baby is completely healthy and they never knew what a healthy baby felt like. Episode 20, Callie and Arizona meet to talk about Sophia. Callie has already chosen out some schools and Arizona is like, we didn't decide that she would go with you. She's my daughter. And Callie says, please stop saying your daughter. What the fuck is wrong with you, Black Star? Arizona says, why can't she just stay with her and Callie can come visit instead of Arizona having to go visit? Callie says that they're meeting to discuss options and Arizona says that's not what it sounds like. Callie tries to talk to Arizona again and Arizona says that she can talk to her lawyer. Callie tells Bailey that she's leaving Seattle and Bailey says, so you're giving up your career to chase tail across the country? I think Callie should really think about that. Kyle Diaz is back in town and wants to go on a date with Stephanie. She's not into it and is fine with just sexting. Stephanie accidentally sexts Meredith instead of Kyle. Kyle shows up at the hospital and later he takes Steph to his recording studio. I don't know how this is working for Steph because it is making me cringe so bad. It's like Ken playing the guitar at Barbie, but it works and they kiss. An 8-year-old kid gets brought in because he got shot by his friend. The mom had a gun that she says was locked up and Maggie badgers the babysitter about leaving the room. Joe tells Alex that she has a gun and he says that he does not want that in their house because he's been shot before and the kid ends up paralyzed. Ben is at the hospital to meet with a guy to see if he can do anesthesiology again. I don't think that's how it works if you've been suspended for 6 months, but I guess that is how it works because he's just suspended from surgery, and the anesthesiologist guy says that he can come back, and Bailey says no, and he's like, you're not the chief of anesthesia. Black Star. Owen tells Amelia that he told Megan to get on the helicopter to get away from Nathan, so it is also his fault, kinda. I mean, it's nobody's fault. They didn't know the helicopter was gonna go missing. Episode 21, Meredith and Maggie walk in on Owen and Amelia on the couch naked together, and Maggie says, Major Hunt reporting for duty. Ben is sleeping on the couch. Callie and Arizona have to ask everyone to testify for one of them. Arizona doesn't want to ask people to choose sides, though. Stephanie has Kyle come in because he's developed another tremor. Amelia kicks her off the case because they're dating now. Not like that has stopped anyone ever before, but he needs another surgery, and Stephanie leaves him a note before he wakes up and breaks up with him. That is so cold. Oh my god. April and Jackson get an ultrasound, and Arizona thinks there could be something wrong with the baby's brain. Can they catch a fucking break? They do an MRI, and the baby is fine, and Arizona quits being their OB. Episode 22, Arizona and Callie are talking with their lawyers over the phone. They have 12 hours to settle before it goes to court. It seems like Callie got a lot of people to testify her, and Arizona only got Weber. If they go to court, then only one of them gets sole custody. Callie's lawyer offers Arizona school breaks on summers. Arizona says no, and they say, then we'll see you in court. This is a good episode. Court day, forget what I said about the witnesses, they're all shared. Arizona's lawyer really lays it on thick with Penny. Bailey objects to Callie's lawyer. It's pretty good. The lawyer says that Arizona chose her job over her child, and Bailey says, would you say that if she was a man? Gold star Bailey. Fucking get her ass. After day 1, Callie tells Meredith that Mark would hate this. Girl, I hate this. Day 2, Arizona's lawyer brings up Derek being dead to Meredith, comparing her to Callie being single parents, and Meredith says leaning on each other isn't a sign of bad parenting. The lawyer is like, oh, so the village is here in Seattle, right? Like, it takes a village? They're all here in Seattle, not in New York. That's what you're saying? She kind of fucking got her ass with that. Callie's lawyer brings up Weber and Arizona's trivia nights, kind of like slut-shaming Arizona. What the fuck? In their individual testimonies, Callie brings up her car accident. Callie's lawyer tries to imply that Arizona isn't Sophia's mom because she's not her biological mother, and Arizona gets paged during her testimony and has to leave. Arizona tells Callie that the things that she let her lawyer say about her, she would have never done that to her. So black star for Callie. The judge has made their decision, and they grant sole custody to Arizona. So that's a gold star for Arizona. Unrelated, Stephanie is walking around the ER and he sees Kyle there with possible meningitis, but he does not want to see her. Obviously, she broke up with him over a letter. Episode 23, Owen sells the trailer because he bought a house. He asks Amelia to move in with him, and they both say that they should get married again. Maggie is like, did you guys just get engaged? Not yet, fellas. Amelia also tells Owen that they'll have 5 kids. What? Amelia doesn't want kids. Seems like Callie is not going to go with Penny anymore to New York since she lost custody of Sophia. Callie is being super cold to Penny, and I think she blames her for the trial, and Callie's giving up on her and they break up. Stephanie's trying to help Kyle, but he really doesn't want to see her, but eventually they kiss before his surgery and then he dies. Let's get an X on there. Sorry, my camera died. Meredith is mad at Amelia for some reason, but I'm not really sure why. Alex tells Joe that he's ready to get married, and she says that she can't, and she says no for the 3rd time. Meredith and Nathan argue with each other. He asks what she wants, and she kisses him. This came out of nowhere, but I do love it, so let's connect them. Episode 24, remember how I said that they didn't actually propose to each other? Did I never connect Owen and Amelia? I'm gonna connect them. Wow, they got together last season, didn't they? Oopsie. Anyway, remember how I said that that wasn't them proposing? They're getting married today. Amelia's mom doesn't want to come to the wedding, and she freaks out, and she and Meredith and Maggie drive away from the church. Maggie asks Amelia what's wrong with Owen, and she says, nothing's wrong with Owen. And Meredith says,
Well, he could use some sun.
Gold star Meredith. God, she's got some banger lines this season. They go and get slushies, and while they're in like the 7-Eleven, Amelia's like, wait, why did I run? And then they go back to the church, but they just sit in the car. Nathan brings Owen the rings. Amelia comes back. Love on the Brain by Rihanna starts to play as Amelia walks down the aisle. Budget, okay, and they get married. April left the rings at Meredith's house and goes to get them with Ben, and she starts to have contractions, and she says that they should stay at the house since it's raining and she doesn't want to have to give birth in a car. She tries to call Jackson, but he's in surgery. Ben does an exam on her, and the baby is breech. She needs a C-section. Luckily, Ben is the best person to do emergency C-sections. Ben wants to wait for an ambulance to come, but April is like, cut this fucking baby out of me right now. Ben calls Bailey, who tells Jackson. Arizona walks Ben through the procedure on the phone. He has to cut her open with knives. April tells Ben to save the baby over April, which Jackson disagrees with. Bailey tells Ben that she trusts him. He cuts into her, and April is like screaming. Another Emmy moment for Sarah Drew. Where is it? Where's her Emmy? We get a big time cut. The ambulance is coming to the hospital. April passed out. Ben's got the baby safe and sound, and Bailey and Arizona stabilize April. So let's give Ben a gold star for that. Joe tells Alex that they should make a baby. I'm getting mixed signals. I can't even imagine how Alex feels. Alex wants to know why that she won't marry him. She can't answer. He starts packing up his stuff. Oh god. Joe gets super drunk with Steph at Joe's, and then DeLuca comes in, and Steph is like, you gotta watch over Joe now. I'm leaving. Joe tells DeLuca that she can't marry Alex because she's already married. DeLuca brings Joe home and puts her in bed. She starts taking her clothes off to go to bed. DeLuca says that he should go. Joe tells him that her husband used to beat her, so she had to run away and change her name, and she can't divorce him because then he would find her and kill her. Alex comes home to see DeLuca after he had accidentally fallen on top of Joe, and Joe trying to put her clothes on, and Alex starts beating the shit out of DeLuca. Black star for Alex. I hate this plotline. Nathan and Meredith agree that they're just friends. Friends who had sex 4 times in one night. Freaky. Maggie tells Meredith that she has a crush on Nathan. Arizona shows up to Callie's with Sophia with plane tickets in hands. She says that they can switch every school year and that Sophia deserves 2 happy moms. I will give Arizona a gold star, even though I don't agree. And that's the end of season 12. I guess some things happened. The whole, like, shit with Ben cutting that mom open, and then her and the baby died, and then him being like, I can't believe there are consequences to my actions, like, really sours my love for Ben. But, you know, we can also call back Meredith saying she's had enough trauma for one lifetime when she got beat up by that patient. Ever present. We can also take down Amelia doesn't date her coworkers because she's dating Owen. Do you think I'm gonna take down Owen as professional also because he beat up Riggs in the hospital? That's not something that professionals do. And yeah, we've got some more connections. We've got one more dead person. Here's what the wall looks like. Here's the board. My favorite characters of the season were Stephanie, DeLuca, and then like a tie between Arizona and Amelia. And my favorite episodes were Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, and then I don't remember what the title is, but it's the one where Ben cuts that mom open. The next video is going to span seasons 13 through 21. I think it's going to take me a little longer to make because I'm still in the process of taking notes and rewatching it. I think I'm on season 15 right now in my rewatch. So if I take like at least a month, probably 2, before the next video comes out, I'll try to have some other stuff in between. I also think that by the time the video comes out, season 21 will not be over yet. So let me know what you want me to do with that, if I should cover season 21 at all. I think I'm just going to cover the half of what is out, and then when the rest of it comes out, I'll make a shorter video finishing season 21, and then maybe also, I don't know, play the Grey's Anatomy video game for the Nintendo Wii. Just something to pad out the video. You can tell me all your Grey's Anatomy hot takes and I can judge them. We'll figure out what we can do to make the video longer than like 15 minutes. I don't know how long the second half of season 21 will be. But yeah, if I see any comments 1 week after this second video comes out asking where part 3 is, please refer to this. It's going to take a couple months. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate all the comments, even the ones asking when the next part is, when I state when the next part will be. See ya.